Good morning, everyone, wherever you are in the world today. My name is Hayley Miller. I'm the founder of World VFX Day, and I'm so excited about the talks that we have for you today. They're spanning across several hours today. So we're doing this for International Women's Day. There are a lot of topics that we're covering. And for the first few hours on this channel, you can expect lots of great talks with great women across our industry. And then we do have a live chat as well. So please drop your comments and questions in there and we will get back to you ASAP and just create a nice little chat and vibe. Please invite people as we go. So share this on LinkedIn if you haven't already, spread the word, get people involved, because we can't achieve equality and all these great things that we want to achieve alone as women. We need the support of everyone. So I hope you really enjoy this day. And without further ado, I would love to introduce you to one of the founders of Uplift Hair, Amy Mercer.
Hi everyone, it's brilliant to be here and amazing to do this partnership with World VFX Day. I think International Women's Day is such an important thing for all of us. It's not only the opportunity to kind of celebrate women, but also the uncomfortable truth is that we quite often experience our careers as being different as well to men. And it's a real opportunity for us to reflect on the barriers and to progression and other inequalities, and also the opportunity to interrogate our own bias. So this morning we're going to be spending the whole day with World VFX Day, and then later on we're going to be moving over to our channel where we're going to go through some different topics, some more broader ones where we look at different discussions and practical tips and information that is relevant to kind of everybody. And it comes across from things like how to build your career network and how to start improving our financial preparation and understanding, to lots of other topics in terms of how we can all support each other as well. So it's going to be a really exciting day. And as Hayley said, stay on the live chats, keep kind of engaging with us and letting us know how kind of things are going, but also kind of encourage others to join as well.
Yes, thank you, Amy. So happy to partner up with you for this, and we'll share the schedule next and in the comments and in the live chat. So please keep a note of it in your diary and check in. If you can't stay for the whole day, come back for other talks, and do please share, because it's a very important, lots of very important messages that are coming out of today. So thank you for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to our International Women's Day talks. Today we have a lovely group of women, and we're going to be focused on women in senior positions in the industry for visual effects. So without further ado, I'm going to pass you on to Firdaus. Firdaus, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hello all. Good morning, my lovely ladies. I am from India. And I'm working as business development executive for Mist VFX Studio. We have two facilities in India, one in Chennai and other in Kochi, Kerala. I have been with Mist since its establishment. So I love my work because I have been with Mist from day one. On a personal note, I'm married and I have a daughter. She's in 10th grade. Yeah, that's a intro.
Lovely, thank you. Jane, you're in next on my eyeline. We'll go to you.
Yeah, so I'm Jane Forsyth, head of production for games at Real Time UK and based in the UK.
Perfect. Eleanor?
Hi, I'm Eleanor. I'm a senior artist I'm currently at Light Runner Studios. I've been in VFX for about 10 years. And yeah, I'm a British American, but I live in London right now. And yeah, that's my intro.
Lovely, thank you. Heike?
Hey, I'm Heike Kluger. I'm a freelance senior and lead compositing artist. I have 10 plus years experience working in the VFX industry, and I've worked on shows like Game of Thrones, Stranger Things, and multiple Marvel projects.
Nice. Neha?
Hi, my name is Neha. I executive produce VFX with Stone Images. I also oversee aspects of strategy, marketing, and building up a bunch of social impact initiatives. In addition to this, I'm also creating something called Elevate, which is a lot like the work of Elevate, work of Uplifter and the work that you do, which is, bringing more women in the conversation and enabling them to get, higher and bigger in the company.
Nice. I should probably introduce myself as well. I'm Hayley Miller. I'm the founder of World VFX Day. Been in marketing for about 10 years, but for 5 of those years worked solely in visual effects. Okay, thank you, everybody. So moving straight into the questions, I'll just go around the room and ask these just at random. So we'll start with you. Well, Neha, we'll go back to you. How long did it take you to move into a more senior position? And did it feel like the right time, or did it take too long? How do you feel about that?
I've been in post for about 15 years now, and I think it's been 10 years that I've been in a very senior role. And I think what prompted me to get into it was just having some sort of a realization that you have to take chances. And I've been working 20 years, of which 15 has been in the film business and specifically on the post side. So 5 years is what I took to, learn through things. And then it just felt like the way things transition for women in our industry, specifically VFX. And I work between India and Europe. These are very different geographies when it comes to, career progressions for women. So I think I made the switch at the right time. It was a very risky proposition, and it took a while to, get things going. But I think when it comes to women, it really, I will not say it's a question of the number of years you put in the game, but how well you know the trade. And of course, having some sort of founding in the business, having some sort of understanding about, what the trade is about is always very.
Yeah. Okay. Lovely. Heike, let's go to you next.
Yeah, I love the part about taking chances, because this is actually also my story and my view of the whole senior thing. I moved into a senior position actually fairly fast. I started as an intern in 2014, and 4 years later, this big company approached me asking if I would be ready to take a senior role for them. And was I ready at this point? I don't think I felt ready at this point. I took a chance. I was like, there's a chance offered to for me, and I took it. And this is why I like this so much. For me, seniority was more like you have to have years of experience, because there's just some things that you cannot learn from a book, right? You just have to collect your experience over years and years with different issues. And so I'm really happy I took the leap, and I did it because 1 year later I was offered a lead position in the same company, and it turned out great, and I'm really happy I did it.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to go for it, haven't you?
Yeah.
Depends on how you're feeling at the time. Jane.
So I think my progression to senior was quite quick, to be honest. So I started off really at the bottom of the ladder as a receptionist at a VFX company, and then worked my way up through experience. So I think that's really key to get that experience under your belt. It was really intense kind of learning process, because I've always worked for smaller companies. So I think you do really get that fast track within smaller companies. So I think getting that experience within different disciplines and making sure you've got that rounded experience with every element within the company and the VFX industry is fairly key. But I'm kind of happy where I am in terms of seniority, because we're constantly learning with what we're doing at real time anyway. So I kind of feel very settled with what I'm doing at the moment. But yeah, it was a fast track, just through experience, really.
Yeah, nice. Fedis, let's go to you next.
Yeah. Actually, the duration requires to transition into the more senior role depends on individual, right? It differs from person to person, and there are shaped by many factors, say like individual skills, experience, and company policies. Being a business development executive, it's like every day is a new day, right? We had to keep engaging my office, my employees, always engaged. Especially, it was big challenge last year during the writer's strike, where it was completely calm, but still we somehow I mean, like, we faced it, we overcome, and it was like a big challenge. And being in the senior role, it's like adding more responsibilities, we should fulfill it. So I think it was quick for me because I was completely working closely with the management and knowing their expectations. So it was like a challenge as well, I can treat it. Yeah. It was a quick.
Nice.
Yeah.
And Eleanor.
Well, I started like Jane as a runner and a receptionist straight out of high school. So I was 18 and I didn't go to uni. I just wanted to start in film somewhere. So in a way, I was like, oh, kind of blindly stumbled into the industry and then realized I loved it. So it took about 8 years for me to become a senior, as I was sort of, figuring out which area I loved. But then when I realized I was a generalist, I kind of had, I'd say 8 years, working from junior to mid-level. And I'd say officially I've been a senior for the last 2 years, but I think I could have got there a little bit sooner. It took a while to find my voice, as it's a very male-dominated industry. You have to have the same confidence and be a little brash and say, okay, I'm a senior now, so everyone pipe down.
I love that. Yeah, I think I'm similar to you. I definitely had imposter syndrome for a long time, until I really felt like, oh, actually, I do know what I'm doing. So
Yeah.
It's good when you finally realize that, you're on the right track.
Yeah, I was thinking no one is actually going to tell you you're a senior artist, especially if you're moving companies. When you're a senior artist, you just sort of have to be like, okay, this is where I'm at now. I can do it. I'm not asking for permission. I have the experience now.
Yeah, love that. Okay, next question. Let's go to Jane to start this one. What factors, either in work or life, could hinder a woman's progression in her career, in your opinion?
Yeah, not personally, but I think I've seen a lot of people putting off having a family just because they think that it's really going to jeopardize their careers. But I do actually think when people have had a family or have that life experience, it actually brings a lot to the role, and you can kind of have a better work-life balance because you understand that you need to spend time with your family and also then your career. But also it gives you that time management as well, because you have to juggle everything when you've got a family. So I think that does hinder some people, some women especially. But I think life just gets in the way sometimes, doesn't it? But yeah, I think they're the main things really.
Yeah. I'll open it up. Does anyone else have anything to say on this question?
I think I'd like to talk about, the value of priorities. I think whether it's men and women, both in our trade, in our business, we end up thinking that VFX deliveries, this is entirety of life. And you're probably good 10, 12, 15 years into the business when you realize that maybe that's not the case. So I think one thing very, very key to progressing in life is to have clarity of priorities and what you want. There'll always be great companies to work with. There'll always be great people to work with. But it's very important to have alignment in long-term and short-term goals both. If you do not have that, you'll just keep bouncing from one day to other, and all of a sudden you look back and 5 years are gone.
Heike, let's go to you. Is there anything with hindsight that you'd go back and do differently, or quite happy with the journey? Oh, there is. Okay.
I mean, I am fairly happy with my journey. It's the finding a voice part that we've also talked about before. I would say just be brave and ask for more challenges. This will get you further faster, I would say. I also needed to find my voice in this industry and to be brave enough to ask for more and to prove myself. So on hindsight, I would do that. I think this is something I would do to progress further and faster. Something else that I did, but I think is a very important part in the VFX industry is to network. Don't be shy, talk to people, go out, meet them on meetups, and just, make friends in the industry, because this is opening up chances, like this is how I got a lot of my jobs and opportunities. So this is something I would also recommend doing.
Definitely. Yeah, it seems to be a theme just generally from over the years talking to women, about finding your voice, and a lot of that we've established comes down to confidence and maybe waiting for people to tell us, are you actually good at what you do? Sometimes we just find it out for ourselves and then it builds from there. But is there anything else that we could do, or any advice you would have for people that are feeling like this right now, who really want to find their voice, and how they can kind of, I mean, sometimes it doesn't happen overnight, but yeah, networking is a really good one, just meeting people and getting those connections. But is there anything else that we could do to find our voice?
I would say stop apologizing. I found myself doing that constantly, and I still do it, but starting every sentence and every question with "I'm so sorry," it's hard not to slip back into that. But these guys are not out there apologizing every time they open their mouths, so we've kind of got to just ask a question and be kind to ourselves. I feel like everyone is figuring this all out as we go. The industry is constantly changing. We don't need to be apologizing for trying to learn and trying to ask questions.
Definitely. Anyone else? How can we get
Also,
confidence quicker?
yeah, one more thing. Additionally, we need to prioritize personal well-being. That's the main thing we are missing. We won't care about ourselves. We will just think of family, office, professionally. So first prioritize ourselves. Then automatically we can achieve the success professionally. So self-care is very important thing, especially for women. We have to focus even on that.
I think that's a great point, Hayley. I'll just add a bit to it. I think one of the reasons that I've, kind of found, and this is, I've worked with teams in India, in Europe, and States also, and this is a common theme. And it goes back to the fact that, what Heike brought earlier, that it's about networking. And generally speaking, maybe it comes easier to men as compared to women. Women tend to be shy. And again, I'm not saying this is a standard for everybody. But what I have seen in my personal journey is that you become unstoppable the day you stop looking for validation and recognition from somebody else. So you want to do something, you go ahead and do it. And then that's when, focus shifts from how others are perceiving you, and your focus is completely on that, okay, this is my journey, these are my goals, this is my growth, and this is what I do, this is my worth. And once you start estimating, your own worth right accurately, I think I think everybody would be very surprised. Like, Eleanor brought it up that, earlier, that, kind of apologizing. Sometimes those voices come in your head like, is this the right thing? Am I too much? Is it too much? But I think once you take that out of, the equation, once you stop looking for somebody to give you that designation or, being a certain title, and you start being who you really want to be. If it's a senior role, you want to be the CEO, start being one. You want to start up your company, start doing that. And this is what I learned, that nobody's coming to come and say, hey, you've done a great job. And especially the way things are structured, maybe VFX has not traditionally been the most encouraging space for women, which is why we have such less number of women in senior roles and middle management.
Yeah, I think you're right there. There isn't that many of us within the industry. I think it's obviously getting better.
Yeah.
But it's how we support each other to try and promote each other as well. I mean, I wouldn't have gotten where I where I am now without the support of other women and men as well along the way. But it's just making sure that we do all support each other, and things like this really help with that. And it's nice to hear everyone's voices and what they've been through on their journeys to get to where they are today.
And just kind of stop looking for somebody else to come and do it for you. Want to go do it.
Yeah, there's a big focus on vision here, isn't there? Just thinking about what you want to achieve and going for it. So this brings me on nicely to this sort of shout out section. You don't have to mention names, but has there been anyone, there could be a few people, I guess, throughout your career that's really helped you progress? I know we've done a lot of it ourselves with just being good at what we do, but was there anyone that you want to highlight at this point who really kind of helped you move into a different direction? Let's go back to Jane.
Yeah, there's loads of people I could shout out along the way. As I said, I really did start at the bottom of the ladder and work my way up. There's been really significant people along the way. One was a tutor that I had way back when, and she kind of helped me mentor other people so I could see them and get the confidence in myself to be able to help other people. And I've really taken that forward into my career. And then there's people that I work with now who I've worked with for years and years who actually mentored me. So Fiona York, who I work with now, and Sarah Butler, who I worked with at Red Vision, which was a company I used to work at before. I've learned everything from them, and I still have that kind of relationship now where we'll bounce ideas off each other, especially Fiona, who we work with now. So I think you just need to make sure that you put that mentorship into other people as well, because however you learn along the way, you want to put that kind of experience into other girls and women just to make sure that they're getting the same experience that you did, and then they'll grow hopefully along the way like you did. So I think it's really important to give that reflection and also shout out, like you say, to people who've helped you along the way. So yeah, they're key people for me.
Definitely. So we talked about people helping us progress. Have there been any tools that have helped with your progression, like self-development, particular courses, mentoring we've touched on as well? Anything that really stands out in your career path? And let's go to Heike. Oh no, sorry. No, let's go to Eleanor for this one.
This is the one question that I actually didn't have an answer for.
Oh, sorry. It was someone emailed me this morning saying, don't ask me that question. Was it you?
No, but I was thinking it. Like, I've never done a self-development tool. All of my self-development tools are getting up from my desk and putting my headphones on when I'm, close to chucking my computer out the window. I think for me, I haven't noticed it apply to VFX because it's such a bizarre niche industry. All of these corporate tools that people are using and management courses and development courses, somehow just I don't notice that they apply. You kind of have to be like, I think your tool in VFX is speaking to other artists and working it out from there. I might be wrong, but I feel like that's been my experience personally.
Yeah, nice. Sorry, Heike, did you want to answer this question? I think it was you.
I have the same experience. I mean, I'm also an artist, so for me it was mostly like every single person I sat next to, because I'm a freelancer. I hop around companies, so I meet a lot of people, and every single person I sat next to had something new to teach me, and this is my way of progressing. It's not like necessarily tools and self-development. It's more like what I take from the companies that I go to, and just learning from other people. This was my approach on development. So yeah.
Nice. Next question. Are you happy with where you are right now? Are you quite happy to kind of stay at this level, or would you like to progress further? I feel like traditionally there's always kind of like, oh, you have to go up the career ladder till you get to the very top. But I don't feel like that's really necessarily a thing anymore. And a lot of people are quite happy at a particular section of their career. So is anyone feeling like that right now? I mean, it could change in the future, but right now, are you quite happy with where you are level wise? Let's go to Firdous.
Yeah. I'm genuinely content with my job because my role as a business development executive is to focus on pitching clients. So directly, I will be socializing with the people every day. I love talking with people. I feel like there's the opportunity to talk with the people and to understand their requirements. Professionally, anyways, we will be speaking about the work, but somehow I feel like I am getting an opportunity to talk to them daily on daily basis. So my objective is anyways to secure the projects and maintain continuous engagement for my team. And at the same time, I'm enjoying talking with the people. So my clients are like professionally, I am connected with them on daily basis.
Yeah.
So I'm
Nice.
content with my career. Yeah.
Okay, that sounds great. We all want to be happy where we are right now, so it's a good spot that you're in. So 2 questions left. What advice would you give to anyone who wishes to progress into a senior position and has no idea where to start? I think we've touched on mentors and having a plan, a vision. Is there anything else that we could consider or advise anyone right now who's watching this who wants to take that step up? Let's go to Jane.
I think for me, from what I've seen, success from my journey is just getting as much experience under your belt as possible. Do push yourself out of your comfort zone. Even doing this today is pushing myself out of the comfort zone. So it's making sure that you are challenging yourself as much as possible, but understand yourself as well. Make sure that you feel comfortable in terms of what you're doing. It can be very stressful industry and job. So you want to make sure that you're looking after your own self well-being as well as your job, because that does actually affect what you're doing within your job when you want to do your job as best as possible. So I think it's just trying to find that balance between work and life balance, just to make sure that you are doing everything to the best of your ability. But yeah, I think just treat everyone how you'd want to be treated, because you never know who you're going to work with. And as we said earlier, it's quite a small industry, especially with the women. So yeah, just make sure be kind along the way.
Yeah, that's a good one to finish on with that question. Finally, as this year's International Women's Day theme is Inspire Inclusion, which this is the official symbol, what can people do, anyone, to get involved in this mission to forge a more inclusive world for women? Let's go to Heike.
I keep going back to networking. Surround yourself with the right people, with other women. Just be aware of how they're doing. Ask them, how are you doing? How can I help? Yeah, it's just a thing to just, help each other. Just be aware. I think that would be it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ask for challenges, improve on it, help others to improve.
Yeah.
While not losing sight of also, like the mental health you're having and the work-life balance.
Yeah. Okay, well, yeah, I think that all makes sense. I think being aware of your surroundings, I think we can have tunnel vision sometimes and not aware of what's going on around us. So I think, yeah, I think being kind, being aware, as well as focused on your own career and making sure you progress if that's what you want, are all key things. So I just want to say thank you to everyone for joining today. Really appreciate it. I'm sure that you're all open to anyone who has questions to reach out to you on LinkedIn. Yeah, thank you so much. Happy International Women's Day.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our talk. I'm very excited to have a lovely panel here today for a little chat. We are talking about a life of an executive producer, and I'm sure everyone has different stories, so I'm keen to get stuck straight in to the questions. But first of all, let's introduce ourselves. I'm Hayley Miller. I'm founder of World VFX Day. Maria, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, of course. Hi, I'm Ria. I am founder of Bidding Visuals. So I'm a VFX consultant, currently subcontracted as executive producer for Ghost VFX.
Great. Claire?
Hi, my name's Claire Norman, and I'm a executive visual effects producer when working vendor side, and I occasionally work on the production side as a visual effects producer.
Lovely. And Dion?
Hey guys, I'm Dion Archibald and I'm an executive producer at Coffee and TV.
Awesome. Okay, so straight into the questions. How long did it take you to move into an exec producer role? Did it happen quite organically? Did you seek it out? And did it happen at the right time, or do you wish it had happened a little bit sooner? And was it, these are probably a lot of questions at once, but was it part of an overall development plan? Dion, do you mind if we go back to you?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I was a senior producer for quite a long time at a much larger VFX company. So I think the next step in my career progression would have been to move to EP or head of production. So it was always something that was on the horizon that I wanted to do. I was at quite a large establishment at the time, so it kind of felt like it was just a little bit more rigid for your career trajectory at the place that I was at, but kind of doing most of the things that an EP would be doing. And then Coffee and TV contacted me about an EP role. So I went from a senior producer to an EP. Things worked a little bit differently there. Obviously, the role in a larger company to a smaller company is quite different. But there was only two other EPs there at the time. So I could really kind of tailor the role to what kind of suited me, working on what my strengths were, what I enjoyed doing, and kind of tailored the role to that, really. So yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Claire, we'll come to you next.
Well, I worked in the industry over 25 years. So for me, I started as a runner and then just kind of followed the path of production, not really knowing at the time what visual effects was, in truth. So I'd say it's an organic process after, what was it? I suppose 17 years kind of working my way up to visual effects producer. It was just naturally the next step. You know, after that many years, you begin to see you want to progress, you want to be challenged, and there's only so much you can do as a visual effects producer. So I then went on to take 2 different roles as head of production, and then at another company I moved into a kind of head of production exec role because it was a smaller company, and when you're at smaller companies you tend to be cover more umbrellas, if you like, or oversee more things. And then I sidestepped into kind of a business development role, but also continuing as an exec. And so I've been in that position for around 7 years now. But yeah, enjoying every minute of it.
Good. And Maria?
I think mine is very similar to the one of Dio. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
It's Dion.
Dion. And it's I was a senior producer in a larger company, and of course having a lot of times to step into an executive role, but never like spoken as an executive, so never with the title in it. So then I decided to just start freelancing as a bidding producer. And then the company that I'm currently subcontracted with, it just moved naturally. I was not seeking to become an executive producer. I was just very happy breaking scripts and pitching to clients, working with the art department to gaining new shows in. But that actually just converted into an executive role. So it was just a transformation from it, and been on it almost 2 years now in this role.
Nice. So it all sounds quite organic for your journeys relatively. So as it's International Women's Day, I wanted to ask you your opinion, your own experiences in terms of being a woman amongst quite a male-dominated industry. Do you typically find you're the only woman or the only out of a few women in the room, as opposed to, say, like VFX supervisors? We know that there's around less than 3% that make up the workforce. But on the exec producer side, is that different? Is it more sort of a career path typically for women that you've found? Claire, can we go to you?
Well, yeah, I think from my experience, I've always found from the beginning more women in production and more men generally in the more technical roles. And you know, I think perhaps we just naturally have gone in those directions. I don't want to, you know, you don't want to stereotype, but I think that is quite a common thing. But as the years have gone by, I've definitely noticed more men moving into production. In terms of execs, I would say, from my experience anyway, more women actually in the exec roles. But then when it comes to kind of more senior meetings, perhaps, you know, you're discussing a new project. I do notice that I do tend to be the only woman in the room, in that either the clients that come in, producers, directors, tend to be more men, and often, as you mentioned, the VFX soup, who invariably is by my side, is more than often a male as well. So yeah, I think that's my experience anyway.
Yeah. Anyone else want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, I think it's definitely changed a lot over the years, especially since I started. I think I started about 20 years ago. Again, there was always a lot more women in production. But I think when you look at the exec roles on a whole, I mean, like at Coffee and TV, our managing director is a woman, our director of production is a woman, you know, our head of colour is a woman. But definitely in production, I think, like you say, in the more creative roles, it is more male dominated. But I think also just the way it's changed just post-pandemic, it's kind of opened up a whole new arena for women. I think maybe before we wouldn't have stepped forward if you were planning to have a family or you had children. But just the hybrid way of, you know, flexible working and just what that's allowed, I think, especially for our industry, it's phenomenal. There's a lot more opportunity because we can do both. People allow us to do that. So yeah, definitely, it's definitely changed for the better, I think. Yeah,
that's a good point.
I think if I can mirror a little bit to what we have said, is it just depends where you are. So basically, if you're in a larger organization, vendor side, it used to be a little bit more male dominated, even though there is a lot of large production female leads in those roles. I feel like if you're vendor side in a smaller company, then it is more female dominated, which is really nice to be at. And also a studio side, so production companies, is really nice to see that a lot of the SVPs and heads of the VFX departments are actually women. So for all the Jen Underdolls, Jen and Moswell, there is a lot of them there, and they're female. So it is really nice to see that side of things. So for me as a woman to see that I can get there as well, it's really encouraging.
Yeah, representation has come up a few times in other talks, and I feel like that's very important to see in our industry especially. So looking back at your careers, has there been anyone in particular, you can name names if you like, or not, but is there anyone that you'd particularly like to give a shout out to who's supported you over your career or into your current role as exec producer? And just kind of touching on the sort of mentoring side, because that's been a hot topic as well. Are any of you mentors, or is it something you'd be open to, or have you ever been a mentee? So Dion, we'll come back to you for that one.
Yeah, there's actually too many people to mention. But one person that comes to mind is Chris Charles. I'm not sure if you guys have met him, but he's actually one of the founders of Coffee and TV. But I worked with him in my very first running job at Clear. And he was on bookings at the time. And as a runner, he was training me up in my lunch break and after hours. And I was meant to actually move to reception, and the girl on reception was meant to move on to bookings. But Chris really put in a good word for me. And when the head of bookings moved up, he suggested that perhaps maybe I should get the role because I've been putting in all this extra time, and, you know, he'd really, really helped me out. So I moved into that role, and, you know, over the years, you know, I went off to MPC, he stayed at Clear Prime Focus. But we always remained friends, and always, you know, always there for advice and all of that kind of stuff. And then he was one of the people that gave me the call to join Coffee and TV. So I think big shout out to Chris Charge. Yeah, no, and I think, you know, that's important, not just on a work level. Like, he's a really good friend, and so he's been a massive influence and help to me. So
nice, good one, Chris. Claire, anyone for your side?
Oh yeah, I mean, much like Dion, you know, there's a lot of people along the way that, you know, in one way or another look out for you or give you some kind of vote of confidence. But I would say, for me, Lucy Ainsworth-Taylor at Blue Bolt, she's one of the founders at Blue Bolt. I joined Blue Bolt after working at Cinesight for 17 years. So even to leave, because I started Cinesight as a runner, leaving Cinesight was quite a wrench for me. But actually, you know, my tiny regret is perhaps not having left earlier. It was never as hard as I thought it was going to be. But when I joined Blue Bolt, really, Lucy didn't know me, but I was just recommended to her. But the years since, she's always looked out for me and put me forward or tried to bring me back to Blue Bolt. She helped me get my first job client side, put my name forward. It's such a vote of confidence when, you know, someone names you out, and even when there's nothing in it for them, you know, because they're putting themselves on the line to some degree, you know, if you turn out to be rubbish at the job. But so for somebody to do that, you know, is just, it's really lovely, and you don't often forget it, do you?
No, never forget it, for sure. And then you repay the favor. That's
Yeah.
the positive cycle of that help. Yeah, love it. And Maria, any shout outs?
Oh, a lot. But for me, it's like the biggest shout out will be I had the opportunity to meet Patrick Davenport, who is a legend in the industry. And he was actually the one who pushed me to the role of exec, because I was very much adamant to it. I was like, no, I'm just a bidding producer. I don't think I can fit into the role. So he really fit me with a lot of confidence. He was like, I know you can do it. I have full trust in you. And it results in really a fantastic exec. So if it was not for him, I would not have been put on it. And actually, he put me in the role to try to challenge me on it. And before that, my passion for bidding came from a colleague that I have before at El Ranchito. Her name is Laura Muro, and she really trained me full and true on bidding. And she was like that kind of mentor that you hope to have, that it was like, my success is your success. And she was really willing to like just transfer all the information to everyone that's coming under her wing. So it was just fantastic, because thanks to her, I can break bits like I do right now. So they meant a lot to me.
Oh, I love that. Well, it's been actually another topic that's come up just organically in other talks as well, about that confidence side of things. And I think it's natural to, once you're building up your experience, to feel more confident as you go, but it's nice to have that feedback. And then perhaps if you don't get that, you kind of have that imposter syndrome. And I feel like a lot of people have experienced that, or maybe perhaps still do. Have you had any experience of that? I know that wasn't on my questions list, but as we were talking about it now, it just made me think about it. Do you still get it? How did you kind of overcome any sort of lack of confidence? Was it from other people believing in you? Let's go to Claire for that one.
Definitely. By people believing you, definitely. It's a funny thing to admit, though, certainly in our industry. You don't want to show any weakness. You know, you don't want to come off as if you are not good enough for the job or anything, but you can't know everything at the end of the day, you know. And I suppose to talk to people you trust and your peers, and you know, whether male or female, I think everybody needs to do it, you know. And if there aren't moments when people lack in confidence, then you know they're not human, are they? They're you know. So yes, I suffer that all the time, even with years of experience, you know, because in our industry technology is changing all the time, and it's so hard to keep up with it all. Not just you know ways and means to use Excel or whatever, but you know, AI and you know, new software coming through all the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's just a natural feeling, and there's nothing wrong with admitting it either.
Definitely not. Probably keeps you a bit humble as well.
Yeah.
But it leads nicely into the next question in terms of people out there maybe watching this right now who would love to step up to be an exec producer, maybe not feeling that confidence to kind of push for it. Do you have any advice for that? I'd love to take that question to Dion.
Yeah, definitely. I think just put yourself forward. If you don't stand up and speak and put your hat in the ring, sometimes people just don't know and you won't get the opportunity. If you feel like you're a little way off, I would ask questions about what it would take for that transition to get into that role and what would be expected of you. And then if you can and when you can, without stepping on toes, just get involved and do as much as you can. Before you know it, you'll be doing the job, and hopefully your employer will see that and give you that opportunity. And if not, and like in many cases, somebody else will see the potential, and perhaps maybe that's where your journey will take you. So yeah, I'll just say don't be afraid to put your name forward and speak out and let people know what you want. You know, our bosses aren't always mind readers. They don't always know exactly what you want unless you sometimes tell them in the nicest possible way.
That is very true. Carve your own path, because yeah, it's, you know, you do expect managers to have a plan for you, but you know, a lot of the time that doesn't happen, and they're very kind of set in their own sort of day-to-day job. So it's good to kind of just be your own sort of tout, I guess, and get yourself out there. Good advice. Any other top tips?
Well, I mean, for me, you know, just thinking about the definition of an exec, to me, an exec is somebody who has experience, who's, you know, just done their time, if you like. And therefore, with that experience comes knowledge in how to handle things, and a kind of calm exterior. And I think, you know, how do you learn that? Well, you only learn that by doing the job over a number of years. So if you feel that you've got that experience, then, you know, go for it. But I do think that it's not something that you know, you can get a certificate in necessarily. You know, it's not that kind of role. It's you know, you need to be able to kind of be everything to everybody, and offer advice or step into a meeting that perhaps is challenging, or you know, I don't know, be a mentor for a day, or go and do a talk, and all that comes with the experience that you've gained over, you know, 20 odd years or so. So, you know, if indeed you feel you've got that, then there should be no holding you back.
Yeah, I like that. And I guess just thinking about it, for those people that are not aware of what an exec producer actually does, maybe we should just tap into that quickly, because I know there can be different types of exec producers as well, right? Like you've got the bidding and dealing directly with clients, but I'm sure there's lots of other elements to it. Maybe we can just kind of shout out just a brief overview of what an exec producer can entail for our people that are watching that are newer to the industry. Maria, would you like to kick that one off?
Sure. So like you said, there is so many hats that an executive producer has to wear on that role. So depending where and to who you're working with, you do certain things. So usually it can entail business development. So it's a lot of networking and bringing new clients in. If you usually are on the vendor side, or is actually having those difficult conversations with clients when things are not going as happy as it's supposed to go, but as well as mentoring the team and making sure that they feel supported at the end. And initially, when a show comes, you also have to wear the hat of a producer and get the ball rolling while someone else takes over from you. When you are on the client side, it's more entail a lot of the financial part of things and making sure that the studio feels that they are getting everything what they can from the little budgets that they have or the extensive budgets that they have, as well as making sure reportings are correct. Tax incentive is a lot of knowledge of financial things you need to have there. So it entitles a lot. So it just all depends where you are, what hat you have to wear.
Nice. Any additions?
Yeah, I'd say in addition to all the wonderful things that Mariah's mentioned, sometimes certain companies, you end up being a bit of a face for the company. You may, be invited to go on a panel or, go and visit, I don't know, National Film School, give talks, mentor as well, or join charities like Animated Women or whatever, VFX, Visual Effects Society. So yeah, I mean, I think, in part as an exec, you should kind of hold the responsibility of being a bit more of a voice on behalf of not just yourself but the company and as in this case other women in the industry.
Yeah, definitely. Dion, anything?
I think the ladies have kind of
very good overview,
really. But yeah, I guess just being the anchor as well of support, like throughout the whole process with artists as well. I think it's really important that execs have really good relationships with their artists and creative directors, and just making sure everything runs really smoothly. Quality control of the actual work. If you think something's not looking right, having that conversation before it goes to client. Managing budgets is a massive thing. It's all down, it's on you to make sure that bid's correct and everything's running according to time for final deliveries. And just making the experience fun. I think the exec role can be really fun, and just making it an enjoyable experience for everybody involved.
Yeah, nice. So I know we're still kind of coming out the other side of the strikes and everything like that. And I haven't really asked this question to anyone yet, so I'm throwing it on to you, sorry. But I really wanted to get this out. I know we're running out of time. I've got 2 questions left. I'm sure you're all kind of in demand, exec producers in general, very in demand right now, especially on the BD side. When you're looking for a role, what do you look for aside from the actual role? On the culture perspective, I think that's becoming quite important as people are becoming more in demand with the market. Is there anything particular that you look for in a company culture? Maria, can we come to you for that one?
Absolutely. For me in particular is the idea that creativity comes first. Of course, we are business, so we have to bring revenue and all that. But for me, the most important on a role is that you're allowed to have fun and sell and bring beautiful pictures. So creating that and allowing the creative team to actually perform at the highest level. So when a company allows that and you as an exec support on the revenue side of things, then it's just a wonderful place to work.
Yeah, always want to have a bit of fun, don't you?
Yeah.
Claire, anything to add?
Well, I talk about a recent experience. I went for a chat at a vendor's, and actually, when you do that, I think you need to ask yourself, does this feel? How does this feel? It's almost like, I don't know, renting a new flat, or does it feel like you fit? And I have to say, I went there and I did. I really liked the people, and they taught my language. They laughed at my jokes, you think, oh God, and we're all going to get on, and that's an instinctive thing, and I think, if we're particularly talking about from a production type role, I think that's really important because, you've got to get on with your fellow workers. Not to say that obviously creatives don't need to get on. It's just that we very much are part of the team. We talk to everybody. So feeling like you're going to fit in is a big part of that. So I would say that is essential. I mean, there are other things like, again, this particular company I talked to were great about this, but things like what's their hybrid working, or do they, you know, are they open-minded about that? Do they, you know, is the most important thing for them to bring the right people in and then agree on how we might accommodate a working situation? Yes, I believe that's the right way to be, and not that you have to be rigid about the times that you know you're supposed to be in the office, because we're not working in like that anymore. So, you know, I think flexibility in that kind of area. There's new things like, I don't know if you've heard of B Corp companies, where, you know, the companies receive a certificate if indeed they give back to the local community, or they do things that are, you know, recycling within the office space, things like that. So generally looking out for that is you know, a good thing.
Yeah.
Nice. We're B Corp. We're a B Corp company. So we are. We're very proud of our certification.
There you go.
And it's not like you don't just get, you know, they mandate you throughout the year. You have to, you don't just get it and then start singing about it. It is, for us, it's a way of life, and coffee and TV, and a true belief for us. And that it's so important, especially like the people. That's one of the most fundamental things for us. One of the most important things, obviously the creative is important, but looking after the people, making sure we're all, you know, working in the right conditions and people are looked after, is a very big thing. And of course, looking after our planet.
Yes, definitely. I did actually see that on LinkedIn, that you're hosting a clothes swap event.
We are, yeah.
Very interesting. I love that.
My idea, especially in advertising, there's so many trendy people, should I say. So I've literally been sending out personal invites for people that I think might have a good bag that I'd like to
You're going to look out for them when they walk through the door.
I love that. And final question, as this year is International Women's Day, theme is Inspire Inclusion. What do you think people could do to get involved in this mission, to forge a more inclusive world for women, whether it's in VFX or beyond? Dion, we'll go back to you and go around.
Yeah, I think it's quite a big question, actually. I thought quite a lot about this one, but I think it's just thinking outside the box and the way we think. But I think not just women comes to mind, it's inclusion in general, and it's the way we're recruiting, you know, educating ourselves on the challenges that women may face and coming up with solutions so that those challenges are no longer a thing. Looking at ways of recruiting differently, so it's not just the traditional way, or the, you know, the type of people that are normally approached. You know, setting up academies, internships, and not necessarily from you know, the big universities, perhaps maybe going into schools, different areas, for children that might not know necessarily even anything about advertising or VFX, or have a clue about that kind of route. So yeah, I think it's just kind of just tipping the whole model on its head and almost trying to start again, really.
Yeah, that's a good way to look, actually. Maria, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think like, of course, mirroring what was previously saying is just day to day is start to paying attention to your surrounding and saying like, am I in an inclusive area? Like, what can I do today to help someone else in it? And if I don't see it, then you speak up, and then you connect to people and just try to get involved in something. There's so many events, there's so many programs to talk about this, and education is a big part of it, and understanding what inclusion entitles, and as well as what we can do just little by little to support in it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Starting locally makes a big difference.
Correct.
And Claire, anything to add?
Well, some great ideas actually from everyone. We could do simple things, I suppose. There's always shy colleagues at work who perhaps don't tag along to you know, I don't know, even down the pub, you know, or you know, to kind of meetings or events at companies. So I suppose quietly looking out for people and making sure that they feel included and not left in the corner. I mean, other things like discreetly checking on people. I think it's important, certainly for mentoring, that you don't do it in an arrogant way. I mean, no one likes to be told what to do, but if you in some way can be supportive in a kind of subtle way where you empower the person, I think that's an important way to kind of act rather than making a song and dance about it.
Yeah.
Ultimately feeling people are included in whatever, you know, whatever it is that, you know, the company's doing.
Yeah, exactly. I love that. It's kind of a sort of macro side of it. So it's not all like one size fits all. It's looking at people as individuals as well and reaching out to who you're working with. I love that. Well, it was so nice to talk to all of you. I really appreciate you taking time out of your day and giving us all an insight into your world. So thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of International Women's Day.
Thanks, guys. Lovely to meet you all.
Lovely to meet you all.
Lovely.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, you're watching me, Praveen, Head of Production, VFX Pick. We are in an industry where imagination meets technology. Growing up in the industry for 16 years, I never saw many women represented this industry. But now I'm proud to be part of an organization where 25% of its resources are run by women, which I see as a great change. Though they have challenges, women continue to, excel in roles ranging from animation, compositing, from even production management to technical directions like virtual production, augmented reality, AI, and VR technologies. Women are really coming out of boundaries and changing things in our visual effects industry. Their talents and dedication are not just breaking barriers; they are setting new standards for future women as well. I strongly believe women will continue to shape the future of visual effects. I want to thank each man and women who fought, really hard for the rights of women who we see right now.
Hello, my name is Kellen Trankinshu and I'm the Business Relationship Executive for VFX Pick. I am honored to be a part of International Women's Day and be able to share my experience as a woman in VFX. I joined the industry last year during a historical strike in the film industry. It had an overwhelming impact on the video effects community, with projects being halted or canceled, and the strike continuing for months. It was a struggle for everyone in VFX. As a new addition to this line of work, as well as facing a tumultuous landscape in video effects in general, I was unsure of so many aspects within my role and within VFX as a whole. It was the other women I met in this industry who truly helped me and encouraged my success. Whether it was at conferences, through LinkedIn, or through my own internal team, the women in VFX demonstrated in action what women supporting women is and how impactful it can be. Through my journey as business relationship executive, the other women in this industry have not only taken extra effort to make me feel included and that I belong, but have been incredible resources. They have shared a wealth of knowledge, personal experience, hints and tricks, and been a constant support. Their wisdom, kindness, mentoring, and respect have had a direct impact on me and my career, and I will always be grateful. In turn, I use my resources to the best of my ability to support the success of the women around me. As women in this industry, we face different challenges, from micro to macro. Being able to help each other succeed is key to women continuing to thrive in the VFX industry, and I am incredibly proud to count myself a part of the community of women in VFX.
Hello, my name is Ramya. I'm working in VFX Pick as a paint artist for the past 2 years. My work involves creating visual effects for various projects, and I'm passionate about using my creativity skill to bring imagination to life on screen. In my leisure time, I'm glad to experiment with different artistic techniques and grow in my field. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to VFX Pick for supporting me throughout my motherhood period. Thank you.
At VFX Pick, women lead the way from spearheading groundbreaking projects to driving innovation. Our female colleagues bring invaluable expertise and perspective to the table.
Every day, we are inspired by the diverse talents and unwavering dedication of our female team members. Their contributions shape our company culture and drive our success.
As a woman at VFX Pick, I'm proud to be part of supportive and inclusive community where my ideas are valuable and my voice is heard. Together, we are breaking barriers and achieving greatness.
We could conclude women in VFX industry. I would like to say about women. W stands for warm-heartedness, where women are warm-hearted. O stands for objective. Women are not only warm-hearted, they are objective towards their goal. They know what to do, when to do, where to do, and how to do. And then comes M, where we do all the things meticulously. That is, each and every detail we get into, we do it in a very particular and a proper way. And E stands for efficiency. The work that we do is nothing lesser than being efficient, which gives us N for noble. The result is a noble result because women is warm-hearted, objective, meticulous to every work, efficient, which gives us a Nobel Prize. Thank you.
A happy International Women's Day to all. Keep going.
Let's make vision for equality in the VFX industry where talent knows no gender.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our talk on breaking into the industry. I have a fantastic panel with me today. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to this panel. And I'm going to start with Ria.
Hi, Hayley. I'm Ria Ambrose. I run 2 visual effects schools, one in Vancouver called Lost Boys School of Visual Effects, and one in Montreal called Campus VFX.
Excellent. And Amy.
Hey everyone, I'm Amy. I'm the Global Director of Recruitment and Outreach for Framestore, and I'm also a Non-Executive Director of Access VFX, the industry body that works to promote opportunities in the visual effects, games and animation industries.
Lovely. And last but not least, Nilsi.
Hi everyone, I'm Nosipo. I am the CEO and co-founder of Chocolate Tribe. We are an animation, visual effects and content generation company based in South Africa. I'm also the owner of Avi Josie, which is a corporate social responsibility organization that brings in young people, people of color into this space, and just really excited to be here.
Thanks, everyone. And to introduce myself, I'm Hayley, and I'm the founder of World VFX Day. I'm very happy to be partnering up with Uplift Hair for this special series of talks for International Women's Day. So let's kick off with the questions. And as this talk's all about how to get into the industry, I thought it'd be nice just to touch on how each of us got into the industry. So going back around the room, Nosi, we'll go back to you.
Okay, all right. How I started, my journey has not been straight and narrow. I'm actually an admitted attorney. So after years of practicing, I decided to start my own studio, Chocolate Tribe namely. And the reason really around that was because I realized that as an attorney, I had the gift of the gab, the ability to organize things and to resolve problems. And I felt that the film industry, in a sense, in South Africa particularly, did not have full advocacy, especially for people trying to come into this space. And so starting this, studio was part and parcel of kind of like a fruition of a dream to consolidate and bring everybody together into the industry. So I didn't go to film school. I think I'm creative, but I did not go through the sort of like natural route that people go to, which is the film school and animation school. And and that's been my journey. And I guess also when you are in this business, it is about also understanding not just the creative aspect, it is understanding the business aspect, the legal aspect that comes with running a business such as this one. So my skills have kind of been consolidated within what we do. So yeah.
Lovely. And Amy?
So yeah, like Nosi, my route was not particularly straightforward. I didn't study anything related to film or visual effects, and essentially I came through the HR route. So I came out of university and ended up as an HR assistant at a supermarket. Discovered I quite liked HR but really didn't like working in retail. So I was applying for other HR assistant jobs, and I got offered one at a company called Framestore. And the rest, as they say, is history. I discovered a real passion for this industry and for the people who work in it. And I've been in the industry ever since.
Amazing. And Ria?
My journey, I did go to school, but my journey is a little bit different as well. I actually started in film school. I thought I was going to be a director someday. And then I actually, at the time, my ex now, not ex then, was studying animation. And I sort of became fascinated with that as well. And then a family member, I worked in the industry for a little while, and then a family member of my ex became ill. We moved back to the island, and me being the person that I am, wanted to still be attached to a creative industry. So I decided, why not? Let's start our own school, because in the small town where we were, there was nothing. So I actually went and took a crash course in animation, loved it. And we ended up starting a small school, kind of an intro level to get into animation. Years later, we split, the company closed. I moved back to Vancouver and decided I wanted to continue pursuing creative aspects. So I took special effects makeup. And then years after that, I ended up meeting Mr. Bernard, and I started working for Lost Boys School of Visual Effects. And my prior skills that I didn't know how they would all combine in one way ended up working together to be able to use my filmmaking. Both my parents were accountants, so I had the accounting background as well. So I did the filmmaking, the accounting, the special effects makeup, all the different ways that we can help support our students. And so it's neat how everyone's journey kind of led them to where they are, and all their previous skills kind of helped them get where they are. So that's my story.
Yeah, there definitely seems to be more than one route into the industry. Mine was a bit simpler. I was already in marketing, but looking for a job, and I just found a very interesting looking job on LinkedIn. And that was about 6 years ago, and the rest is history. So on to the next question. What do you think is the most challenging element for talent looking for an in to the industry right now? There's obviously a lot going on, but is there anything in particular that stands out from your perspective? And Nossi, let's go back to you.
So I'm going to get a little bit specific because we are in a different region in South Africa and in Africa. I think the biggest sort of challenge within our youth, art space is the fact that a lot of them are not necessarily encouraged to come into this space. So we are fighting almost like a psychological, war, if I can put it that way, because we have to speak to parents, we have to convince our communities to say, hey, this is actually, a viable career. And so we start there, and by the time you get the talent coming out of, for example, university or college, we now have to also prep them for the work environment, and a lot of them are not necessarily used to working within a sort of like a professional studio, you know, so that's yet another thing that we need to. But from a global perspective, I think the biggest challenge right now is obviously the shrinking budgets, which means training is not necessarily always a priority, even though we do need to kind of intensify that. Internships also kind of fall away because that also comes from that budget, and people are more focused on survival within, you know, their businesses. So there are a number of issues I think new entrants into this space are facing. But what I can say is, in the same way that a lot of them have used, for example, YouTube and other areas to create more content, we should be looking at innovative spaces to make sure that new artists are platformed into this space. And I think we should also, as companies or, you know, people who are working in this space to try and uplift it, open up more opportunities, especially for women who traditionally fall off from these spaces. So from a specific perspective within South Africa, it's the whole thing of trying to make sure that people see this as a viable career and don't treat it like it's just a side hustle. And then from a global perspective, it's the budgets, it's the schedules, it's and it filters down to the younger crowd who want to be mentored, who want to, you know, get internships. So that is what I feel is sort of pressing at the moment, but there are a number of other issues.
Thank you. Ria, let's go to you next.
Well, I know that you were speaking about South Africa, but I think even here in Canada, it's similar, or probably global, is the fact that a lot of people don't think of it as a viable career. So a lot of parents are reluctant, go get your bachelor's, go get your master's, and they're reluctant to realize this is actually a career that makes pretty good money, especially if you're starting first in the industry. It's pretty comparable. But yeah, I think one of the challenges is that studios always prioritize their senior artists and their mid-level artists, but they don't always put a lot of effort into the juniors. My job is obviously to make sure that our juniors are at a place where they can just start on the job. Our school teaches very focused programs. So like if you come to City Comp, it's 12 months of comp, or so it's very focused. However, when they get into a studio, not that they need a lot of mentorship, but an opportunity to grow and to move up. I find so many studios in the past, it's getting a lot better. A lot of the studios have their own kind of mentorship programs, but I do find that the students will kind of get stuck in a junior role or not have an opportunity to even get their foot in the door because they're more focused on making sure their mid-levels and seniors are looked after. So I think that's really something that we could do, is to give them an opportunity to push themselves and shine and see where they can grow and improve.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Nurturing talent, nurturing future talent, especially now with the strikes. I'm sure it
Oh yeah, that too.
Amy, anything to add there?
Well, I think it's kind of following on from Ria's point, actually, is the hybrid nature of work now, post-pandemic, and the vast majority of studios are hybrid in one way or another, means that it is much harder for new entrants to progress in their career. I think when everyone was full-time in the office, you know, you were overhearing, even if you weren't being directly mentored, you were overhearing conversations between other people. You were seeing how the mids and seniors behaved, how they presented their work, all those kind of things in a really sort of meaningful way. In this new hybrid reality, that's much harder. I think it's also much harder for a new entrant to ask for help. Even if you have the best mentor in the world who says, please contact me anytime you need something, I think there's a barrier because you can't see that person. So you don't know, maybe they're right in the middle of something, and if I message them now, I'm going to disturb them, or, you know, maybe they're in a meeting and I don't know, you know, I think there's a fear there. Whereas when you sat on the floor with them, you could sort of peer over, oh, they look free now, I'm going to go and ask them that question. So I think the hybrid world presents so many barriers to new entrants being able to progress quickly within the industry. And it's definitely something that you know, as studios, I know lots of studios are looking at how we can make that better, and how we can improve that experience for new entrants. And then, yeah, just to concur that it really is, you know, at Framestore, we have offices all around the world. It really is a global problem that parents, careers advisors, teachers don't perceive these industries, visual effects, games and animation, as real career opportunities for young people, and they don't promote them in the same way they promote opportunities in law and accounting and other things. So yeah, that truly is a global problem that we're all trying to battle, sadly.
Yeah.
Hayley, if I can also jump in, I think what's also added kind of like a spanner in the works is the whole mental health issue, you know, and I think the wonderful thing in one way with the younger generation, they have had, you know, the words and the language to articulate what they're feeling in that space. So that's been really wonderful because it's created a school of thought of how do we create, you know, a culture of inclusivity, people who are neurodivergent, and that's all been driven by new entrants or the young people. So that's really been great. But then on the other hand, it's also been, you know, trying to figure out as smaller studios, how do you also integrate that kind of culture from a financial perspective? You know, who do you get to come in to mentor people in relation to mental health? Because not everybody understands it. Not everybody's got, you know, that sort of like ability to say, okay, you're having a really terrible day today, go home, when the project it needs to be delivered the next day. So I think in one way, new entrants have brought an interesting dynamic and a new dynamic into this space, but it's also, you know, created other sort of like things that we need to think about in this space. So yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, all very interesting points. Thank you. And it's probably a nice segue now for the plug question, where you can talk about how your organization or organizations you're working with are helping with this topic of allowing people to break into the industry. Is it awareness? Is it special programs? Is it reaching out to education partners? Let's go to Ria to kick off this one.
Well, I am the education partner, so but as a school, I think I've been called the terrier by some recruiters because or the pit bull, because I just don't give up. For example, I don't know if I should use the company name, but there's a very well-known big company, and they were adamant, no juniors, no juniors. They can fit into one of our academies or our outreaches, but they're not there. We don't take juniors. So my tenacity, I didn't relent because I feel like our students specifically are very focused programs. So they're kind of, you know, they're really industry ready. It's not like a generalist program where they learn a little bit of everything. They're actually really focused in the specific area. So I'm very, I guess, pushy in a sense that I want to get our students out there and get our students' foot in the door. And I pretty much harassed one of the recruiters enough that they finally went up the ranks and asked, okay, can we try on just a few of these students and see how they do? So that's kind of, as a school, I think my responsibility is to really try and get my students' foot in the door as best I can. I know it's, and I'm sorry for any recruiters out there that I harass, but I really do believe in our students. And I think just getting their foot in the door is the best way, whether it's like, oh, okay, our school, for example, has a practicum. Can you please just take them for 2 months? They're very, very skilled. All you have to do is throw even an old shot at them just to see how they do, give them an opportunity in the studios. And that's, I think, one thing that's really, really helped for our students specifically, but any students, is just to give them a chance, get an opportunity, even if it's like, okay, we'll do a 4-week thing or we'll do an 8-week thing, just to get their foot in the door so they can show and prove their skills to you.
Great.
So encouraging new talent to grow, because eventually your seniors are going to retire and your mid-levels are going to move up. And then if you don't have any juniors, you have no one to fill those roles.
Exactly.
So it has to be a constant cycle of like, okay, where are we progressing? Where are we nurturing talent?
Yeah, succession planning and building the future. Yeah, it's very important. Thank you. Amy.
We do a lot, so I'm going to try and keep this as brief as I can because I'm conscious we don't have much time. So at Framestore, we start working all the way from primary school and we work all the way up, because Nosi made the point earlier that girls in particular count themselves out of the relevant subjects very, very early. So there's a lot of evidence that girls will actually count themselves out of subjects like maths as young as the age of 7. And they start switching off and they don't believe that they're capable. So we need to be, if we really want to make change in this industry, if we really want to see the right talent coming through, diverse talent coming through, we need to be in there and encouraging these young people. So we start at primary school all the way through secondary school. We have work experience, we have apprenticeships, which are designed to be a way for people to come into the industry who have no prior training at all, but the passion and the ambition to want to succeed. We have internships, trainee programs, all of that stuff. So we have lots and lots and lots of different ways for young people to come into our business. And when I say young people, actually, I normally say new entrants, because it can include career changers, returners to work, lots of people who might want to segue into this industry at a later point in their careers, as some of us did. So yeah, it's not just young people, but obviously it includes young people. And then obviously, in addition, I'm one of the directors of Access VFX. One of the pillars of Access VFX is our mentoring programs. So that's completely free globally for any young person over the age of 14. And they get an online mentor who is someone who's working in these industries somewhere in the world, that they can talk to about anything. They can talk to them about what they should be studying at school. They can show them work and get feedback. They can ask about entry-level jobs and opportunities. So there's lots of different ways they can use that mentoring relationship. So yeah, and then there's all the work that I do. So I do a lot of work with governments in various countries around the world in terms of education policy and things like that, because again, as we've all said, the arts in general are not prioritized by governments around the world as being useful subjects for people to learn, which I fundamentally have issue with, which I won't get into. So yeah, I do all of that work as well, and trying to influence governments to take this more seriously too.
Fantastic, thank you. Got some roots in other pathways into the industry in there as well. So that was fantastic. Thanks, Amy. And Nosi?
So I'm going to jump right into it, because we also do internships, we do mentorship, we do training of all different kinds. But the two that I'm particularly proud of, which I think I need to share, is really, so Chocolate Tribe, being the studio, started an event called Avi Josie, which is held annually. And the whole thrust around it is that we want to bring everybody, including parents, educators, industry experts. Last year, we had a number of people from, the big streamers also coming to present. And for me, what was important was that we wanted to close the gap between the proverbial, Hollywood or the international sort of space where everybody feels that's where you have to make it, with Johannesburg or South Africa. So for me, Avi Josie is really one of those events that kind of brings all the different talent, including the tech guys, people who are animators, people who are VFX artists, students who are just starting from scratch. So that's the one initiative that I'm really, really proud about. And we are hoping to kind of like platform it in different spaces across Africa as well. And then the second one is really an internal project that we do, which is training every single Friday. If you're an intern or a senior artist, or, you've been with us for 3-4 months, we really encourage you to stand up and share an idea. It can be anything. And that allows people to have, it's teaching them how to pitch, it's teaching them how to be confident in their idea and in themselves. So for me, that's really worked wonderfully. One of the guys who actually did a pitch last week was a guy who was at a very underrated college, and he stood up and shared his insights. And for me, I was like, okay, this would be great to actually have him share with his former college and other colleges to show the progression from when he started at college to where he is now. We also do quite a lot of work with, high schools, colleges. We go and do road shows. We go to previously disadvantaged communities. We speak about it. And half the time people are like, what is this? Like, I didn't even know that this could be a job. You know what I'm saying? So we break it down so that it becomes just, you know, part and parcel of, I really want to be part of this community. So yeah, I find this the most exciting part of my job, to be honest, to elevate the space and bring new voices into it. So I could go on forever, but I will stop now.
I love it. I love the passion. That's why we're all here, right? And I think what you said about actually having someone who's just done it speak about it, instead of it always being a senior person or a trainer or anything. They're obviously fantastic at what they do, but to actually connect on a different level with the audience that we're trying to target is really important as well. So yeah, it's very exciting. So we covered a lot there. So I'm going to combine the two next questions and throw it out to the floor. And if anyone has anything additional that they would like to add in terms of other routes into the industry or other support that's out there to help people just break in. Anyone want to shout out? Ria?
I was just going to say that the reaching out, I think that Amy made a really good point about reaching out to kids when they're younger, because I do find the mindset, not just male, female, although I have noticed an increase, thank goodness, an increase in females in our programs, which is great. Initially, especially the VFX technical director. I mean, even the title makes it sound very technical. It is artistic as well, but in the beginning, it was all men. Our class was all boys, and I kept pushing and encouraging we go to high schools, but I never thought of going to elementary schools. That's a really good point. But we would go to high schools and try and say, hey, this is a career, it's not just for men. And then gradually we noticed more and more women getting into that field. And in fact, no offense to any of the guys, but I do find that the girls tend to push themselves harder, and they also listen to direction. That's what the instructors have always said. Oh, I love having girls in my class. They actually listen to me. I don't know, you know, maybe it's because our students range in age. We do get, you know, quite a few younger students, but we do get students, you know, later into their years. So, but I do find with the younger students, they did say that the women actually will listen to direction, so they're excited to have more women. So I just wanted to make a point that was really interesting that Amy said they reached out to elementary schools, because I think that's where it's got to start. The mindset's got to start. The parents have got to be educated and that this is a career their children can go into. I also want to mention Action VFX. Actually, one of our instructors is very heavily involved in it. And from what I've heard, it's really, really great for students. It's an opportunity. It doesn't matter what school you went to or where you studied, or if you studied online, there's an opportunity for you to have a mentor to help you guide your way into the industry. So I just want to say that's really cool.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, maybe I'll create a page on the World VFX Day website with all resources. I'm sure it exists somewhere already, but yeah, it's good to have it somewhere else. But a really good point about tapping into younger audiences. I know from working at different studios, VFX supervisors and heads of that, and other artists and everything like that, they were always keen to speak at their children's schools and things, even from primary school upwards, and I always thought it was so cute. But obviously it's such a fascinating industry, and showing a breakdown to children, I mean, it's going to be so fascinating and sort of a wow factor. So yeah, get them in there early. Anyone else? No.
I was just going to say, Nosy mentioned it earlier. I don't think anyone should feel like they have to specifically study visual effects to get into this industry. Sorry, Ria, I know you run a visual effects school and I'm not trying to do you out of business, but as Nosy said earlier, so many people now just do YouTube tutorials. You know, they just pick this stuff up themselves, and then I think they feel that that's not good enough to apply with. And I just want to say 100% is, as far as my team, you know, I oversee a team of global recruiters. If you've got a good portfolio, we don't care where it came from. We don't care whether it's entirely self-taught, whether it's from a visual effects school, whether it's previous work experience, whatever. If you prove to us that you've got the skills, that's all we care about. So I don't think anyone who's, you know, at home learning in their bedroom or whatever should feel like that's less valuable education than any other form of education. So literally any route, but also there are lots of different subjects as well. I always every so often will do a breakdown of everyone at Framestore who's worked on a particular project, and I look at what they studied, either at high school or secondary school or at university if they went to university, and there are always 50 odd qualifications represented there, you know, everything from fine art and illustration to software development to politics to, we've had a couple of NASA scientists in our day, you know, like people come from all sorts of different backgrounds into this industry, and it's sort of, I think, what makes it so exciting. You know, it's why we all enjoy working in it, because we've got all these people with different interests and backgrounds who all come together and put this work on the screen. So there really is no one right route. I think sometimes parents are like, there's only one right way to get anywhere, and there really isn't. Anything goes, I think.
Yeah, I think that's great advice.
Sorry, if I can just add to that. The other thing is the fact that there's a whole ecosystem within this space. And so if you feel you're not going to be the greatest VFX artist or supervisor, that's okay. And you still want to be in this space. You know, as I mentioned before, there's a whole business around it. You know, I didn't think that I would find my space in here until I realized that there's, you know, the legal aspect of it. There's, you know, making sure that the business is developed. So there's so many aspects of it. So it's not, you're quite right, Amy. It's not just, you know, one way or kind of like a one avenue, you know, approach. You can go into different aspects within the production as well. And people shouldn't just think, well, I went to film school and therefore this is what I'm pegged to do forever. You can also be versatile. You know, just because you were a production assistant or you went into production doesn't mean that you can't sort of pivot and become a VFX artist. So the whole point is really the world within the VFX world is your oyster, and it really is, you know, kind of shrunk by your own imagination, and we want people to open that up and be what they need to be. So yeah.
Fantastic, thank you. And Ria, you had something else?
I was just actually, everything they've said, I was kind of related to what they were saying is that, yeah, you never know. There's so many different areas of visual effects and animation that people don't even think of. And people won't understand how some weird previous experience actually helps them in a different area. Like maybe you're super athletic and then you find out, oh, well, I really understand weight and timing and motion. And so you could be an animator or a effects technical director, or you're really interested in painting or, you know, cinematography, or could be anything. And then you find, oh, well, you know, I end up being really good at compositing because I look at the color and how everything looks, or you have an accounting background and you find out you fit, or a legal background. There's so many different, it's a whole community. It's like she said, it's a whole business. Everything, there's so many components that people don't think of, that if you're interested in this field, there's so many different areas you can get into.
Yeah, very true. It's a whole world in itself. So final question. So people, they've done the hard work, they've trained themselves, or they've gone to school, or whatever route they've got into to kind of make the first steps into breaking into the industry. Now they're coming up to looking at their first role. Either they're interviewing for it or they've already got it and they're just about to start. Do you have any general advice for people who are starting in their first role in VFX? Amy, do you want to kick off with that one?
I think I'm going to relate it back to what I said earlier. Just don't be afraid to ask the questions. Like, ask all the questions. And if you are bugging whoever's been given to you as your buddy or mentor or whatever coming into the industry, they'll tell you. And if they're not telling you, keep bugging them. You know, just, there really aren't too many questions or too many stupid questions when you're first starting out. And we've all been there, and we've all been that person. And honestly, it's, you know, those first few months in the industry are your opportunity to learn as much as you possibly can from the people around you. And so just take it. As far as I'm concerned, far better to be annoying then than be annoying 2 years down the line when you're asking questions you should have been asking in your first few months. So just take that opportunity and be a sponge and take it all in, is my advice.
Yeah, great advice. Nosi?
So I do a lot of talks at colleges about being industry ready. And for me, there are more components to this, but there are two main ones. The biggest one for us to be hired at Chocolate Tribe is EQ, you know. And of course, the IQ, which speaks to the skill, knowing what you're doing. And if you don't, that's fine, because that's something that you can teach. But EQ, yes, you can teach it, but it takes a whole lot more to be able to read the room and to understand that, as a junior, when you come in, your role is, as Amy said, absolutely, it's to learn and it's to make mistakes, and that's fine. But it's also to, as I said, read the room and see that, okay, it's busy today, the artists need coffee or this and that and the other, and you become that sort of support structure for it. And those are the people who do really, really well. The other thing is why we would hire somebody is somebody who does their own work. It sounds very obvious, but when you come to us and you're showing us a portfolio that is what you were instructed at school to do, or what your lecturers told you to do, for us, that's not impressive. We often will hire somebody who's gone out of their way and done personal projects and is excited about this industry, and and tells us also about their hobbies, because we can see that this is more than just you clicking a button, it's a passion. So passion is really important, which speaks to to EQ. So really read the room, do your own projects, be passionate, and be super respectful of the people around you, that they want to teach you, and sometimes they don't have time to do it, but they do really want to teach you, and your duty is just, to learn as much as possible, make those mistakes in a very safe environment. So yeah.
Excellent. And Ria?
Well, I have 2 points. One kind of goes on with the other comments, but my first point was they need to be able to show their work. They need to not be afraid of showing their work. I advise my students, when you think you're at the end and your reel's done, put clips on LinkedIn or YouTube or wherever, and ask for feedback. You want feedback. You get feedback from us. We have industry mentors come in. We, you get feedback, but it's really important to not be afraid to show your work. That's the one thing I find students, when they first get into the studio, are so afraid. Oh, I'm going to make mistakes. Oh, I'm going to look stupid. They don't want to show it. So it's really important to show your work. Don't take anything personally. It could be the director just doesn't like the color that you had, and there's a quick note about that. Or it could be, oh, I've changed my mind on this. Be flexible and be willing. Don't be so married to your project or your task that you're afraid to change it. Because I've also had students in the past that will be, no, but it looks perfect like this. It's like, no, but your soup wants it this way, or your lead told you to do this. So it's really important to realize that this is a job. Yes, it's very creative and artistic, but you are paid to do this, and you need to be able to make changes and evolve. So showing your work is really, really important. And I also think the whole EQ thing is a good point, because we can teach them all the skills in the world, but learning people skills is really important too. And reading the room, going in, we've had, different things have happened where students have misunderstood something. So it's, be quiet, look around, observe your surroundings and understand, and watch your leads and watch your supervisors and watch the other people around you and how they interact. That's really important too. We do try and teach it in school, but it's also something, it's just kind of a life skill that you need to know. So that's a really, really good point.
Yeah, amazing. Oh, I'm so happy we had this talk. I think we got a lot of great points out there, but of course, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to reach out in the live chat, and we'll do our best to answer those. But for now, thank you all so much for taking the time out to connect and help everyone learn and grow as a community. So thank you again, and have an amazing International Women's Day.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You're very welcome.
Thanks, Hayley. Thank you, Hayley. Bye. Thank you. Have a great one.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our talk on mentoring. I have a lovely panel with me today, and we're all here for International Women's Day. So thank you for joining us. If you have any questions, please do write them in the live chat, and one of us will get back to you either immediately or after the talk. So without further ado, I'd love to hand you over to our lovely panel. So we'll just go through the group, and I'll just start from, well, was that my left or my right? I'll start with Brenda. Brenda.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi everyone, I'm Brenda. I am a 3D animator at Jellyfish Pictures and I'm the vice chair at London SIGGRAPH. I've been animating for 3 years now, and yeah, happy to be here.
Amazing. Glad to have you here. Nosipo?
Hi everybody, my name is Nosipo and I'm CEO of Chocolate Tribe. We're based in South Africa. I'm also a WEA mentor and also a owner of Abu Josie, which is a social impact event. And happy Women's Day to everybody. Really excited to be on this panel.
Amazing. Wen?
Hi everybody, I'm Wen. I work in Ingenuity Studio as a compositing supervisor. I work in the LA office. Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you too. And B?
Hi, my name is B, and I'm working as a lead simulation artist for a medical company, and also I'm secretary at London ACM SIGGRAPH. And yeah, happy to join this panel.
Lovely. Thank you so much. So let's get stuck straight in. Let's go back to basics. What actually is a mentor, and what are the key benefits of being a mentor? Let's go back to Brenda.
Hi. Well, I guess mentor may basically depend on where that mentor comes from. It could be, in an event, at a networking event, and it could be just like a casual feedback moment. You can have a set mentor maybe if you join something like Women in Animation or Access VFX. You can have mentors with your colleagues and your friends at your education or at work. Or you could just have a mentor that you just reach out on LinkedIn or Instagram or any social media that you really get inspired by, and just ask them for their feedback or their experiences. So it can come from many sources, I think.
Perfect. Anyone else?
No, I think it was well covered. The only thing that I would add is maybe to say it's somebody who's also willing to give you time and opportunities, to help you with opportunities, because I feel like a mentor has to be somebody who's tangibly involved in your career and in your upliftment. So yeah.
Perfect. Okay, on to the next question. What should a mentee expect from a mentor? Let's go to B.
Definitely somebody who will be like open, right, to help. But also I imagine like if you're not available for this person for many reasons, you can still like shift the person to like other direction, to other people that actually can help in the field. So far this one, yeah.
Yeah, nice. Anyone else?
Yeah, I think mentee would want some like guidance and experience that mentor could share, because knowledge is something you could get anywhere, but like experience, guidance is something it would be best someone else who had went through all this could share with you, like how to deal with this and problems, tricks to solve the problems, and like how to provide different options to a client, something like that.
Yeah, a nice support system. So how much time typically is involved in being a mentor? Is it a big task? I guess it depends maybe on the mentee and what they need, but what's sort of involved? How do you go through that process with a mentor?
So if I can just jump in, I've mentored for women in animation, and I've done about 3 to 4 cycles. And typically I will do about 6 weeks of 1 hour each week. And it can be a session where, I present something to them, or we just have a chat about different things that they may be experiencing in the industry. So it's quite versatile, to be honest. But I think, as I mentioned before, it really is about giving your time. And the one thing I have to say that's very important in being a mentor is to have a passion for it. It can't be a transactional thing. It can't be I've got to do this because I don't know, it elevates my my status. It's got to really be because you want to be involved in this person's career and you want to uplift them. So I would say definitely it takes time, but you've got to give that time willingly and with a level of passion. So yeah.
Nice. Anyone else?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that, in the mentor time that you spent, it could also be something very casual. For us at London SIGGRAPH, we organize mentoring events like once a month in a pub in London, and everyone just gets together. We bring people that are professionals, we bring students, and it's very casual. It's not a compromise for the mentors. They can come in if they have time, and we do it once a month, every month, for that connection between students and professionals, between networking between different studios, and even students to get to know each other from different institutions. So yeah, it can be also very casual. But I love the cycles. I did it back in the day and it was really awesome.
Nice. And are you all mentors here currently?
I consider myself a mentor and mentee at the same time.
Yeah, I was going to ask that. Has anyone also been a mentee?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And I'm still both to some extent. I'm a mentor for WIA, but I'm also a mentee to one of the WIA mentors. I kind of appointed her as my mentor. She didn't know this, but I was like, I really, admire how you do stuff. So I think it's also a very kind of, it's almost like a natural relationship or organic relationship as well. I think you can't force somebody to be your mentor. It's got to be something that they are also willing to do. That's where the time comes in. So yeah, I'm both a mentor and a mentee.
Yeah, I like that. I think it's similar to kind of becoming a manager in a way, because you know how you want to be managed as a person. So when you finally become a manager, you want to kind of be that person for your team. And I would imagine it's a similar relationship where you're you want to nurture your mentees. I love that. So would you like to build upon your mentoring world, as it were? How many people are you mentoring at the moment? And is it possible to mentor more than one person?
I think so. Sometimes they put up a team for me for one project, and I feel like I need 10 of me to finish this project, but there's no 10 me, so I have to train these artists to work like me. And and in the progress they grew, and I didn't have to finish the project all by myself. So yeah.
And is it possible to have more than one mentor?
I think it's coming to this inspiration, right, that we spoke before. It can be, right, so you can be inspired by many people. Obviously, maybe your focus can be maybe 2 or 3, but you never know when those things will come to you, right? Because you might go, as we said, to the events, and suddenly you meet up that you'll be aspiring to. So you never know, I think.
Nice. And then going back to basics again, how does one become a mentor?
I was going to say accidentally. How does one become a mentor? I think it's similar to what you were saying, becoming the mentor you were looking for when you were, younger, or when you were, fresh in your career. So I think it's something that organically happens in some instances. For me, I was actually asked to be a mentor for women in animation, and didn't even realize that I was actually mentoring other people prior to that, because you just assume when you share your time and your advice with people, that's just normal. You know, it was only after they kind of slapped the label that, oh, you're a mentor for this circle. I was like, oh, okay, I've actually been doing it, you know, for a while. So I think you can do it organically, and you can also do it as a kind of a formal way, which is also good because it creates structure and all of that. So yeah.
No, I just wanted to agree with that. I think the way you start is by accident for sure. You start on maybe like a networking event and someone comes in and they ask you something and you're, you know, trying to give them as much help and information as you can. And the way that I approach it is something that I wish I would have heard when I was a student or when I was in their position. So I'm trying to give you as much information as I would have wanted at the time. And that's how you start. It's all by accident. You're doing it without realizing, and then you do it more and more and more.
I know you're all connected to different organizations, so this could be the sort of time where we plug those organizations, especially from a mentee perspective. If someone's looking for a mentor, how do they go about that? Which organizations can they go through? B, do you want to kick that one off?
Well, obviously, like I will go for SIGGRAPH. I will promote this one because there's lots of like events and you never know. And I think you should definitely like find it on LinkedIn as well, like lots of organizations, and start to following them, because you never know that some events will pop up, especially, you know, like during the pandemic was one thing, right? That was Zoom, but right now you can meet in person and on Zoom. So that gives you way more opportunities right now. But definitely I would go like LinkedIn, as LinkedIn will be like this place like to start checking the communities.
When?
I feel like the mentoring and thing is happening everywhere in our office. And that's sometimes it's like really hard to define when it's the mentoring time and people kind of, you know, learning to each other all the time. When you are mentoring someone, you could be a mentee, learning something from someone else, or even the person you're teaching. Like even a junior artist can know some tricks that you don't know. Like those kind of amazing times would happen. So yeah, that's the experience for me.
Yeah, nice. And Mercy?
So, I mean, I mentioned that I'm a mentor for women in animation, but I wanted to just share a brief story about, you know, another woman calling me a mentor, and I was seeing her as a mentor for me. It was an event we were doing in Johannesburg called Abijozi, which is a social impact event. And she wanted to actually start an event similar in Kenya, which, by the way, is happening in April, and I've been invited to speak at her event. It's the first time she's doing it. And she actually came to my event and she's like, oh my God, you know, I really want to learn from you. And unbeknownst to me, I realized she was actually one of the women or artists who worked on Lord of the Rings and, you know, just like amazing projects. So I always saw her name on, you know, on the credits, and I was like, this is amazing and all of that. And then she came to my event wanting to be mentored. And now we have a kind of like mentor to mentor relationship. So for me, women in animation is really impactful in making me a mentor, but also a mentee. And also there are a number of events that are happening within Africa as well as globally that we can, you know, kind of like cross-pollinators, mentors. So yeah.
Nice. Love that. It's quite meta, isn't it? Mentors, mentoring each other about mentoring. I love it. And Brenda, did you have anything to add there?
Yeah, I mean, I wrote it down because I really loved being a mentee when I was a student. And, you know, some of the stuff that really helped me, as Beata said, is that everything switched to a hybrid model. So they started a lot of opportunities to appear. So I just wanted to put them out there for anyone that's interested. London SIGGRAPH, as B mentioned, I'm not going to repeat it, but, you know, it's awesome. Women in Animation was a super amazing circle that I got the opportunity to join when I was a student. And it was so, so helpful. We also have Access VFX, which I was also a mentee for as a student, and it was amazing. And I had the most amazing connections, and it made me very comfortable about asking my silly questions, quote unquote, because there's no silly question. I just, you know, I was a bit more insecure when I didn't have as much experience, but it really helped me to open up and the Cape Academy, which they do online feedback every single week. I do it in a couple of months a year, and it's accessible and it's free, and you have some incredible people coming in and giving you their perspective in your work, and it was so amazing. So yeah, shout out to all of those that were so awesome.
Love it. And I'm going a bit off piece with the questions because this one isn't on the list, but it's just kind of made me think a bit about the benefits of being a mentor or a mentee. I guess what you were saying about, wanting to ask silly questions, and you're right, there are no such thing as silly questions, but I guess that can kind of tap into an imposter syndrome type of mentality, and maybe having that support network helps you navigate that a bit better, instead of kind of learning throughout the years that actually, yes, I am good at my job. Maybe this mentor can really let me know quicker that I'm actually on the right path and doing a good job. Is that what you've all found, that it's helped with that for mentee confidence maybe?
I won't say like other way around as well. Maybe you are amazing at your job and somebody has to like tell you like, and you don't believe in this. And then somebody like your mentor or your manager lead will come. It's like, no, have you seen what you've done? It's amazing. It's a brilliant piece of art. So this is like another side of this as well.
Nice. Anyone else?
Yeah, just to say that, just those opportunities of voicing your concerns or questions, it really helps you to grow and understand other people's perspectives, but especially like listening about their journeys. One really mentioned that you can get information anywhere, but their experiences and their journeys in their lives are so important, and it's so inspiring to learn all the different paths that people have taken to get to where they are. And it's really inspiring as a mentee to hear that. And when you become a mentor, then you're sharing those paths and those things that you have done that other people is going to find really useful. So it's like a circle that goes round and round.
Yeah, I love that.
I think for me as well, the thing about mentorship is the fact that, sometimes information or knowledge within organizations or studios is hidden, or maybe not hidden. It's not obvious to everybody. And when you've got somebody who is looking out for you, they're able to kind of like open up that sort of Pandora's box of information to say, hey, this is, how you do this, and this is why it's working, and this is why it's not working. So I think for me, mentorship is so important, to have somebody who's able to open those doors of knowledge, of also like people who can push you forward, who are your sponsors and can speak on your behalf, even when you do things wrong. They can sort of say, hey, she's having a bad day, give her a break, she's great at what she does. So I think it's just having somebody who's got your back, let me put it that way, and can see you sometimes even in a better way than you see yourself, because of course, a lot of artists also suffer from an imposter syndrome. We always feel like we're not good enough, or we can do better, and all of it. So it's always important to have somebody who's looking out for you and can open those doors for you. So
yeah. And Wen, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think it would be, I would love to just mentor my own team instead of somebody else doing it for me. So I know like what my team need, what kind of technique knowledge they need for this project. So I can do a setup and give them a kickoff, and maybe save the recording for other artists who would join later. So I think that's gonna benefit the project and the whole team.
Nice. And just general observation, sorry, I'm putting you on the spot again. I'm just thinking out loud, as it's International Women's Day, in your own experiences, and obviously, it'd be great to maybe find a study on this, but your general observations from your own experience of mentoring or being a mentee, do you feel like it's mostly women that seek out mentors or want to be a mentee, or is it a nice balance? What's your kind of thoughts on that?
I mean, personally, when I get to teach or mentor at universities, I do see mostly women, which is great. I feel like maybe they're more comfortable in asking questions, so it'll be nice to get just everyone to be feeling comfortable and, about opening up about their concerns or things that they want to know. But personally, I noticed it's mostly women asking questions.
If I can also add to that, I see a lot of women who are also mentors. I guess I don't want to stereotype us and say we are naturally nurturing, and so we want to help other people. But I see a lot of women in animation, and obviously by its name, there are a lot of women who are mentoring other women. But what I also find interesting, Hayley, is the fact that you also get men who are allies, who want to break that stereotype that they are not engaged in the process of helping others. They're too busy, they are like these whatever males who are like just go, go, go. So I see also a number of men who are willing to mentor, but most of the time it's quite a heavy leaning towards women mentoring and being mentees as well. So yeah.
Interesting. Wen or B, anything to add?
I was saying, like, I've seen more and more women in the mentor position, like nowadays. I'm so glad to see that.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe we can do like a global study on that and see what's what. But I know there will be an International Men's Day in November, so maybe we can do a series of talks on that. And then I guess finally, as International Women's Day, are there any other organizations that you want to shout out that you've mentioned Women in Animation? Are there any others that you'd like to plug?
No, I was just going to say not specifically a woman community, but for me personally, London SIGGRAPH became a very important place in the people that I looked up to, and there's some really incredible women, not just on the team, but on the people that comes to the events, and I found them really, really inspiring, and it's really great to hear about their journeys and see like how much they have accomplished, because it just motivates me a lot to see all these incredible women.
I was just going to jump in and say that maybe a shout out to World VFX Day as well, to you, Hayley, for putting this all together. I think this is an amazing platform for this very reason, that in a way we're also mentoring each other, women in animation. There's also a group here in South Africa called SWIFT, Sisters Working in Film, and they do a lot of sort of like production related, so it could be more in the VFX, but also on set, tackling of issues that may relate to women. Agri Josie, which is a sort of like social impact event that is meant to bring in a lot more women into this space and to nurture their careers. I'm grateful that you were able to actually invite us to this this discussion. So yeah.
Oh, thanks so much. Yeah, it's so nice to have the opportunity to talk to people in different countries and doing different things and just bringing it all together and sharing ideas. And yeah, I love all of that. But thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone else?
Can I do a shout out for my school?
Yes, please do.
My school is Academy of Art. It's in San Francisco. When I was in school, there are two teachers that worked with the students the most time. They are both women, Catherine Tate and Sasha Corellis, and they started this small studio called Studio X. When they let students work on like real projects, which were going to got released in theaters later. And Catherine is like the soup on the technical side, teaching students how to do visual effects, and Sasha is like the producer who got us the project, and we do like real life studio things like dailies, and we all ended up very well, the students, I think. There are a couple students are working in Ingenuity Studio with me. A lot of them became like lead soup, head of the department, senior producer, and executive producers. So I think the two teachers, they're gonna be very proud of us.
That's so cool. I'd love to hear more about that actually. And we'll drop some links into the live chat as well, so people can go and have a look and see what everyone's up to. But it might be nice actually, If you have anyone in particular you'd like to shout out, we could end on that. It could be man or woman. But yes, anyone wants to kind of shout out anyone that's helped them throughout their career or just been a great support?
Yeah, I'll shout out someone.
Please.
I'm gonna shout out my mom. Because I feel like for me, like, you know, that's my woman in like mentor forever. And she, like, throughout my career, even though she's not in animation, like, she really like pushed myself. And whenever I have doubts as a student or, you know, in my professional path, because it's never straight, then, you know, she's always there to pick me up. So yeah, shout out to my mom.
Love it.
I can't top that up. And now I have to shout out to my mom, but yeah. But yeah, I mean, to all the mothers, but I wanted to also shout out to Jinko Goto, who's done phenomenal work in the space in bringing in, you know, various people from different parts of the world, you know, people from Asia, people from Africa, Europe, South America, across the board into the animation and VFX space. So she is really an amazing person, as well as Camille Eden, another person who's just like, you know, a luminary in this space. So really want to shout out to those two women and to you, Hayley. Thank you for this as well.
Oh, thanks again. I'm not paying her, honestly.
I want my money. No,
oh, I love it. Thank you. B, do you have anyone?
Yeah, no, I'm thinking obviously like I will go to Brenda and Kate, that they are part of the CGRAPH. Kate used to be the chair of the CGRAPH, and I think when I joined, it was very inspiring, like to see a woman like and hearing her path, how she was, you know, going step by step in her career and what she's doing right now. So this is not like obviously mentor mentee, but I always thought this is like somebody like, you know, I look up to, you know, in the sense that want to be this person, like, you know, you want to like achieve the same or maybe even more, but it's good to have those people around you, right? That they always will be inspiring you to be better. And yeah, she was there for me always when it's coming like, you know, work related or private life. So thank you.
Oh, I love it. That is the official sign as well for International Women's Day this year. To
oh yeah, is it?
Inspire inclusion. So I can't top that either. I just think speaking to so many women over the past few weeks and for World VFX Day, it's been so inspiring, and men obviously as well. But as it's International Women's Day, it's just like this talk today is very inspiring and uplifting. So it's great to know there's so many different support networks out there and organizations that are trying to make a difference and give back to people. So yeah, kudos to anyone who's a mentor, and if you're a mentee, you're on a great track. And again, we'll share all the information in the live chat. There will be a blog as well to follow, or we'll have more details about other organizations. But for now, I think we can finish up unless anyone has anything else they would love to say.
Just one thing, I guess, for everyone. Just don't be afraid to reach out to people and ask your questions, because you're going to learn so much from anyone that you reach out. And the community in VFX, games, animation is so open to help everyone that you'll be surprised of the incredible answers you get. So reach out.
Amazing. Yeah, 100%. Love it. Oh, well, thank you again so much. I really appreciate your time. And you're all wonderful. So round of applause for you, and thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our talk. I'm very happy to have an amazing panel with me today for International Women's Day. My name is Hayley Miller. I'm the founder of World VFX Day. And today we are talking to some amazing VFX supervisors on their journey across their career today. So without further ado, I'd like to pass you over to the lovely ladies here. Let's start with Becky. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Oh, hi, well, thank you, Hayley, for having me on this panel. My name is Beth Graham, and I've worked in the industry for about 23 years now. I've been a VFX supervisor since 2021, since sort of mid-pandemic, really. So working mostly at a vendor. I've come up via the sort of 3D stream, so starting as kind of match move, 3D artist, modeler, the build soup, that kind of thing, into sequence supervision. And then I spent a few years out of shows doing pitch work and doing bidding in the new business department, before then moving on to DFX supervising and VFX supervising, which I absolutely love.
Amazing, thanks. And from Becky to Beck, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, thanks for having me. I'm Beck. I'm a VFX soup as well. I've been in the industry a little bit of less time. I started 2017. I started VFX souping 2022, sort of April. So I've been doing it almost 2 years now. And I also came up with 3D stream with lighting, CFX, effects, sort of more of a back-end generalist, and did the whole lead CG soup. I've worked in ads, I've worked in film, kind of done a bit of all of the things at the moment. And yeah, it's really great. I love it.
Awesome, thank you. And last but not least, Tara.
Well, thank you for having me. It's nice to be here today. My name is Tara DeMarco. I was the overall production visual effects supervisor for Marvel Studios' The Marvels, as well as WandaVision. Prior to joining Marvel Studios, I was at the Mill and a few other freelance places for about 18 years.
Awesome. Well, I'm super happy for you all to be here today. So on to the questions. First one, just want to take a look back into your journeys moving into a supervisor role. Do you feel generally that it happened at the right time? Did it happen quite organically? Or do you feel like with hindsight, you could have done more to push that a bit quicker? Or how did it feel in terms of the progression into that role? Tara, let's swing it back to you.
I did happen quite organically. I was at the Mill in New York and then the Mill in Los Angeles, and as I said, freelanced at a few other places. And often I would be asked to step into supervisory situations just as a result of a willingness to help. Someone would need an extra set of hands, and maybe I'd attend a shoot with them. Someone would need some image capture, and maybe I'd go take texture photographs. And that led quite naturally and organically to first leading jobs and then being an on-set shoot supervisor. So I feel like a general eagerness and enthusiasm is the key that opens that door the fastest.
Nice. Becky?
I feel like I spent a good time getting there, because I was probably almost about 20 years before I did finally take the plunge. I think, I don't really know why. I think I was never like a big advocate for pushing myself, even though I would do the sort of on-set stuff and the supervisory roles. I kind of almost never saw or never pushed to do it. And then it was sort of a producer that I had after doing DFX on Death on the Nile, Vera Zivny, and just she sat me down and said, well, what do you actually want to do? Do you want to? And I had always wanted to do it, but I just think I never really, maybe it was, what do you call it, imposter syndrome, but I never really felt like I should push for it. And I'm so glad that I did. I guess I didn't really see, and I think this is probably similar for a lot of women, didn't see too many or hardly any peers, other women, and it almost didn't feel like I was going to get there, but I did. And as I said, I love it now, and I kind of wish I'd pushed for it earlier, really, because there was no reason not to, just my own self-doubt.
Yeah, I can totally relate to imposter syndrome. I don't think you're the only one here. And Beck?
Mine was a bit more rapid. I started in the industry kind of late after going through sort of fine arts, design, other areas. And then, so by the time I got here, I realized I kind of fit in terms of the culture and the people. And I found that, I guess, again, like Tara saying, this eagerness to kind of learn and help out all the time, and probably, a sort of a natural element to lead. I was sort of hired for a mid-level role and I'd be a lead. And at the end, they're like, oh yeah, that you were the lead. And then I'd be hired for a senior role, and then, oh yeah, you were leading that. Or I'd be hired for a lead role and it'd be like, oh yeah, you were supervising. And so by the time it came to like getting new jobs off the back of that, a lot of what I could speak of was experience doing something, not necessarily a title that I had that came when I got the job, which sometimes is a bit sucky when you don't have the title, but you're doing the role. But it meant that I had a lot to back up what I was saying in these interviews and moving on. And I had experience that maybe it wasn't necessarily in the title, but it was in the actual doing. And the more I was like leading stuff, the more I realized that my passion was in sort of the people and the big picture and the whole thing and the team and the sort of collaboration side of things. So from that point on, it was like, I found it really hard to sort of go back into being the artist, just because I really am passionate about the team and the unit instead, and the project as a whole.
Thank you. And just thinking back, generally, your observations across your careers, how did you feel about, the sort of diversity element in terms of gender, especially as it's International Women's Day today? Were you aware of other women in VFX supervisor roles? Did you have any particular role models or anything like that as you were working your way through? Becky, can we come to you?
Yeah. So, as I said, when going through many years of experience, I didn't see too many women. But then there's a lot of women that sort of I do sort of look up to. There's like Leslie Robson Foster and Sheena Dougal, and then May Lung, who I worked with in DNEG for a long time. She made the she took the plunge and went sort of for production side VFX Super, and that was such great inspiration. And it is something that I always wanted to do. So I think just seeing that is possible really, really, really helped me, because I always wanted to be more involved in the overall, as Beck said, the overall project, the creative part of it at the start, the planning, all this kind of stuff. Really passionate about all of this. So it felt like for me this was the path that I should have been on. But I didn't see too many people. I did have other support, male VFX supervisors as well, Pete Babb, George Murphy, John Bowen, who were all kind of a bit more grounded than sort of, there were some supervisors who were big and booming, and I think that's what I didn't sort of resonate with. So then when I worked with other soups that were calmer and had very much a creative drive, I kind of felt more attuned to that style of supervision. And again, working with the team, getting ideas from people, of all this kind of thing. I really liked the collaboration that came with that. So I think it was seeing people of similar personalities doing it, as well as seeing women doing it. It was seeing people that I felt I got along with and understood their personalities. That really helped as well.
Thank you. Beck?
Yeah, I didn't, I'd never met a female VFX soup until I became one. I think that's how I heard about you, Tara, because I was telling people like, I really want this. And I think that you know, I could bring something different to this role in terms of who I am, what I'm passionate about. I haven't really seen a whole lot of my type of energy or, you know, thing. And actually Tara was used as an example of like, look, here, there's a woman doing this. And yeah, it's only really been since getting that I, you know, in terms of peers, I've had peers that are equally as like pushing for this. It's that once they've sort of moved up, not just into VFX Soup, but like CG Soup and all those things, and starting to break through that sort of level that it seems that women kind of get stuck before that a lot of the time somehow. That it was really, I guess, the drive that I needed to kind of think that it's possible. But I would lie if I was saying that I wasn't the same as Becky, and sometimes just like, how is this? Where is this possible? Like, where are we gonna? I can't see an example of it, and I don't know if it's possible. And I mean, I guess it is definitely possible. It's just sometimes it's a bit harder to see when you're missing quite a bit of representation there.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, representation really does matter. Tara?
I have a contrary answer. It's interesting. I've been lucky enough to have women in managerial roles, supervision roles, artist roles above me the whole time. I mean, I think my very, very, very first jobs, like PA to junior artist level, they were all men. But I really amazing EPs at those companies saying, no, you can do it too. And they were small companies. So it didn't feel like I didn't see a senior woman encouraging me. And then by the time I moved to New York and was working at a few companies in New York, there were women above me. You know, I started as a flame compositor, and there were flame artist ladies. And at that point, you weren't called a VFX supervisor in commercial. You just were the project lead, and we had women. And there were a few of us in my level, and then a few above. And then when I moved to Los Angeles almost 18 years ago, there have always been lady supervisors around. I know quite a few shoot supervisors that are female. I know other production I mean, I only know a couple that do my role here in LA, like the overall production supervisor, but I know a few. And we had a great group of women as managers and creative directors at the different advertising companies I worked at. So I think that coming through a slightly different path, maybe I didn't ever have the feeling that it was such a minority. Like, there certainly aren't that many of us, but we definitely have a camaraderie. And there are a number of us who have worked together and come up together and made different choices at different times. You know, someone might want to take a year or two to be with their family for different reasons or life reasons, but then that opportunity is always there. And I've been definitely lucky enough to recognize when I'm interviewing if the company has that kind of representation and to choose to go there. Like, if I meet a company and it's really all men, like everywhere, all day, everywhere, that might not be the place for me. But if I go and you know, I've certainly taken some lesser pay or some lesser role just to be at a place where I feel like I can really thrive. And then the rest of that stuff comes. Like, it won't forever be lesser, but the way in might start off as lesser. But I think that's true for many people. I mean, it's interesting, Beck, you were chatting about doing the job before you get the title. I totally agree that that's necessary, but now that I employ a lot of people, I think that's necessary for almost everyone. Like, you have to do some of the job before you get the title, but I love that that was your way in. It was my way in too. It totally works. If you can just, yeah,
it's a way. And at least, especially if I think like a lot of us have imposter syndrome, I would say, you know, you kind of prove it to yourself without realizing you're proving it to yourself, and then all of a sudden the imposter syndrome becomes less important because all you're doing is speaking facts. I did this and this for these people on this show, and then it's not a bluff anymore, because you did it. Whether you thought you were going to do it or you didn't think you were going to do it, you managed to do it, and that's how it ends up sort of propelling you, and that's quite nice.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you. I was encouraging to know that you work with lots of women, Tara. I don't think there's been a recent study, but I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. There was a study, and I will add a link to the blog article that I'll have on the World VFX Day website. But the study showed that there were less than 3% of VFX supervisors were women, and less than 1% were women of color. So this question's a bit of a big one, but why do you feel there are a lack of women in VFX supervisor roles? Becky, can we start with you?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's hard to say for definite, really. And I think, Tara, you sort of mentioned sort of taking career breaks for family and things like that. That's definitely something that it could be an issue. But as well, Beck, you were mentioning that there seems to be this point where, the amount of women kind of falls off. It's like where you start off, there's a lot more representation, but they kind of fall off. I don't really know what the reason is. I've spoken on my reasons why I took so long to do it, but it was always a drive to do it. Obviously, not everyone's going to want to be VFX supervisor, but then there's also, the department supervision, the senior artists as well, which are really important roles to get the shows done. You need your seniors who know everything of their department inside and out, that you can just rely on. Why is it just the loudest person in the room who's like, okay, I've done this, I've been a DFX supervisor, now I want to now I should be doing a VFX supervisor? Is that more often men that do that than women? I'm just not really sure. And then is it the having that much pressure on you as well? I don't know if women shy away from that, and then if men are more pushed towards that ambition. For me, that was my ambition, so I don't know why you would necessarily not want to do it, but it's definitely not for everyone. That's a very bad number though, isn't it? Less than 3% of visual effects supervisors. That's really a very, very bad ratio. I mean, because you see a lot of producers and coordinators, PAs, producers, that the representation for women would be a lot higher in that stream. So why women don't feel like their creativity is something that should be, the senior creatives on the show, why shouldn't we be there? I feel like I've not answered that at all, just given more questions.
It's a big question to answer. So without another survey, hopefully we can do one via World VFX Day and find out more about it. But parenthood, like you said, is a big one. We do have a talk on parenthood. Obviously, that's for all genders, but typically, especially women. So, Tara and Beck, do you have anything to add to this subject?
I mean, I think that I'm going out on a limb here, but Beck, I think you're a little bit younger than me. So I'm hoping that what it will be is that it will become more equitable with time. Yeah, I think that Becky and I are both of a generation where there really weren't that many women. I mean, I had some, but in the quick math, I can think of 2 out of 15 that were above me on my very first job. First it was 0, then it was 2, then it was 4. Like the number of women that were senior, that started senior in the, I'm just going to say it, the 90s, meant that it takes a long time to grow into the production supervisor role or even the facility supervisor role. At a certain point, there's years just to develop your eye, to know how to give feedback, to know how to work with directors. Like some of that integral communication and greater knowledge of the job takes 10 or 15 years to be super, super, super senior and be able to cover it and maybe have only less imposter syndrome. But I think that some of it will just go away with time. You know, not a lot of women were encouraged early, and they're beginning to hit the sweet spot of their careers. So I'm hoping that while some of it is, you know, personal and time-based, and, you know, maybe women are sensible and think, well, these are stupid hours, I'm going to do something else. But I also think there's a thing with, you know, I know a lot of, like, genuinely a lot of ladies that are a little younger than me and a lot younger than me, that I'm hoping we find equitable role titles over the next 5 years and 10 years. When I'm hiring, I'm looking to hire as a diverse team as possible. And we look at other resources besides just who worked on the last job. I mean, we look at Free the Work, which is the little staffing branch that goes with Free the Bid. The Free the Bid was an advertising initiative to get 1 of 3 women bid on every commercial that's produced. And it really opened doors for commercial directors. Free the Work is their hiring. There's another hiring site called Array that works with Brian Glazier and Ron Howard's company now, Imagine Entertainment. So really finding those humans and getting them into more senior roles and making sure they're represented in the hiring process is the first step to making sure that there's more people in those roles in the future. But it requires all of us on this call that can do the hiring to make sure that not only are we doing that hiring, but that our peers who might be male have those resources as well. Because, you know, you want the best candidate, and the best candidate might not be the first candidate that comes in the door. So it does take a little bit of extra effort to hire to those roles. But I think that if you continue to move towards those companies that are interested in those inclusive hiring practices and are willing to take the time to fill the role by making sure you're leaving no stone unturned and looking for candidates, like that requires effort. And filming and finishing are hard. And you have to have people in those management positions that want to do that effort. And, you know, Marvel had Victoria and then Danielle and now Jen Underdahl. Like, there are women in those roles that are hiring, which is why there's a whole bunch of women at Marvel. They were keen to have equity. So it's really our job as supervisors now to keep pushing that equity, and it will change.
Then, as you're saying, Tara, like we're getting more and more come through. Surely some point it's gonna start like leveling out, and you know, it's more and more. When I started in the industry, for the first year, like until I moved to the UK, really, I had only ever worked with one other female artist at a time. So there was just no one else. There would just be like 2 junior girls sitting there. I got here and there was more. But you know, then you get people who go like, oh, they knew they wanted to hire a girl. It's like, oh, well, I hope they just hire a good one, like a good artist, because that's what I, you know, want. But it's nice to see that there's at least more. We just need to support them once they're there.
Yeah, I think it's really positive speaking to you, Beck, because as Tara said, like you are younger, and just seeing that you got to where you wanted to be so quickly, that's really great. That you had a plan and you follow, you know, I think that's really, really great. And as Tara says, hopefully that's like a sign that things are changing with like the younger generation, and with you know, hiring and with managers, that you know, we women are getting seen more and are wanting to push themselves. I think that's really good and really positive. I think the way that you've gone about it and the way you've done it.
I think everyone here is super impressive. It is nice though, I'm sure you guys get similar stuff when you hear people who are like, oh, I was really excited when I saw you like doing your thing, and you go like, oh, thank you, I just really tried. And they're like, yeah, it makes me feel like I can do that. And you're like, yes, you can. Yes, you can. Keep going, you can do it. You can do it. It's hard, but you can do it. And it's encouraging getting that support from like everyone around you, that really, even when it's tough, it kind of makes it a bit worth it.
Yeah, and that segues quite nicely into the next question. well, this is the shout out round. You don't have to name names, but so I'm sure you've worked with lots of people over the years, but was there anyone in particular that helped you with that sort of key progression stage moving into a supervisor role? Becky?
For me, I think it was just doing similar things, like doing the kind of role as you're going along, and then for your next show you would be put on it. But earlier on in my career, it would have been sort of people like Pete Bebb, even Paul Franklin and John Bowen, who kind of pushed. It's fine to be like a lead. It's fine to be for us. For you're obviously skilled in your job. So like, if you want to be a lead, if you don't want to be lead, that's fine. But you can keep moving along. And then finally, before moving into VFX, when at this point I was like, I could see a lot of people who I'd trained years and years ago, and they were VFX Soup, and I was thinking, all right, okay, I really should sort myself out. And it was, as I said, after doing Death on the Nile, Vera Zavini sat me down and said, well, look, what is your end goal? What do you actually want to do? Because you've been supervising and leading for so many years. Do you actually want to go for that? And I really did. I just never had sort of, I'd almost like been waiting for someone to come to me, but she was very like supportive and going, you should just go for it and just do it. And so then I was like, yeah, well, it is what I want to do, so I should stop stalling and just push for what I want, really. So it's just having that kind of someone behind you going, look, you're doing the job really well, you should just go for the next step and just do it, really, if that's what you want.
Nice. Anyone else? Any shout outs?
I have to shout out Victoria Alonso. I have to. She's such a champion of women and of women in film and of women in visual effects and of all humans in film and in visual effects, and in having spaces for gay people and straight people and trans people and all the people. So she definitely supported me. She has a saying that actually, Beck, I was thinking of at one point when it was very stressful and very intimidating. She had a phrase that was, don't fire yourself.
Yeah.
She's like, don't, as panicked as you might be, just put your head down and reapply yourself, and don't you be the one that fires yourself. You keep going. And if someone's going to fire you, they're going to fire you, but don't fire yourself. Keep pushing. And I thought it a lot for a few years, and now I think it less, although it still comes up from time to time. I'm like, right, don't fire myself. She's been the most recent and best champion and mentor, and I'm so grateful to have her in my life. There've also been quite a few wonderful lady EPs. I think of Melanie Wickham, who's currently at Praymaker, just really great other women in spaces saying, you're doing the same job as those men. You go get it. Even if they weren't necessarily supervisors, they were just women that were a few years older to a few more years older across the career that have said, you're working very hard. You should go get that thing. And nudged me when I wasn't quite ready to nudge myself. So I continue to try to do that for everyone around me.
Love that.
Yeah, that's nice. I would say that I had very early on met Matt Estella, who has pretty much been like, you can do this. Like every single step, he helped me when I moved to the UK and didn't have a job. And every time I'd get to sort of a crossroad of like, this opportunity, I think, is presenting itself. Do you think I can do it? And it's always like, oh yeah, obviously. I currently work also with a friend called Lorna, who she's a producer, and she's like, we're like joined at the hip, and it's women like that who, even when you're in a position where you're getting talked over, that to just, it's the two of you come together and you're like, we know what we're doing, we know how we're hitting this on a production level, on a creative level, and we're so part of each other's process, and support each other so fully that you're able to kind of go for it, even when you feel like, oh, I'm a bit nervous about this approach or whatever, that you can still sort of ground yourself, go, I am this person and that's okay, and I'm going to, you know, approach this in this way. And having someone like that to just have your back is like, it's game changing, because you don't, you know, sometimes, as we talk about, there's not the most amount of women VFX soups, so sometimes you're sort of grasping, like, I feel like sometimes I'm a little bit in the dark, like I'm having this experience and I don't actually know who to talk to about this experience. You know, it's really helpful to have someone there to go, yep, this is happening, you can do it, you're okay, we're all okay, it's going to be fine. And yeah, it's really, really, really important, I think.
Yeah, empowering. I love that. Thank you for that. So we've spoken about people. What about tools? Was there anything in particular that helped you progress? Obviously, there was a lot of hard work involved and lots of projects under your belts. But in terms of development programs, courses, or mentors, was there anything like that that you can call upon to help with your career? Tara, can we start with you?
Sure. I have a slightly funny piece of advice. There's no specific tool, and there's no specific program, but I would say the most useful thing is being in the room and listening and paying attention as often as possible. So if you can be motivated to keep your headphones off and go into an office or sit in on a Zoom and actually listen to what people are saying around you, particularly about creative, because it's a call of supervisors, but to hear different presentation techniques, different ways of solving a problem, different ways of tracking that shot or painting that problem thing. Like, it could be a small problem to a big problem, but I would say keep your ears open, take notes. If you hear something super clever, write it down and have that as a resource to use on your own when you're asked the same question.
Nice.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what I would say. I'm a big watcher, and I would watch everybody. You know, like I came in as a junior, I'm working on Peter Rabbit, and I was like, oh, how is this creative director giving us notes on this thing? And maybe as a junior that wouldn't necessarily matter in terms of technique, but I didn't want to be a junior forever. I wanted to be a supervisor. So I want to know how they're supervising it. And then I would listen to the people who fixed the problem that the supervisor had pointed out. And then, you know, your thing gets really big. I even feel like it's even here. I made a book of my notes of like, also, this is from like back when I started in this industry, and it's even to this day, it has like little bits and pieces that I get to a point and I'm like, what is that thing that I learned like 4 years ago that might be in this book? But yeah, just I think observing, listening, and just not assuming that, you know, there's so many ways to do stuff. Assuming that your only one way is the right possible way to do a thing, you're just going to close yourself off to not learning. Just hear what other people have to say and listen. And you know, if people go a different direction, then that's fine. But it's all about soaking that stuff in. I think that far beyond learning a specific node in Houdini or something, you know, you learn that by watching and hearing.
Yeah, lovely. Becky, anything to add on that?
Yeah, I mean, similar really. I mean, it's all, you know, the software and everything are tools to get you where you need, but that changes all the time. And just having that wanting to absorb everything, and from like an early stage thinking about, okay, I do my little bit, but what's the bigger picture here? Where does that go? You know, if I make my little model, what's this little model for? Like, you know, just looking at the wider picture, I think is really great. And that really helps kind of, you know, move you forward and get a broader understanding of the whole process, like what goes into everything. How do things connect? Who do I need to speak to like, or if I've got a problem with stuff, who do I need to speak to? How do that just it's just the people thing, isn't it? It's just the kind of learning from everyone and seeing the bigger picture all the way up to the top, seeing how things are put together. And that's where you learn. Software changes all the time and evolves all the time anyway, doesn't it? So it's I've used Maya for 24 years or something, but things are changing constantly, and I'm sure it's not the same as when I started 24 years ago, but they're just tools that you can pick up. And if you're vendor side, a lot of vendors will have their own proprietary software anyway, so regardless of what you've learned previously, you're going to be taught something new, taught how things are done differently in different vendors anyway. So I think seeing the actual software as just a tool to get where you need, really. It's not as important as the team themselves and what exactly you're trying to achieve.
Yeah, I would also add to that quickly that also learning how you learn. Not everyone learns the same way. I certainly don't learn the same way. I'm dyslexic, so if you give me a big block of text, I'm not going to soak in any of that. But because I've learned how I learn, I leverage that so I can learn quicker and get to the point faster. And people, if you're aware of, hey, I'm not going to read, I can't read that in the time that you want me. Can you just summarize that thing? People usually are very willing to like go, oh yeah, got you. And then they'll give you a little summary, or they'll write you a dot point, or they'll jump on a call quickly and show you exactly how things work if that's how you learn. Because it's a lot easier to do that than send 20 emails trying to explain something if you're never going to learn in that way. But I think you really need to be aware of, hey, I don't learn this way and I do learn this way, and actually paying attention to that and leveraging it, I think, is really helpful.
Nice. Good. So thinking about future VFX supervisors, and any gender, but for the sake of today, particularly women, do you have any advice that springs to mind in terms of someone who's watching this right now, would really like to make the jump over? How can they go about that? What's the best route? Tara, can we start with you?
Sure. I mean, one of the things we've talked about, which is put your hand up, and keep putting your hand up. Whenever there's an opportunity, take it. Particularly if it's you're helping someone, because then there's no pressure on you. You're helping, you're learning, you've put your hand up to learn something new. It's a lovely way to try something, a new skill or a new role, without the pressure of needing to perform, because you're helping. So as often as you can do that, do that. And then if you genuinely want to be a supervisor, either vendor side or production side, I would say learn about cameras. Learn about cameras and lenses and optics and, the things in the physical world. We spend all our time in computers. But I would say there is a value there in thinking about real world filming, because that often translates to an audience. And that's something you can do in your own time as well.
Ooh, very good advice there. Thank you. Beck?
I would say also try your best to be bold and like talk to people. Like, it's okay to say, I want this. I found when I was coming up through it, people would find it weird that I would go into an interview for maybe a CG super role and say, my goal is this. I'm interviewing for this, but just so you know, my goal is this. Can you help me progress through this space? Can you help me? Because I'll give a lot to the company and I'll give a lot to the people, and I know that I care and I'm passionate and I care about the team, and I'll become part of this company very quickly and easily. But I want you guys to acknowledge that you understand my career goals are these things, and I want to achieve this stuff. And it's not necessarily that I know everything, so I should be a VFX soup. No, I don't know everything, but I want you to help me learn the things I need to learn and support me in that direction, not just go, oh, we've got her and she sits here. I'll make that clear from the very beginning that actually my goals are these things. And, if you're willing to invest in me, then, you know, you're going to get a lot out of me and what I can bring, but I want to be invested in. And I think a lot of the time, I hear women are a little bit more timid to go out and just say, this is what I want, this is what I like. I think I'd be good at it if I had the support in it. Can you give me a go, or can you help me through there? And I think personally that's how I've managed to move up so quickly. It's not just putting my hand up or sinking into a role that I wasn't actually hired for, but they all knew immediately that that's where I was headed and what I wanted from that. So when these opportunities came up, it wasn't a shock that I was there, and it wasn't a shock that I was trying, and it wasn't a shock that I was putting my hand up, because everyone involved knew that that was the goal, kind of thing.
Yeah, nice. Becky.
Yeah, I think that's really great, Beck, how you, like, as I said, being quite tenacious about your career there. That's really good. I think that's part of it. I would also say watch a lot of films, watch a lot of stuff that's been done before. You know, visual effects is in everything, whether it's, you know, you can't see it at all, whether it's just like a little sky replacer, it's in everything. Just kind of getting the bigger picture of what's involved. Again, going back to, like, if you are looking to get into supervision or leading, it's just, again, looking at the bigger picture. Where does my part fit into the whole thing? How does it all connect together to get to that end result that you see on the screen? I think that's an important thing to kind of lay down this knowledge of, you know, looking at sort of breakdowns and things like that as well. But in general, watching a lot of film and TV, I think is very good.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I have one more question before we wrap up, but I could talk to you all day. As this year's International Women's Day is Inspire Inclusion, how can anyone get involved in that mission to make not only the world, but as for the purpose of today, our industry more inclusive for women? It's quite a broad question, but what can really help women achieve the equality and inclusion that a lot of people are striving for? Tara, can we come to you first?
Sure. I'm just going to say hire them.
Yeah.
And as often as you can find a qualified candidate, hire them.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it'd be, I mean, ultimately, this seems so silly, but ultimately the goal would be that we don't have to do these sort of panels and go, how are we going to get women into the industry? or you know, or people of color, or the LGBT community, or people with disabilities. Ultimately, I guess the goal would be to have everyone's voice, and it's just normal. It's not even, you don't even think about it. It just happens. You don't have to then, you know, discuss it, and it's just there. It's just a normal thing. It's just a normal everyday thing that you see, and you don't even think about. That's, I guess, the ultimate goal, isn't it?
Yeah. I will say though quickly that one encouraging thing is that the people coming through now, like, you know, peers, the coming through is a bit more mixed. I find, even though sometimes it becomes a bit frustrating to like, I'm really like white knuckling it through here, and it's not an easy thing to be coming through and trying this stuff and being the only one and doing all this stuff, but being surrounded by people who were just like, yeah, but why wouldn't you be able to do it? It's you can do it, of course you can. Like, just not even thinking that it might be difficult, because they're just like, well, of course you can. Like, of course you can do that.
I must say, I feel that way at my job at Marvel. All of the other features and streaming soups have been incredibly egalitarian, and there are more women. I'm not the only one, but it's you know, when I've had a wobble, they've all come in and said, of course you can. I've invited people in and been like, can you come watch the sequence and give me some feedback and help me make it better? And they're like, oh, it's fine. You're fine. It's been wonderful. And I think that that has filtered down to the vendor teams for every vendor that's certainly under me, but I think also under them. There's generally a feeling of course you can. I just feel like we need to expand that feeling.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, totally agree. Well, I've absolutely loved this talk. I feel like we've got through a lot of topics. I'll actually have to make this a bit of a bumper edition. And I'm sure there'll be lots of questions as well that we'll get to. But for now, thank you everyone for your time. It is much appreciated. And hope you have a wonderful International Women's Day.
Thank you. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
having me. It's been
Thank
amazing.
you. Bye.
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 Hello everyone and welcome to our talk. Today, for this talk, we're featuring a lovely panel of women who are fairly recent to the industry, and as the title of the talk suggests, we are talking about being new to the industry. So without further ado, I'd love to introduce you to our lovely group here. So Alejandra, would you like to start off by giving us an intro about you, what you're doing, and how long you've been in the industry?
Yeah, hi. My name is Alejandra Painbert. I've been in the industry for half year only, so I'm actually pretty new to it. And I'm a VFX compositor.
Nice, thank you. Nico, let's go to you.
Hi, I'm Nico. I've been in this industry for almost a year. I'm pretty new too, and I'm a Houdini effects artist.
Amazing, thank you. And last but not least, Chloe.
Hi, I'm Chloe. I'm a production assistant and I've been in the industry for about a year and a half now. And I was within 2 different companies, so I'm kind of feeling quite fresh still because just, yeah, crazy going from one company to another.
Yeah, I'm sure the time flies by as well. So I'm really intrigued to know, when did you discover that visual effects was an option, and how did you decide which area of visual effects to get into? Chloe, can we come back to you? We'll go around the other way.
Yes, so I did an art foundation course after A-levels, and I just explored kind of animation in general. And then just having a look online, I found out about VFX, which I really didn't know about. So I just kind of went over the whole umbrella of animation, and I didn't realize that you could specifically go into VFX. But yeah, I just looked into it and then I found it. And then after doing the whole course, I kind of gathered that I was more into production and like helping the whole team work towards a common goal. So yeah, I think that's how I'm here now as a production assistant and hoping to work my way upwards. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, it seems to be a typical story that not many people know that you can actually work in visual effects. Nico, let's go to you.
So before I got into this industry, I was a multimedia designer. So sometimes I do like 3D videos for products. I was doing that, and I was actually learning Cinema 4D by myself. And sometimes I need to use like to have apply some effects in my video. And in order to do that in Cinema 4D, I have to download a lot of plugins, and those plugins are pretty expensive. So I was just looking for the ultimate solution for my case. And then I found out Houdini will be like the best solution for everything, and it's for movie. So I was like, and also my dad was he liked to watch movie all the time. So I was like, yeah, why not give it a try?
Yeah, love it. Here. Why not get stuck in? And Alejandra?
For me, it was like I studied animation and 3D art at first, but I've always loved movies and art, and I was like, oh my gosh, I want to do VFX. So then at the career, I discovered Nuke, and I was like, this is so cool, this is amazing, like this is what I actually want to do. So I did my research, and I ended up studying VFX compositing, and that's how like my little journey has been.
Oh, I love it. And before you started your actual first role in VFX, what did you expect, and is it how you expected? Chloe, let's start with you again.
So just like in general, like what I
Yeah,
expected.
do you have an idea of what it was going to be like when you worked in visual effects, and how has it kind of worked out? And you know, were you surprised by anything?
I think in my head, like when I think of VFX, I instantly go to like Marvel, which is just like a lot of the films that I really like. So I think I just expected everyone to be like really professional, really like everything's like the big world of Marvel, like really grand, really like everyone was going to be, I feel like I thought I was going to be really intimidated the whole time by everyone because they're just like working on like these massive films. But when I went in, there was just everyone that was just the same as me. And then they were all just like really friendly, really nice, and like willing to help you at every stage. So I was kind of surprised by that because I kind of expected like the opposite of just how big the companies were. But yeah, everyone was just really nice, and I think it just helped me, especially like being new to industry, just like get into the groove of things.
Yeah, I love that. I know it's such a big. I thought, oh well, visual effects, it's all done in LA. Surely it's where all they make all the big movies and that sort of thing. So let's move on to challenges. Alejandra, let's go to you. Have you experienced any particular challenges since working in VFX? In terms of, it could be anything from just kind of learning about the industry and the software and everything, to perhaps just building relationships, especially now that we're working remote a lot?
I think that the biggest challenge so far has been the strike that we were in. So as coming out of school, like I work into productions, but after that it was like we're in a strike, so you cannot really work on anything. So it was really challenging for someone like me that it's really new to the industry. And I mean, with it, like talking to more people and getting to know like more people and introducing myself to everyone, I think that has been the most challenging so far. But right now, I think that we are wrapping up that, so it's coming through. Yeah.
Yes, fingers crossed. It seems to be moving slowly, but we'll get there eventually. Anyone else experience any particular challenges? Nico?
Well, I think we always like facing small challenges every day, because like it's a pretty technical thing to do sometimes, and you have to like solve problems with the whole team all the time. And it's kind of challenging for me to do work hybrid and remotely sometimes, especially for new people in this industry, because you always need help and you have to find a way like to keep connected with others. I think that could be a challenge.
That's such a good point, and that brings me very nicely on to my next question about how it's been for you all especially. I mean, it's working from home has a lot of perks, but especially moving into a new industry where you're not necessarily in a studio full time, and you know the experience that you get from overhearing people's challenges and overcoming them, and just learning from being surrounded by people. I guess that perhaps makes things a bit slower in terms of your progression, upskilling, and even just making friends at work as well. I mean, how's that been? Chloe, let's come to you for that one.
Yeah, I think it's weird, but I don't know about you guys, but for uni, we were remote for most of it. So I think in a sense, I kind of got used to it, which isn't good, to be honest. But it's just like the reality of the situation that when you still come into industry, a lot of people do work remotely, and a lot of people are hired like remote, which is completely like something new that you could just be like, I don't know, if you're working in London and you're just like in Manchester or like Scotland, and that's just the thing, like you don't really see your colleagues like as much as you wish you would, or how it used to be. So I think it is difficult, but I guess we just find ways of kind of working around it. And in my last company, we would just have like little kind of sessions where we just like talk before we go into dailies or something like that. And it had that kind of like, you would just chat about your weekend or something. So you'd feel a bit better about not actually being there in real life with them. And then we'd try and make it like a thing to see each other like once a month, or come into the office like once a month, which definitely helped. Like there are loads of perks of remote working, but I do kind of miss seeing people. But there are ways that people are trying to like navigate that as well, which is really helpful.
Yeah, the socializing part is really, really important. But what about the development side as well? I mean, Alejandra, how do you feel about working from home and not necessarily kind of feeding off of other people's daily sort of work and issues that they're experiencing that you could learn from?
I think that at first it was a little bit intimidating, and I felt a little bit anxious because I wanted someone to ask about like the stuff that I needed help or stuff like that. But just as Chloe said, like we finished university, like online, so you get your ways, and I try to be always like as nice as possible in messages, and I try to introduce myself to everyone so that everyone get to know me. So it's like easiest to ask like even silly questions that sometimes we all forget about, like the normal things about the program or whatever we're doing. So I think that we have come to like ways to go through it. And for me, I passed from a really anxious state to a really confident state when I'm really comfortable about asking even my soup or people around me, like, hey, do you know how to do this? Or I don't know, any silly question. And I think that in my previous company too, like we had a lot of like meetings, like come to the office today and we're gonna have some stuff. So you get to know even more people.
Yeah, I think that's great. And do any of you use any other resources to keep yourselves sort of, I don't know, have you found a community online or any resources to help you develop in your spare time and that sort of thing? And also, do any of you have an industry mentor? Have you taken up any mentoring programs? Nico, come to you for that one.
Yeah, so while my strongest backup will be my colleague and my friends, I got from school, because I went to Lost Boys, and I think one of the good thing that we went to school together, and the good things about going to school is you can meet a lot of people. They have the same passion with you, and you see them every day. So it's like in a pretty short time, you guys will become really good friends. And once there's something I have to solve, or I have some questions, or I need some comfort to help, I just ask. So you always have like a group of people behind you, and like they either give you a solution directly, or they just like, drop you a link, and then you can just go to the website, figure things out. So it's pretty convenient.
Oh, that's great. And Chloe, do you have anything like that?
Yeah, so I started as like a board member at Access VFX, and they do a mentoring scheme, which I signed up for before. I think it was at my first company. I just wanted some guidance because I was quite new into industry, and I signed up to there, and I got a mentor from that. And then I feel like I've kind of milked the whole mentor thing, and I've just asked loads of people, but it's like I just find it beneficial getting different people's points of views, and like different stages in my career. And then I also went to an event and I saw somebody doing a talk at one of the Access VFX events, and I just thought her story really resonated with like the way that I was feeling. And I just messaged her, and now she's like my mentor that I go to kind of every few months, which I find really nice. And then as well, just like my team at work, just like the people above me, I find that they're all kind of mentors to me because they help me in my progression and everything. And I can just ask them, like, again, like the silly questions thing, and like they'll just answer anything. Like even one of the questions that I had, I was like, oh, like, when do we take lunch? Like, and things like that. Like, and then it's just like silly, but like I feel like maybe people don't know that when you're remote as well. Like I was like, when do I actually take lunch? Am I allowed to leave my desk? Like weird things.
Yeah. Well, there's no such thing as a silly question, I suppose. And it's great that you all seem to have a really nice network around you then. Alejandra, do you have any other resources that you use?
I think that also my teachers have helped me all along the way, and they always keep on checking on me, like, hey, how's everything going? What are you working on right now? And sometimes we even have like a group chat when I'm like, I'm in this production. So they're like, yeah, drop all the questions if you need anything. So I think that has been really helpful too.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. And I guess we can take this time as we're talking about it to do any shout outs. Is there anyone in particular that you would love to shout out to who's helped in any part of your journey so far? Chloe, let's start with you.
Sorry, if you hear rain, it's just started pouring down. So
that's the UK for you.
But no, so one of my mentors, she's called Alicia Huxtable. And she's really like, she's just helped me with so much. Just like, I feel like just talking to on a real level, like you don't have the confines of like your company, because she's at a different company to me as well, but she's still within production. And she's just so real with me, telling me exactly how it is, helping me with everything. And yeah, and she does a lot of talks as well. And I just find her really inspirational.
Yes, Alicia took part in World VFX Day as well. So
amazing. Yeah, she's everywhere. Like she's so good.
And Nico, how about you? Any shout outs?
Well, I feel like I need to thank a lot of people along the way, but I would say like my previous company, Bello, I really like it. It's like a really good company to start with. And I like the vibe. People are really friendly, and it actually give me confidence, like, oh, get into the industry and you meet all those nice people, make me feel like, oh, I can stay in this industry for a long time. So I think it's pretty good to have.
That's good to hear. And Alejandra?
I think that my shout out would be to Rosie Gavin, because she was the one that actually introduced me to my first job, and that's something I will always be grateful about.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, you never forget that. And finally, to finish off, Alejandra, we'll come back to you first. What are you most excited about for your career, or even just the year ahead?
I'm so excited about the new projects that are coming through. Like even looking at like the list of, oh, these projects are coming. I'm so excited to see like what projects I'm going to be able to work in. I'm really excited about things that I used to love as a child that right now are coming again. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it would be so cool if I could be able to work on those. So I think that's the most exciting part right now, to see how the dreams of that little girl are coming through, like through the way. So it's pretty cool and pretty exciting.
Yeah, nice. And Nico, how about you?
Well, just in general, I feel like really excited when I see some things in my mind become a real thing. So it's like, it's not about like working in the studios or working by myself. It's always good to, as an artist, you actually have a power to make things become real.
Yes, I'm sure that's very rewarding, seeing your work in motion, literally. And Chloe?
I think I'm just excited for just now that the strikes are over, just like projects to pick up, more people to come into like the company that I'm at, and just meeting everyone, because I just find everyone so fascinating, especially all the artists, just like their talent and just like watching them kind of work. But yeah, just more of that, more people, more projects. Yeah.
I love it. Well, I really loved speaking to you all today. It's very inspiring, and I'm very happy that you're still excited about the industry, even though the strikes haven't got you down. Onwards and upwards, as they say. But again, thank you very much, and happy International Women's Day. And hope to see you and meet you all in person very soon.
Do you want to say something to your colleague?
Let's fix it in comp. Let's put a big explosion in here.
Please state who you are and what you do.
I'm Federica, and I'm effects artist at Important Looking Pirates.
I'm Liz Lyons, and I'm comp soup at ILP.
Amazing. What inspired you to get into visual effects?
The movie Forrest Gump got me into visual effects. I thought the Lieutenant Dan thing was like so impressive, like where they lost his legs. I was like, whoa, how'd they do that?
I didn't know much about VFX growing up, actually. It felt something very far away and out of my reach. I never really considered that it could be a job. But then at some point in my 20s, I was in Australia with our working holidays, and I ended up sharing a flat with a guy that was working in the industry. And that's where I started like learning about it, and it sounded really, really interesting and challenging, and it had a lot of the things that I was looking for in a job. So you had to learn new things every time, and there was a lot of like international people involved. It was a combination of technical and technological aspect and the creative aspect. So yeah, all of a sudden it started to look like something more within my reach, and then I started looking into it, and yeah, here I am.
Here you are. What do you actually do versus what does your family think you do?
I don't think my family have a clue of what I actually do, and I don't think my friends know what I'm doing either, because every now and then I get like calls from friends asking if I could help them out with their website or with this app.
Funnily enough, similar. I don't know if my family knows exactly what I do, but I think they think I'm either an editor or have done websites. I've heard that from friends before. But I am a comp supervisor. That was the first part of the question.
You are a comp supervisor.
Yeah.
And you're an FX supervisor.
FX supervisor.
Are you self-taught, or were you a student in a school somewhere?
That's probably why my parents think I'm an editor, because I went to school more for editing. But I was self-taught. I learned just by watching tutorials and getting my foot in the door from an internship. So
yeah, I went to school for 2 years, but I would say that most of the things that I know I learned at work and through the experience and with colleagues and watching tutorials. Yeah.
And would you both say that like learning your jobs is actually doing things hands-on?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, but it's still nice to come in with a bit of preparation, I would say.
Yeah, of course. For sure. Yeah, I don't want to like diss schools and education, because actually you do. But you learn more on your first day in the job than you do sometimes in your 2-4 years of school.
Yeah. What was your first job in the industry?
I was an intern at One of Us. One of Us is a company in London, and I was hired as an intern, and after a few months I was promoted as a junior, and then I progressed from there. I remember my first day there, they basically asked me to familiarize with the edit, and I was in this room alone, and I was watching at all this like footage with the green screen, and I was so excited. I felt like I was let in on some sort of like secrets behind the scenes. It was really, really cool.
My first hired job was a company called Charlex. It was a commercial house in New York, still going, I think, maybe. But I was just more of like a runner, kind of like assistant, doing bits and bobs, uploading stuff, downloading stuff, rotoing images and stuff like that. So yeah,
that's amazing. You have to start somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
What did you wear to your first interview?
I actually wore a power suit. Yeah, because I had no idea, because I didn't go to like art school or anything, so I didn't know how chill it was. And my mom took me to a store when she's like, no, this is, you got to look professional and stuff like that. So I was like, what, 18 or something at the time? Walked in the doors to Charlex in a power suit, realized everyone else was super cash, and I was like, oh, I look like an idiot. Not that there's anything wrong, but it didn't suit me because it's just not who I am.
And Federica? Probably something like this.
You took the chill button.
Yeah.
You figured it out. What is the biggest challenge you had to overcome to get where you are?
My lack of confidence.
That's perfect. That's fine.
I'd say similar, actually. Yeah, confidence, lack of it takes a toll on you sometimes. But yeah, just working in the industry long enough, feeling better and better about yourself, hearing positive feedback, getting positive feedback.
Exactly. I think experience helps a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
Is it better to be put into a baptism of fire? Just get thrown into a project and you learn as you go?
For the way I am, it's probably the best way, because otherwise I would probably not move at all.
I agree. I work better under pressure.
Yes.
What is your biggest career goal?
Right now, it's to win a VES award. Yeah, I've always wanted one.
I would like to go on set on a movie like Dune.
Ooh,
But
that's a good one.
It's more of a dream than a career goal.
Do you think women are treated differently in the industry?
So I've never experienced that. I don't think I've ever been treated differently, but I have been part of conversation women that felt that they were, especially moms, for instance, not in Sweden and not in this company, but maybe there were cases where they had to leave early to pick up kids, or maybe started a little bit late, maybe the kids were sick, and in those kind of situations they felt that they had obstacles and they were treated a little bit differently. I don't think it's the same thing here in Sweden, probably because it feels like that the workload and the responsibility of the family is spread evenly among parents, and culture is a little bit different. But yeah, this is, for instance, a context where I've heard of women feeling like that.
Yeah, I could see like being a mom could be really hard, or yeah, someone who just can't work the normal or not so normal hours.
Have you ever experienced competitiveness among women in the industry?
I've never experienced it, but I've seen it. I have for sure seen it, but luckily, maybe I just wrote it off if I did experience it, but yeah.
No, I haven't, luckily. I think I've always had a very good relationship with my colleagues.
If someone tried to be competitive with you, how would you address that? Would you just talk to them directly, or?
I would probably do that, yes.
Yeah, I'd probably think about it, make sure I know how to approach it properly, and then take them aside.
Has anything ever been mansplained to you? Smile.
Yes. I have seen it in the past, but never experienced it, or just never really took notice of it.
No, I have definitely experienced it multiple times.
Regarding mansplaining, how would you advise someone?
I mean, I'd probably say like let it be, because it's not worth the time or energy, and that's probably what I've been doing. And that's
works for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably the same. But it depends on what kind of relationship and work relationship you have with that person as well.
Totally fair.
But I would normally try to explain myself and keep a good relationship with the other person. And then if I feel like hurt or upset, I normally try to communicate that.
Have you met any women in the same role as yours in your career?
Actually not. I've met a few effects artists, but no effects supervisors so far. If you're out there, let me know.
I think maybe on like calls in the past, 1 or 2 comp soups, but definitely female VFX soups I've met in the past. They're boss bitches. They're awesome. Yeah.
And you guys are too. Why do you think there are so few women in leading roles in the VFX industry?
No fucking idea. That's my honest answer. I have no idea. It's a good question, and one we'll keep asking.
I think there are, in general, fewer women in the FX industry at any level, at least not as many as men. And there are fewer women in leadership roles across other careers and jobs as well. So I think this is just, the VFX industry reflects what's happening out there. There might be a lot of contributing factors to this, and there might be a lot of reasons, and it's quite complex to analyze that. But for instance, I read something recently that I thought was really interesting and curious, which is called the Scully effect, from Dana Scully, the X-Files character. She was like a medical doctor and special agent, and apparently her character inspired a lot of women to enroll at university in subjects like engineering and law enforcement and science. And so that got me thinking that maybe we're just lacking role models, and maybe we're just lacking somebody that we can identify with. And if I see somebody, whether it's on TV or in real life, that I can identify with, so in this case like a woman, maybe I'm more likely to consider that career as something that I could also do, that I could also have for myself.
Do you think women are less likely to ask for a raise?
Perhaps.
Why do you think that is?
Because of the lack of confidence that we spoke about earlier.
Yeah, somewhat. Maybe fear of hearing no, or you're not worth the amount you want, or something. Maybe.
Do you think you're both comfortable asking for raises?
More so now, yeah. It's
Now you have more
time.
confidence, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I have.
Yeah, that's really good. Good for both of you. Have you ever asked for a raise? And if yes, did you get it?
I believe so, and I believe so.
Yes, and almost all the times.
Nice. What advice would you give to women getting into the VFX industry now?
Just don't get hindered by people's opinion, and just carry on straight towards your goals and focus on the quality of your work, because that speaks for itself.
Don't worry about failure. Show what you can do. It takes time to grow. It takes time to become more of yourself. Have confidence in yourself. Believe in yourself. And if it doesn't work out the first time, just keep on keeping on.
How long did it take you to move into a senior position? And did it feel like the right time, or did it take too long?
So I've been in the industry for 11 years now, and I've been FX Sup for the last 4 years actually. So yeah, I think it was the right time, but like we said before, I was thrown in. I think I was like in the right place at the right time, and I was thrown in, and I'm glad for that, because I would have probably waited much longer if it was just done to me.
I'm not like a 5-year plan person, so I just go with the flow, and it was approached to me to become a lead. It wasn't my idea, so obviously someone saw something in me, and same thing as becoming comp soup, so it was just a natural flow of things. So, and I'm glad it went that way.
What do you like most about this job?
Collaborating with people, just creating cool stuff with amazing people.
As an FX TD, I really like sitting down in front of the computer with my scenes and like messing around and creating like cool things. As an FX supervisor, I like as well collaborating with people and trying to create a good atmosphere for the team and try to enable them as much as possible to do their best, basically.
Because you're both in positions of leadership, how do you kind of mentor your artists on your team?
Give them confidence. If they feel good, then yeah, they'll pay it forward. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. No micromanagement, I would say. So give a lot of support and make them feel that somebody is looking after them and has control, but at the same time let them to have like, freedom to explore and develop and do their things. And always give positive feedback, because even if something doesn't look right the first time, a lot of work went into it. So it does have to be recognized. And also try to shield as much as the stress as possible from everything that's going on behind.
What do you dislike most about this job?
The lack of people since COVID.
Aww,
yeah, I miss people. Yeah.
Yeah, I love
that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably like a global thing, not just where like the current location. It's just it's a great thing in ways to be able to work remotely, but it's also not the same as it was.
Meetings now in the remote era also are a little bit heavy sometimes. Maybe the stress sometimes. Yeah, the long hours and the stress, I would say.
What is your favorite quote or mantra?
Memento mori. It means remember you will die, or you must die. I know it sounds gloomy, but it actually has somehow a positive effect on me, because it helps putting things into perspective.
Yeah.
Like life is short.
Yeah.
Exactly. When you're stressing out about minor things.
If you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life.
Oh, very nice.
I do.
What are your hobbies outside of work?
Right now, I'm learning to play the drums, work out, take care of myself, and socialization, those type of things.
The latest thing is ceramic.
What have you made so far?
Just a lot of similar mugs.
Are they all like lopsided? Like
no, but the handles are a little bit
nice. What is the best movie you've watched recently?
I don't have a best movie, but I have a best TV show called Boy Swallows Universe. I recommend it. It's really good. Really good storytelling.
Poor Things.
Oh,
yeah, I watched it recently. And really
I've never heard of that.
With Emma Stone.
Really never heard of her. No, I'm just kidding.
If you weren't a VFX artist, what would you be?
Like maybe like biologist or something like that.
I would own like a doggy daycare or like dog walking. And then the other one, I've always been into like forensics.
It's Mulder and Scully. You'll be in the lab getting the DNA, and she will collect it for you.
Enhance 50%.
That we can do now.
Would you rather work on a TV series or a film?
Ooh, TV.
Both. I don't have a preference.
What has been your favorite project to work on?
I think Arkham.
Avatar: The Last Airbender.
What's your favorite nuke note?
Fractal Blur.
Oh my gosh.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
What's yours?
Emerald.
I thought yours was Blur.
I just want to spice it up.
Spicy and fish. Well, ladies, it has been an utmost pleasure to speak with both of you today. It's always impressive to see how you're going to maneuver your teams and every show and project. So it's a pleasure to be your colleague. And yeah, thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cut.
Hello everyone, welcome to our talk with these lovely women. We are talking about being a woman founder in the industry. So without further ado, I would love to pass you on to our panel to introduce themselves. Christina, can we start with you, please?
Sure. Hello, I'm Christina Graham. I'm a senior executive with 18 years of experience working in the visual effects industry. Mainly, my experience has been working at MPC Film, which has been part of Technicolor. But recently, I have gone on my own to set up my own new VFX studio in London on behalf of a larger entity based in India.
Awesome. And Caitlin?
Hi, everyone. I'm Caitlin Young, founder and CEO of Alpha Studios here in Los Angeles. I believe this is going to be my 17th year in visual effects. I worked my way up right from a production assistant, intern production assistant, coordinator, junior artist, senior artist, mainly focusing on compositing and matte painting before I took the plunge about 10 years ago and started on my own, founded Alpha Studios, and 10 years later, we're still here. So thanks for having me.
Love it. And Nasipo.
Hi, everybody. My name is Nosipo Maketo van den Bracht, and I am CEO and co-founder of Chocolate Tribe. We are both in animation, visual effects, as well as content development. I've been in this industry for about 10 years, so we are, 10 years this year. But prior to that, I was a practicing attorney and had people coming to me telling me about their businesses and how to make them better. So I had a lot of experience in terms of developing businesses from a risk perspective. And so starting my own business, Chocolate Tribe, was really sort of like a transition from that and thinking I could actually do things better, invite more women into this space and, more people of color. So really, really excited to have this conversation with fellow founders and very, very excited. Thank you.
I'm very happy that you're all here. And I'm Hayley Miller. I'm the founder of World VFX Day. And Nossi, you kind of kickstarted my first question, but I'd love to go into more detail. So what was the catalyst for you starting Chocolate Tribe?
To be honest, I felt that there was something missing. I had been an attorney for a couple of years, and I felt that, I had this creative calling. In fact, I got a backhanded compliment from one of my fellow attorneys saying, "You don't belong here. You have to be somewhere creative. The way you think is not in terms of sections and in terms of like you're very, like you think outside the box." So that was sort of like an inkling into, hey, this could actually be, a space that I could go into. But I think the second part was that South Africa was going through kind of like a renaissance in terms of artistry, in terms of VFX and animation. And we decided, this is the space that we wanted to share with other artists within South Africa as well as Africa, because it's not as common and it's not a space that is, a natural career path. And to transition from being an attorney to, a full-on creative and an owner of such a business was really a huge leap of faith. But yeah, and that's my story. And the point about it is also that you come, you take a journey in the way that works for you. And so, yeah.
Love that. And Caitlin, let's go to you.
My catalyst was really kind of planted, right? A seed was planted at one of the few places I freelanced as an artist. And I remember distinctly, right? We were all, kind of hired on as a rush job, right? For a few things that didn't work out through production, that all of a sudden, right? You're fixing it in post. And I remember being the only woman compositor in a room about 300 men. And I just knew that I couldn't say anything, and there was really nothing to be said in those environments that could make a significant difference, right? Except a lot of unwelcome backlash, if that's right, if or whatever other vague reasons for my contract to be cut short. And at that time, I just knew that I wanted to do visual effects for as long as I possibly can, but I didn't want to work in this environment. And up until that point, I had worked at so many companies that I admired, and I was also offered a great opportunity to be a visual effects supervisor in another startup company in India. And with all the kind of options on the table, I wasn't really keen on wanting to go down any of those. And I think you also kind of have to be kind of fired up in a way, right, to kind of have those energy behind you of taking a great risk. But I do remember on one of my lunches, I was pacing back and forth, right, in the employee parking lot. And I just remember at the end of that week, I turned in my 2 weeks notice, and I haven't looked back since.
Nice. Sometimes it's just, you've just got to go for it.
Yeah.
And Christina?
It was pipeline and process for me. Those kind of things get me excited. So it's ever evolving pipeline and getting excited about the next best thing that's really going to work and really lift all the artists up in terms of their focus for the day, and working on the latest tech that's really going to improve everyone's process and efficiency. So that's the reason why I started a CG company in London for those reasons.
And I don't think we can move on without talking about Uplifter. I mean, it's your background and you have founded it as well. Would you like to just give us a quick overview of Uplifter?
Yeah, sure. So Uplift Her is a women's networking and mentoring community that I set up with Amy Mercer, who is a former colleague of mine from MPC. We set it up about a year ago, and it's career resources and helping women through their career journeys. And that's through a lot of things. We have our own community on LinkedIn where we share different resources about how to set up your LinkedIn account. We also share resources on different women on our podcast and how they broke down barriers to be where they are today. So sharing their journeys as well for everyone to have a listen, and also hosting events, in-person events, as well as webinars and virtual events. And that's around grouping women together, so at least there's some new introductions and new connections being made when they come to these events, and it's easier to break the ice when they know who exactly they're going to be introduced to. So yeah, that's a little bit about Uplifter.
Thank you. So I'm sure there's a lot of people who have thought about starting their own business, maybe don't know where to start. What support did you all have? What was the most beneficial, especially right at the very beginning? And Nossi, can we start with you on that one?
Sure. That's a really great question. I think for me, the support came from, my co-partner, who's himself, an animator and a visual effects supervisor. So I knew that he had brilliant sets of skills. And I also knew that, you can tag team it. When you start a business, you are the cleaner, you are, the receptionist, you are everything, And so for us, it was very important to kind of almost divvy up the things that we could do on a daily basis. And even in terms of communicating with clients. So the support structure was really the two of us in the beginning. And as the business grew, we also grew with the community, and we started going to, I was really encouraged by what the lady before, sorry, I don't have everybody's name. So in terms of Uplifter, when we're talking about events, I used to go to a lot of events where I would meet other people who had started their businesses, and that also, kind of boosted our, confidence in terms of that we can do this. By the way, we are in a smaller industry as compared to, for example, the UK and LA. So it really took some doing and convincing people that this was not a form of madness, for us starting such a business. So I think we got support from each other, being co-founders. We got support from, our family. We got support from the community who were willing us to succeed. And 10 years on, we've got 2 branches in South Africa, and there's talk about maybe, collaboration in the UK. We work with major streamers. And so I think the entire community internally in South Africa, but also our sort of international friends and artists have built this business with us. So yeah.
Yeah, sounded like a small army was helping. Yeah, it's very important to have the support in the early days, definitely. Christina and Caitlin, do you have anything to add to that about support?
For me, one of the earlier places that I freelanced that I still love, and I'm still friends with all the co-founders to this day, was Cosa VFX. And I think I was employee number 3 or something like that, right as they were getting started. And I distinctly remember, right, they were moving all their workstations from a home office or a garage office into their newly rented office nearby, and all the, intricacies and steps of setting up. And like any start of the business, right? You're the receptionist, you answer the phones, you stock the fridge, you have to sweep up at night, you have to lock up, you have to be the last person out and first person in. And I think that might have been my kind of very first inkling that maybe one day I could do this as well. And also with the support of a lot of male colleagues too, right? Who I think they understood the challenges and the imbalance of kind of the gender makeup in this industry, and all the ways that that they could help, and by giving us work, giving us jobs, passing on references, however have you. So those definitely help in the earlier days.
Nice. Let's move on to challenges, and Christina, let's go to you for this. again in the early days? Was there anything that was kind of hindering you? Did you almost give up maybe, or think, oh, is this a great idea? And like Nossi was saying, there might be a sort of element of madness to anyone starting a business, because it is a lot of effort, a lot of time, a lot of blood, sweat and tears. So what was your experience in terms of challenges?
Yeah, I'd say it wasn't easy, as like most starting up businesses, it's not easy. So for me, it was finding the right people on time as per the plan that I had laid out. Now, I had put a 5-year plan when I started, and I was very optimistic about my plan, but also very adamant about finding the right person to fit the values for the company that I wanted to set up. So yes, that was very much getting to just trying to find the right people, which was the biggest challenge. And then the second challenge is always revenue, and just making sure that you're not overspending to set up a company, or underspending where you can't quite get up to speed because you don't have the right people in place to set everything up properly, especially the pipeline. So that was probably the main challenges that I had.
Yeah, so it can be a bit chicken and egg. You need more people, but you don't have that money there to pay for those people, but you need that to bring in more business, etc. It's a bit of a tricky side to kind of navigate. Caitlin and Nossi, do you have anything to add to that?
For me, it was about kind of starting from the bottom of a roller coaster ride again, right? Because I was freelancing and I was used to working on, all these series and features and a caliber that I was comfortable delivering. Once you start on your own, you're, essentially a new entity, and right, there's not a lot of trust behind you, and looking for work and ways to build up your reel and your reputation. A lot of it was, by word of mouth. Because I came from an artistic background, I quickly figured out that I need to up my business acumen as well. So I completed a online MBA degree just to kind of balance out what I needed to know, and really, kind of putting on my Hermione hat, if you will, of just always hitting the books and then figuring out what I can learn from other people, right? Kind of from, either those who have gone before me or those who have started business, that are adjacent. A lot of entrepreneurial books, a lot of self-help books in the way. But it was, I would say the learning curve was quite steep. But then once you kind of get through the first hurdle, right, you're pretty much kind of set up for all the other challenges that's coming your way with this kind of pragmatic, right, kind of thought process, and just the determination, right, like Christina said, to just go through it.
Yeah, love that. And you kind of tapped into my next question, which is about self-development, because I'm assuming a lot of founders, they've got a lot of years and experience under their belts, so they're probably good at many things, soft skills and hard skills. But Nossi, I'd love to come to you and ask you, throughout this process, was there anything that you learned about yourself and you maybe had to develop in terms of technical skills or business skills or just personal skills? What did that look like for you?
It looked like patience and not pulling my hair out. No. I think just to sort of piggyback on the previous question, when you're a CEO, you're looking after the integrity of the business. You're also looking after the integrity of your, employees, your fellow artists. And you have to strike a really healthy balance, because sometimes these two things are competing against each other. So I think to then answer your question, it needed me to be very even-keeled, and to exercise patience, and to always be in sort of like a zenful space, which we all know doesn't happen every day. You have moments when it's all going off and this crazy client wants this at this price, and you can't do it at that price, and employees on the other side have their own set of issues. So I think the one thing that I've had to learn is just and I tell myself every day, it's about balance. It's just always going in with a sense of calm and understanding that it's today's problem, what you need to sort out. And as much as you plan for the next day, you need to be, here in the moment. So yeah, a great deal of patience, a great deal of learning how to pivot. I mean, we all know there's a lot going on in the industry globally. So it's really learning to find different ways to also empower the business or amplify the business, and just being culturally aware as well, because there's an additional thing where we've got artists from different parts of the world as well that work with us. Some also work from home, and others in the office. So it's that whole thing of being able to be agile and nimble, and at the same time calm, and just, it's a delicate balance. So that's what I've learned about myself, or the things that I need to continuously teach myself on a daily basis to be balanced. So yeah.
Nice. And so the next question I'll direct to Christina. So I'm, in the very early days, like you're saying, you kind of got many hats on, it's very busy, lots of time spent. But thinking about overall, and especially now it's a few years down the line, what sort of benefits has come out of being a founder, CEO of your own business? Has it given back a flexibility, any life perks in terms of being able to set your own hours, or just have this team as a support? How does it compare to kind of corporate life when you're working as part of another business?
So it's been, for me, communication and improving my communication skills. Because I've very much been a part of a corporate company for several years, decades. So there is all those politics, but you're meeting with the same people pretty much all of the time. So there's lots of practice there. But what I was unaware of was all of the different communications that I would have with setting up a studio. So that's been definitely a skill that I'm still learning and still trying to improve, but I've been able to meet a load of different people throughout my journey setting up a studio. It's even looking at studio space and negotiating with the real estate agents, all those kind of soft skills of negotiating in terms of that. That's been very different for me, as well as speaking to PR and how PR works and marketing. That was never an area that I really reached at Technicolor. So it was very much a learning curve there for me too. So I'm constantly learning and developing new skills as I go along. But the biggest one for me was the communication skills.
And what about sort of work-life balance? Caitlin, we can go to you for this. In terms of having your own business, as I said, it's a lot of effort, a lot of time spent. But what has it given back to you that you wouldn't necessarily have if you were still working for another sort of corporate?
Yeah. So everything that I do at Alpha Studios is very intentional of all of my positive and negative experiences working elsewhere. And, visual effects is notorious for, 17, 18-hour days and working nonstop, having these notes that seem to contradict each other, but somehow they all have to be incorporated in the next version somehow to move past this speed bump in a way. And I try to be as mindful of the people that are within the company. And I think one of the side jobs that I took at the very early of my career really gave me this perspective. Well, I used to be a technician at the Apple store fixing iPhones, right? And we'll be on a rotation of closing, cleaning and closing down and locking up. So every 3 or 4 weeks, it'll be a return. And I remember whenever it was my turn, I will put in the code and lock in the store. And there you are, you have, millions of dollars of inventory, the latest of the latest, literally from the mothership, right? Like from HQ, right in the back of the room. And for, all your computers and hardware and software and what have you. But that's not a company. That's merely inventory, right? And so the company is the people. So, those images and those nights walking up really made me mindful of letting the people, blossom in whatever ways are most beneficial to them, and setting boundaries and guardrails with our clients. So, I could keep my word of continuing doing visual effects, but in a way that was not kind of perpetually damaging and harmful, and keep grinding people to the nth degree, right, until they burn out and then hire additional people. Really being mindful of the hours that we work. Last year for the strikes and what have you, we tried a 4-day work week. And currently, I think we're still on the on-ramp, right, of all the episodes of the strike from last year. So work has relatively been slow, but looking at ways of improving self-development, like Christina said, right, a lot of it is communication, a lot of it is working through all the wounds and traumas you have carried, presumably from other employers and other freelance gigs as well, and how to have a trauma-informed kind of leadership, right? And really kind of see the person where they are right now, and really noticing their potential and highlighting the good. I think for myself, I really like having my own company. I mean, it comes with a certain set of challenges and many things that I never thought of, right? Like Christina said too, on some days I'll be, having an interview and have to dress up for it and go to PR and then mingle. And then in the middle of it, I'll get a text about another contract that came in, and then another, XYZ from, whoever else on the artist or production team, and then have to go to another dinner, and then have to catch up on my email, right, after coming back. But it's a kind of healthy exhaustion, if that is even a word, right? I feel good. I feel accomplished at the end of the day. I feel good building something that has taken roots, right? And hopefully it'll continue to grow, as opposed to mindlessly clocking in and clocking out, right? Just be your last name, comma, first initial on a long list of, things on a timesheet somewhere else. So I quite like, this works, this kind of work and life style, if you will. I know it's not for everyone, but for me, it's a really good fit.
Nice. Rewarding, it sounds like. Nosy, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I just want to agree with Caitlin that I equally love, owning my own business. And yes, it is hard. There are times when, you feel like, did I make the right choice? But immediately the answer is yes. I think for me, the greatest thing is really being able to empower the next generation. And I think as an owner or a co-founder, it's thinking about the succession plan. You can't be in this position for forever. And at some point, when you feel like you've amassed the information, the knowledge, the artistry, you need to be able to also pass it on to the next group of leaders. So for me, that's sort of like my, founder obsession. Who am I empowering? Who am I passing this knowledge and information to? Because it really means nothing if it's going to end here. It's got to keep going and moving to the next generation. So yeah.
Yeah, nice. So next question I'll direct to Christina. Looking back, is there anything that you would have done differently in terms of setting up the initial setup of the business?
Yes, I would have paced it a little bit more. I was very optimistic about the working climate, revenue, and just how fast things can go, and finding the right people. So had I done it again, I would have really stretched it out and taken another look at that and pacing it. So I have learned from that. So I have paced the next few years in terms of the creative strategy, and not to get ahead of myself too much, because it is a brand new studio. So we need to make sure that we build the culture and values as well, before we take on too much too soon. So yes, that's what I've learned.
Sounds like good advice. Anyone else have advice for those starting out, maybe their first year?
For me, I think I would have managed my anxiety way sooner. I think I had high functioning, but very kind of self-deprecating anxiety in the beginning. And the same way, right, I think I wanted everything to kind of all happen all at once. And life is more enjoyable when you spread out, right, all the ups and downs. And so that's what I'm kind of, and that's what I'm putting into practice now, right, with tons of help, tons of therapy, tons of strategies, right, tapping, right, kind of somatic meditation, really watching my caffeine intake, because prior to to kind of putting all those dots together, I didn't realize the correlations, and really putting my mental and physical health above any growth, right? Like Nercy said, like you have to have a succession plan of what's coming next and keep going. And I hope that when I get to that point, it wouldn't be from a burnout perspective, but it was, it will be from, kind of like a surrender and letting go perspective. And in order for me to get there, right, I really have to prioritize health first and foremost.
Yeah, annoyingly. Yes, going for a run for me, it just clears my head. I don't like running, but it does help. Nelsie, anything to add to that?
No, love that. I think for me, it's also kind of like maybe connecting more with other women in the industry. I think that's been so amazing because you share similar or the same experiences, and it's only sort of like in the last maybe 4 years where I've actively gone out to seek, kindred spirits in this space, and that's been so good for just me personally, but also for the business. And I would love to connect with more women who are, running their own businesses, and, to just talk through, even if it's about family, how are you managing your family life? I had a panel discussion about a year ago where one of the ladies, who's also an owner of a business, was like, I'm offended when I'm asked about my kids. Do they ask men about their kids, during these things? And those are some of the conversations that would be very interesting when we connect with each other. So I would love to, connect more with other women in this space, and and see where we have synergy as well, business wise, but also from a personal perspective to help each other along. So
yeah, nice. So we've touched a lot on challenges and a bit on the sort of positive side as well, but if we were to just say one sentence that was kind of, if you can, maybe two, just about the positive change that you've seen either for yourself or those around you since you've founded your own business, what would that be? Caitlin, can we go to you first?
Yeah, the first thing that came to mind is the privilege to pick and choose your clients if you are in that position to do so, and really find kindred spirits and people who are also prioritizing the same things that you're prioritizing, and the people who are mindful of the guardrails and the boundaries and are taking care of the people that they're also working with and reporting to. So that's been the biggest positive change.
Nice. Christina?
I'm piggybacking on Caitlin, exactly that. It's just having the ability to review work that comes through and be able to say if it actually fits into the studio, we've got enough resources, and that's something or somebody we want to work with. So yes. Yeah. Same.
And Nossi?
For me, it's been other women coming up to me saying, or I guess to also other women saying, because of you, I've started my own business, or I believe in myself. So for me, that's really, really been amazing, because the whole point is really that other people catch the fire and we expand and we show the fact that, we can do this and we don't have to be apologetic about it. So I really enjoy that. And I love the conversations where women are no longer apologizing for being drivers, for being focused, for being, even breadwinners, if I can put it that way, and, dealing with what they need to do in this space. So I love that energy, and I'm rooting for all the women who are starting their own businesses, wherever those businesses are. So yeah.
Love that. It ties in very nicely with this year's International Women's Day theme, which is Inspire Inclusion. And this is the official little hand sign for that. It changes every year. Thank you for joining in there. So to finish off, I'd love to just go around and just ask, what's next for your businesses? What are you excited about that's coming up? Let's go to Christina first.
I'm excited for new projects to come through to really stretch everybody's skills with the artists that we've got currently in-house, and yeah, take it from there.
Good. And Caitlin?
I'm excited for us to kind of get to this middle stretch where we don't have union and strike talks every other week. I was pleasantly surprised, right, to learn that at least in the US, visual effects, is within IATSE, albeit a very small group, as we just started a few months ago. I didn't think this would happen within my lifetime, and I'm looking forward to how all this will expand for the US and beyond.
Yeah, it's very interesting times. I want to learn much more about the unions this year as well. And Nossi?
Definitely agree with Christina and Caitlin. For me, it's new projects. It's also the thing that always just gets me giddy is when I sign an appointment letter for a new artist joining us. And it tells me that the industry is growing and we are including fresh talent, the new generation, and the next set of people in this space. So really, really looking forward to that, and to attend more events so we can do this where we talk to each other and we connect. So really, really thrilled.
Oh, thank you so much, everyone. I thoroughly enjoyed this chat, and you're all inspiring to me. So, and hopefully to everyone watching today and beyond. So I really want to thank you for your time.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you for setting this up. It's great.
Oh, you're very welcome. Have a fantastic International Women's Day and weekend.
Will do, likewise.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye then. Bye. Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to International Women's Day. I am very pleased to have Charmaine Chan with me today. Welcome, Charmaine.
Thank you.
I have a series of questions for you that I've kind of just given to you. So hopefully we can kind of just go through it as just a bit of a chat, really, and love to find out more about you. So let's get stuck straight in. Would you mind just giving our viewers a little intro to yourself?
Yeah, so my name is Charmaine Chan. I'm currently an associate VFX supervisor at Industrial Light and Magic. I've been at the company for 17 years now. I've kind of gone through a change of roles from technical to creative to supervisory roles. And I was actually born and raised in Hawaii and moved to California, where I did my studies at the University of California in Irvine. I was a art major during that time, focused specifically on kind of photography and video production. But back then, everything was still, you'd be shooting with film, or idea of doing like digital video and green screen wasn't as common, but was just getting started. So it's been quite interesting seeing the change of technology through the years. But yeah, like I mentioned, I originally started ILM in a more technical role, which was as a digital resource assistant. It's kind of like what technical assistants are. You did a lot of data management, vendor wrangling, things like that. And then, kind of learned a lot about the pipeline that way. To me, the pipeline is very important, but it's also such a great way to learn about all the different disciplines. And so through that role, I was able to, sit down and meet and talk to, layout supervisors, animation supervisors, basically the whole breadth of different departments. And it gave me the chance to just like really hone in and realize that like 2D was what I wanted to focus on. I did motion graphics in the past as well. And so compositing felt like a natural fit. And, it was when I had the chance to work with a bunch of comp supervisors in ILM and help them develop tools and their processes that really gave me the chance to dive into compositing, which is what I focused on for many years before eventually getting into more supervisory roles.
Nice. Well, I'm super happy to have you here today and having this one-to-one, because I'm sure that you're very inspiring for women in VFX. Not only are you a woman, you are part of the LGBTQ plus community and a woman of color. And a study that was done a couple of years ago, and I'll put the link to that in the live chat, found that there are less than 3% of women in VFX supervisor roles and less than 1% are women of color. It's a big question, but how can we encourage more women to join the industry or move into more senior roles?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one that I think a lot of us have been trying to, figure out. We've had lots of conversations about it. And, I think it's more than just a gender issue, right? There's a lot about the visual effects industry that is not exactly healthy, like the long hours and, working basically until you drop dead, which is not ideal. It's just, not good for anyone's mental health. But at the same time, I think we should to create environments that's both, supportive and also giving a bit more work-life balance, because, to me, a lot of times I see artists working till like late in the evening, and I'm just like, your results are actually worse than if you actually had worked 8 hours a day, right? Like, I want you to have proper sleep and come back in the morning fresh with new eyes. And I feel like that's when the best work comes out. And, I think women are just more in tune to that. We don't want to, just like take on long hours. It's like, we know that we need to rest and we need to come back. Let's work out there. And so I think if we create environments where we're able to, promote that and, just give them the chance to breathe and create their artistry, I think more women are more likely to stay. So a huge part of, the environment and company that I've been at with ILM was, creating that type of environment where they feel like they can stop when they need to stop and they can actually voice it, It's not a, one-way streak of just being told what to do and you do the work. It's a two-way streak where everyone is communicative of what their needs are. So I think the more open we are about, what our needs are, then I think we'll be able to create those environments.
Yeah, I love that. It's so spot on. And hopefully talks like this, being in the public as well, will help encourage those conversations more and make a change. So flipping it back to the other way, who or what inspired you to get into VFX?
Oh, that's a good question. I actually feel like I never directly was trying to get into visual effects. I think, throughout my studies and actually even growing up, I've always been a huge, fan of both art and technology. And I never knew like what was that industry that combined both of it. I mean, when I first started off, I kind of was more on the computer science side, and going to university and studying art was quite new to me. And seeing both sides of things, I was like, oh, there's actually a world where I could possibly do, you know, a little bit of programming here, but also create beautiful imagery. And so I thought I was going to go more into web design and development. And it just so happened that I had friends who worked in the industry and was like, have you ever considered, you know, doing visual effects or even motion graphics? And I started like poking into it, talking to people. And don't get me wrong, like I grew up on, you know, a lot of the typical films of like Jurassic Park and E.T. and those were always like, they wowed me, but I never, you know, was like, oh my God, that's what I want to do specifically. I think it was, you know, as I learned more about the film industry, the TV industry, and what it takes to create things, that I was like, oh, this is a really nice combination of art and technology. And so for me, I feel like I was a later bloomer when it comes to visual effects. I slowly like worked my way into really understanding what the industry was all about. But once I got into the industry, I was just like, you know, especially as working at LM with its 40, 50 years of history, you know, I got to work alongside, you know, it's like Dennis Mirren, John Knoll, like I'm learning from the people who essentially, you know, created the visual effects world. And they're so willing to share all that knowledge and information. And I think that's like really key to, you know, your growth within the industry. It's like you surround yourself with people you can learn from and find people who are willing to teach. And there's a lot of them, right? People are so willing to share information and knowledge and their experience. And if you can find those people and latch onto them, I think, you know, anyone can start from no background information about visual effects and become someone who can be very well, you know, talented within the industry.
Yeah. And that brings me on very nicely to my next question about mentors. Did you have any specific mentors or a support network along the way, especially in the early days?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's cheesy to say, but my mom has been a huge supporter and mentor for me. It's like I mean, I come from like a Chinese family that's quite traditional sometimes. Like my father very much wanted me to go into the sciences. Like a lot of my older cousins got into tech and they're working at like the big tech companies like Microsoft, Amazon, etc. And he was like trying to push me in that direction. And when I mentioned that I wanted to do art instead, my mom was like definitely my big supporter, where she's all like, trust your daughter. She knows what, you know, she wants to do. And she's always been extremely supportive in like whichever direction I've been going. And specifically with this industry, she's like, she knew there was like a potential there. So, you know, a big shout out to my mom without a doubt. But in terms of people within the industry itself, you know, it's interesting because I wish I can just like list off all the like women in the industry that I've met along the way, which are absolutely huge inspirations for me. But I feel like when I first started, it was very difficult to actually find them, which is why to me it's very important, you know, to have that visibility and to show that representation, because I definitely felt very alone when I first started. And it wasn't until, you know, as I started working more years and being put on different projects that I was like, oh wait, there's one CG supervisor there who's a woman, or like, oh, there's a layout soup over there who happens to be an Asian woman. You know, like they're there. They just don't tend to be the ones who are spotlighted, right? They're the ones who are like doing all the hard work behind the scenes and are never given the chance to be up in the front. And the moment I, you know, discovered more and more women in the company, let alone in the industry, I was just like, wow, we really need to do something that just like highlights them a lot more, because again, they're doing such incredible work. And, you know, to me, there's folks like, when I first started, there was Polly Yang, who was a CG supervisor, and Kaori, who was also another CG tech soup. And, you know, I kind of latch onto them to be like, oh, what are you guys doing? And trying to like learn off of them. And there's definitely a sense of, you know, camaraderie once you do find your community. And it's been something that I've been trying to expand and grow even more, you know, depending on if I was in San Francisco or now I'm in London, just something that I think we need to actively continue to grow.
Yes, I agree. And I have a question on that later on. But for now, going back to your role now, you are an associate VFX supervisor. Is it quite different to your previous role as compositing and virtual production supervisor?
Somewhat. I think one thing great about kind of, rising up the ranks within ILM is that you do get your hands on different things out of your, typical department. And so I think I'm the kind of person where I want to learn every nook and cranny of how different departments work, because at the end of the day, we all feed into, the same final product. And to me, being able to understand how one leads to another is super important. And so even though I was specifically, a compositing supervisor or a virtual production supervisor, I still was keen to work with all the other departments. And so I think, as a VFX soup, you're the one who's working with every single department, making sure everything is moving along as expected. So it wasn't a huge surprise when I got into that new role. I was kind of already doing that before, just not in the official title way. And so to me, once again, it's super important to work, cross discipline and understand how each department works, which, it's a continuous learning situation. I feel like there's never an end, right? Like, even though I might have focused on compositing or 2D, like there's always new things to learn about that discipline, and same goes for any other discipline. And to me, it's like, if I'm not constantly learning, then I don't feel like it's a place for me to stay. And I think that says a lot to the environment that ILM has created, because I feel like every step of the way, I've been learning new things and been given new responsibilities and things to try. I mean, virtual production, even though we've been doing it for a while, specifically for real-time rendering and using LED walls, that's now become more common practice. But when I first did it for Mandalorian season 1, we had no idea what we were doing. They were like, we think we need a compositor on set, but what you'll be doing exactly, don't know. And it was quite fun, because we were essentially creating the roles that are now needed for every virtual production set. And I love that type of, creative problem solving and troubleshooting that ILM very much, pushes for with a lot of their artists and people who work at the company.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of troubleshooting.
Yes.
So just sticking with virtual production for this next question, because it's been around for a while now, but some may say it's still seen as fairly new on the scene with VFX. What has this new technology and tool given to you in terms of your own career and progression, skills, etc.?
Yeah, I think the great thing about virtual production is that it puts visual effects, which is usually a post-process, in the more pre-production and actual production part of a whole filmmaking process. I mean, virtual production for us has always been about, a giant tool set for creatives like directors to be able to, either block things out by wearing a headset or using, an iPad virtual camera to start blocking their shot. We have a lot of different forms and tools of virtual production, and they can go from small things to big things like the LED volumes that I mentioned earlier before. To me, I just feel like, I, coming from the compositing background, I'm so used to being at the literal end step of the process, to now being at the beginning has been completely life-changing for me. I can now actually engage in how the shots may look, to sometimes to a certain degree, where what we would think originally would be a post visual effect shot is now something we can just get in camera, which is amazing. And being able to actually plan things out so much more, that makes our life in post a lot easier. So I think virtual production overall has been such a huge help to our industry, and the more we, push for more innovation and new technology to be used for it, the more tools our, creatives and directors have to really get that film that they want.
Yeah, I must say, having visited a stage and seen how it works, it's just mind-blowing. It really is, to see it in real time. So I can imagine it's very exciting to see all the good work on screen.
Oh, for sure.
Before, I don't want to forget, whilst I have you, congratulations on your recent VES award wins for the
Thank
creator.
you.
Congratulations to you and all the team. I'm sure it's a very exciting part of working in visual effects, but what else excites you about your job and gets you out of bed in the morning?
I mean, honestly, it's what makes this industry are the people who are in the industry. Like, everyone is such a brilliant mind, right? Like I mentioned before, having ILM, you have that giant history and people who've been in the industry forever, who've worked on all the classics. But at the same time, you also have, you know, completely young new people out of uni coming in with whole new ideas and whole new ways of doing things. And it's such a great melting pot of, you know, constant innovation and creativity. Like, I just get excited talking to everyone every day where they present, you know, their shots to me and I'm like, I had no idea how you did that. That looks absolutely amazing. You know, it's just, I like being around people who are also excited and passionate about our industry and just wanting to make the best images to tell the best stories. And, you know, similar to what I was saying earlier, to circle back, it's like when you surround yourself with the people who, you know, can inspire you and spark that creativity in you, it's absolutely a reason to wake up in the morning.
Yeah.
So to me, I love being collaborative and just working with all these brilliant minds.
Yeah, nice. So flipping to the other side, what sort of challenges have you experienced along the way? And is there anything perhaps you wish you'd known or could have done differently during your career?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, like I mentioned earlier, I definitely felt very alone at the start of my career. I definitely didn't sense, you know, community or network. Don't get me wrong, everyone is extremely kind and, you know, willing to share knowledge and information in our industry. But sometimes you just want a little bit of camaraderie, right? And there is that sense with, you know, well, women or people of color, LGBTQ folks. And, you know, I wished I reached out to people earlier. I feel like when I first started my career, I was quite shy. And there's really no reasons to be shy. Like, everyone, for the most part, that I've interacted with is like so excited by the work that we do. And so wanting to like talk to other people about it, that, you know, if there's someone that you admire or, you know, feel like it's someone you can learn from, you should just like immediately latch onto them, ask them questions, talk to them. You know, I just feel like the more open you are to communicating and learning from others, the more you'll learn and grow, and at a faster pace than if you were to just, you know, hold yourself
Yeah.
your desk and attempt to figure out a problem. Like, anytime there's a problem, ask a question, right? There's no such thing as a stupid question. Just ask away and, you know, someone will definitely have an answer for you. And the great thing about visual effects is there's no one way to do things, right? There's so many different ways to do it. So the more people you talk to, the more ways you find out how to do things, the better an artist will become.
Yeah, I can completely relate to that, even from a marketing perspective, and having some sort of like imposter syndrome during my career. Did you experience that as well? And was it through being more open and asking questions that you kind of overcame that?
I mean, you know, I think everyone always asks, like, do you still have imposter syndrome? How did you get over it? And I'm like, I definitely still get it here and there, because again, there's just so many impressive and, you know, talented people in our industry. Sometimes I'm like, how did I get to where I am? But at the end of the day, you know, it does take time, right? Like, it takes time to build that confidence in yourself, to be like, no, I know what I'm doing. You know, people should take me seriously when I speak. When I am in a room, they should give me the space to talk as well. Like, those are all things that, you know, does take time, but if you keep, you know, pushing yourself to do that, you will get to that point. Because at the end of the day, if you're not confident in yourself, then no one else will be able to feel that confidence in you, right?
Yeah.
And so, you know, I understand how difficult it can be. You know, like I said, I was very, very shy at the start. I didn't, you know, want to speak out loud. I mean, I think it's also a cultural thing for me being Chinese and like the second daughter. It's like, it's everyone else's needs and everyone else speaks first before I go. And so that's what I immediately defaulted to. And it took me a while to just be like, no, my opinion matters. I need to speak my mind. And so, yeah, it's been a struggle, but it's, you know, I think being aware of it is kind of the first step, and then working on, you know, not doing it is then, you know, a continuous journey that you go through throughout your life. Kind of never ending, which is hard because, you know, you hope for a state where you're just like, yeah, I'm good about everything, but you know, it's never the case. There's always some doubt here and there, but you know, again, if you surround yourself with the right people, they will also support you and back you up and help you gain more of that confidence as well.
Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, that's exactly how I felt about that as well. So you've been in the industry for almost 20 years and most of that's been with ILM. So you've probably seen quite a lot of changes over those years. Is there anything specifically in terms of technology or innovation, or just the industry in general in terms of people, etc., that kind of stands out for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're actually, I mean, I can't speak for the industry as a whole, but you know, what I was talking about earlier in terms of work-life balance and, you know, getting the best results out of your artists, it's not via grinding, right? It's about, you know, stating your point. You know, to me, the most efficient artists are the ones who are able to be like, cool, that's going to take me 6 hours. But at the same time, if you want this done earlier, then that's not going to happen, right? Like they're very realistic upfront about like how long something is going to take. And I think having more of that communication between artists and production is key to like making sure that we have this balance. And I've definitely sensed a shift where people are being a lot more mindful about the amount of work they're doing, and you know, making sure that they're well rested and that they have time with their friends and family outside, because you know, there's more to life than just visual effects, even though visual effects is very fun. But at the same time, there's also so much from life that we can bring into visual effects that makes, you know, our art a lot more unique and a lot more you know, innovative. And the thing is, you know, you brought up technology. The thing is, technology is always constantly changing, right? Like technology from even, you know, 10 years ago versus even last year has completely shifted with things like AI, machine learning, and, you know, even with virtual production, right? We went from a small tool set to now like so many more tools that people have just jumped on. And a lot of it is because our technology has gotten to a point where it can be useful and can be able to, you know, be used in ways that we never thought of before. And so to me, I'm just like, absolutely, there's been moments where you're just like, ooh, that's gonna change things. But at the same time, you know, we're visual filmmakers, right? So to me, I feel like a lot of the basis of what we do still circles back to that. And if you don't have your fundamentals in filmmaking, then it's hard for you to know how to optimize and use efficiently all these new technology and tools that are popping up. But at the same time, you know, I'm all for just like constant curiosity and, you know, testing things out, playing around with new tools. But, you know, to me, I'm just like, you still need to have that, you know, filmmaking 101 in order to like push that to the next level.
Yeah. Nice. And I guess as it's International Women's Day, keeping on this sort of changes theme, I wanted to ask you, in your experience, do you tend to still be the only woman in the room or one of few women in the room? How many VFX supervisors do you know of? And do you think that's changing?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I mean, I think, you know, over 17 years I've been in the industry, when I first started, like I mentioned, I didn't see any other people like myself. Like I really had to dig around and find folks. And nowadays, I feel like that's not the case. We are getting more inclusive with who we bring into the company, and people come from so many different backgrounds. I think one of the hardest thing is retention, you know, like I think it's actually quite equal and sometimes even surpassing our usual numbers early in the careers of a lot of people who are starting now. And then it kind of falls down as we go up the ranks. And, you know, you were asking me before, you know, what are things we can do to, you know, get more women in the industry. And I feel like, you know, part of it is, you know, really investing in women that we do have in our industry. Like make sure we are being as supportive as we are for their needs, and the ones who, you know, really have that potential, like sit down with them and really plan out their, you know, career. Like what are the things that they want to grow and learn into and become one day, and help them, you know, along that way. And, you know, I've definitely have reached out and found a lot more other female women visual effects supervisors or CG supervisors or virtual production supervisors. They're all out there. They're all absolutely amazing. But, you know, most of the time you're just like somewhere in the, you know, 10 range, you know, maybe up to 20, but it, you know, it is still very tough to get to that point. And, you know, I think we've reached a point in the industry where I think we're going to start seeing more and more women in top positions. It just kind of took, you know, around 40, 50 years of, you know, folks going through to get to that point. And yeah, I'm just like, constantly amazed by all the women that I'm surrounded by. And, you know, there are times where it's like, oh, sometimes they might have a new mom who just had a kid, and let's say they want to work 3 or 4 days a week instead of 5. And you see the output they do, and sometimes the output they have over 4 days is better than the output of most people on 5 days, right? And you know, it's about accommodating their life to get, you know, to get the best results, right? Because again, if you're not, you know, a well-rested, healthy, mentally and physically type of person, you're not going to get good visual effects. It's grinding will never get you that result. And so I think we just need to continuously push for a healthy balance. And hopefully more and more women will continue to rise up the ranks.
Yeah, totally agree. And like you said, representation really does matter. So finally, I can't let you go without mentioning Women in Visual Effects, which you started a few years ago. Could you tell us a bit about that and what's happening with it today?
Yeah. So, oh gosh, I can't remember how long ago I started it, but I think there was one point in my career where, you know, I just felt like there were just so many amazing women in my industry around me. And once again, none of them are highlighted. No one gets to tell their story or their experience of how they got there. And so I kind of started this, you know, video series / photo series where I just went to different companies, went around the world and interviewed women with, you know, very similar questions about how they got in the industry and like, you know, what they've experienced throughout the years. And it kind of just became this really great community where I just discovered so many women that are just absolutely the best. And, you know, got to put together their stories and put it out on the web so that they have their moment to shine and really, you know, speak their truth about what it's been like being in the industry. And, you know, I've definitely noticed certain questions and themes that constantly pop up, you know, things like when it comes to motherhood and, you know, being part of a, you know, company, feeling like one of the others. And, you know, I think we all kind of just connected via that. And the more women I interviewed, the more network just grew. And so I haven't done as many interviews recently, but it's something that I definitely want to continue on, right? Like just continuing having these conversations about it is so important, which is why I was so excited that you were doing this for, you know, International Women's Day, because we have to keep talking about it. If we don't talk about it, then everyone feels like they're on their own, right? And that they're dealing it with themselves, when really there's a whole world filled with women in our industry who are, you know, willing to discuss and help out and, you know, bring people up along the way, because, you know, I couldn't have made it if it wasn't for women, you know, before me who've created this path. And to me, it's all about trying to help the next generation of people in visual effects, especially women, you know, find their place and their confidence to continue in our industry.
Yeah, so important. So yeah, it's wonderful that you started that. I think it was about 5 years ago, something I read. So it's been a little while.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, it's just amazing to talk to you. And I think, you know, not only are you smashing it in your own career, but you're clearly giving back to the industry and the communities. So thank you for that. And thank you for joining me today.
Of course, anytime. Thank you for having me.
Happy International Women's Day.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi everyone, I'm Christina, and I'm your host for this episode on behalf of International Women's Day. Today we'll be diving into the topic of the Boys Club. Joining me to share their insights on this subject are Deborah, Marjan, and Brian, and I'll hand it over to them to introduce themselves.
My name is Brian, so I work for Pixel Images. I'm the marketing head, and I also do a bit of business development over there. So essentially, you know, as a VFX vendor, we kind of have our standard markets, and one of my main objectives is to open ourselves out to various other markets, and it's your boilerplate marketing stuff, I guess. So yeah, that's about it.
I'm Marjan. I'm actually a digital artist and an animator, and I do mostly fine arts work, and I exhibit in galleries and museums. I'm also an OG NFT artist, and I sell NFTs. And my background is actually in production. So I was a production artist for many years. Decades actually. And I also teach, and I specialize in 3D.
I'm Deborah Coleman. I'm the founder of Open Frame Coaching, where we offer coaching and leadership training for visual effects and screen industry professionals and studios. And I have a long background in visual effects, particularly compositing.
Thank you very much. So I'll dive into the first question. Are you able to share any experiences or observations you've seen regarding the presence of a boys' club culture in the workplace?
When I first started working in studios, it was actually in the late 1980s. And I was working on a Targa card doing paint box and also early SGI machines. And I can tell you that I worked in buildings for many years where I was the only female who was not the secretary. I mean, that's literally the entire building was like that. So the industry at that time was basically entirely boys' club, period. There were almost no women that I would see. In the 90s, it started to change, but it was still very few. Today, of course, it's very different. I mean, I work with teams internationally all the time. And there are a lot of women working in the field now in visual effects and also AR and VR, which is something else I deal with. And so things have changed substantially, but I think that when I recently spoke at Asteriopsia in Europe, in Brussels, the AR VR conference there, and I was physically actually there. And so many people commented that I was one of the very few women who was speaking at the conference who had actually made AR and VR and was showing the work and talking about what they had done. So there's still this tremendous amount of imbalance. And I also have a close friend who I've known and worked with for a very long time, who's a VFX supervisor for major feature films. And I always ask him, and he started in the 80s also. And I always ask him this question, like, what was the percentage of women in the 90s doing, CG for feature films? And he says in the studios, he goes roughly around 18%. So I ask him, what's that percentage today? And he says, roughly about 18%. So in other words, as much as things have changed in some regards, they also have not. So there's a lot of progress, and then there's, areas in which progress has not occurred.
Thank you. Deborah, do you want to weigh in on that?
I would say, yeah, so I started in the industry in the 90s, mid 90s. I kind of agree, Marjan, that percentage hasn't necessarily changed. I think with the younger generation, we're seeing a better balance in terms of percentage wise. But my experience throughout my career really has been that there are far more men than women in visual effects everywhere I've worked. Having said that, I've never felt like it's a club I can't get into. So it's certainly a male workplace. And yet my personal experience isn't one of feeling excluded by that. I've always felt like, yeah, I'm here too, like I'm one of the team. Yeah, but I think by its very nature, by any industry being very, very having more men than women, that can create a boys' club feel. Yes, absolutely. But having said that, personally, I haven't felt that to be a barrier. I think I just show up. It's like I've got every right to be here too. I'm part of the team. I'm part of the conversation. So yeah, that's what I would say.
And then Brian, you're offering a different perspective, so I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
To Deborah's point, I don't think getting in is the problem. And again, I'm not purely from the VFX side as well. I had a little phase in music and stuff, and then after that, I'm from the marketing side of things, and I stumbled upon VFX as well. So I have explored various industries. And again, sorry, coming back to Deborah's point, I think entering into an industry is not a challenge or an issue these days. It's about, I think, sustaining. I've seen a lot of people in the industry in the, probably the first 5-6 years of their career. I've seen a lot of, women in the industry. But in terms of progression, does anyone have a statistic on how many people actually stay in VFX from women in general? No?
I think there's in my observation, there's a very high attrition rate, especially in VFX and 3D, and related areas. I think that in general, there's a high attrition rate in the arts. Like I also teach. I can tell you that you have a lot of people who study art or media, and we follow up on our alumni. And you look at them 10 years later, very few are actually working in media or still actively creating art. So in general, I think there's a high attrition rate in the arts, and then that extends to VFX as well.
Right, but is it high only for women, or is it generally for men and women? Like,
I think I don't see that much of a difference.
Right.
I mean, I see a lot of men who, I had a lot of my colleagues who also did 3D animation. A lot of them sort of moved on to web design by the 2000s.
Right.
They kind of stopped doing 3D. And so, it's hard to say, but I think it's roughly about the same, unless there's a real statistic. I can't say definitively.
Right. And thank you for that. And also one more point I wanted to add on top of this was, again, I came from the marketing side of things. So before I was actually a marketer like electromagnetic, like really like sciencey kind of stuff. Company is a French company, and over there again, in the engineering space, it's again, if you look at it, kind of a boys' club. Like you see a lot of men in comparison to women. In marketing, generally, it's a really good balance. Like there were in the team I was working in, there was more women than men. But one thing I've noticed is in my time, and this has it's not a bad reflection on my previous company or my current company as well, is that when you have a lot of senior management who are men, or if they're generally like, most senior management generally is men dominated. And what happens is, for an example from my previous company, I used to go on cigarette breaks with my boss. And in India, women smoking is a little bit of a taboo. It's not something which, like, if you're a woman, you won't be smoking in public. That's a little bit of an issue. And usually that smoking area with the guys is where you really tend to get to know your team, and you tend to.
Yeah, but I was a smoker, and I can tell you, I was hanging out in the boys' club
Right.
because I was a smoker.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's how they actually started to really treat me like not just a colleague, but you're one of us.
Yeah.
Because I was smoking with all the guys outside, and we would all take cigarette breaks around the same time, and that's how I integrated into the boys' club, because I was a smoker.
To that point, when I worked at CineSite in the 90s, people would take smoking breaks and I would just go join them. So as a non-smoker, I would see, oh, they're all outside chatting. This is where people are getting to know each other away from the box, right? Exactly. So I would just go out with like an apple, just to sound like a complete I'm not a fitness guru or anything. I'd just go join them for a chat, because I could see this is where the conversation's happening. This is where people are chatting. And I like a chat. It wasn't necessarily, I need to break into the boys' club, or, I must network. It's just, I like my colleagues. I like people. I like being part of the conversation. So yeah, I would go and join the smokers, even though I didn't smoke. So it's, it's a fair point.
Yeah. So, I mean, so adding into that, again, this is regarding my personal context, where, again, in India, generally things like, women smoking is, these days it's way better, but again, there is a little bit of a taboo around it. And then secondly, again, going out for drinks with the colleagues on Friday or whatever, you would tend to see more guys open to doing that versus, some of the women colleagues in the workplace. And so I don't think it's like a direct, like a boys' club is just being formed and like guys are like, yeah, we're going to keep the women away. But you understand, because of these various social circumstances and environmental factors, it I think tends to naturally create this, zone, because I get to know people way better via like, a smoke break or via a couple of drinks on the weekend. And I guess you tend to build a subconscious kind of, I mean, you tend to build a relationship with a person, and you might not notice you're kind of sidelining of other set of people as well. And in that sense, what is a solution? Maybe, I guess, if you're a manager, what I do with my team generally is I make sure everyone is, apart. We try finding something together, like, do at least one activity together, which everyone's open to. It doesn't have to just be, smoking or drinking or whatever. Anything if you want to do, let's go out for lunch, have a chat, and that's it, I guess. And in my opinion, like, it's just that awareness. If that awareness is created, maybe it could be one of the starting points, I guess.
Yeah, any kind of activity that breaks away from the computer.
Right.
So whether you're outside or somewhere else within the building, is a great idea. Marjan, do you have anything to add in terms of what
the only thing I wanted to add about the boys' club is, and this is more from my teaching experience, that I'm not always entirely sure if the disparities are a result of misogyny and sexism per se. Because, when I look at our students, most female students are not interested in VFX. It's when you look into art and media departments, most gravitate towards film and video or photography, or mostly 2D painting and illustration. Like, I'm always trying to get them to do 3D and they don't want to. Like, even if they take a 3D class, they don't want to do it again. So I just wanted to sort of make space in this conversation that the reasons for the disparities are complex,
Right.
you know, and there we have to sort of allow for some degree of some part of the disparity, in my opinion, is an organic phenomenon that has nothing to do with biases. It's just, you know, the areas that people are interested in or gravitate, you know.
Well, are there any resources that you can think of other than the smoke breaks, lunch breaks, maybe getting together, and any sort of evening drinks? Is there anything else that you can think of that we can get more engagement from everybody?
I think anything that brings the team together. And I think having an awareness that maybe after hours drinking events aren't necessarily going to be an option for everybody. So if you notice, oh, it's just the guys coming to these events, then you need to look at doing something different. So I think, you know, you can have a brunch, you can have a lunch, you can have a you can have a photography club, you know, you can get everyone together to look at the work and sort of celebrate each other's work. I think organizing team celebrations and team activities within the working day makes it more inclusive. Of course, now many of us work remotely, so that's an added challenge. But you can do it remotely. But if you can get people together in person as well, I think that always helps with just fostering that feeling of inclusion, really.
I definitely agree. I think in production environments, you know, the thing that I learned to do, and it's sometimes hard to speak up. It's important to speak up in production meetings. I think there's, you know, there's for women, sometimes it's hard to do that. I know it was for me originally. And I think that when you start to present ideas and solutions at production meetings, people consider you as part of the club. But I think when you're really quiet and you don't participate in that way, it doesn't matter how good your work is, they don't see you as somebody who's actively, you know, working with the team. So I think that learning how to speak at production meetings, how to offer solutions, how to solve problems, is a really big part of making that transition to I'm working here to I'm part of the team. And I think another a really good way of connecting with other production artists. I know in 3D, everybody's got their own territorial workstation, but you know, I learned to like help other people to interact with them. Let me help you with this shot, or they would say, let me help you with this shot. That sort of back and forth, giving each other feedback is, I think, for me, that was like a really big part of becoming a part of the whole team. And I think, you know, as artists, there are ways of connecting to other artists, and through the work, telling them, you know, how much that you love what they're doing. If they're doing something really good, oh, that's awesome. You know, just little things like that, or asking them questions. How did you do that one? You know, sometimes that's how you connect to the workstations around you. Also, so production meetings, learn to speak up at production meetings. You know, it used to be a joke that women are always silent in these production meetings. So learn to speak up at the production meetings, and learn to connect to the other artists through the work. Because, you know, everybody in VFX works really hard and they're so immersed in what they're doing. That's like that, it's here. If you get into that, you're part of their world, you know?
Yeah, I agree. And actually building on that, Marjan, I think I agree, finding your voice, but then if male colleagues and allies want to support women in doing that, they can ask the questions, they can invite them in, you know, and that might be something you've pre-planned beforehand. So say you're a woman working in VFX and you have a supportive, you know, male lead or supervisor. He could say to you beforehand, I'm going to ask you a question in dailies to get you talking, right? So you've been forewarned, you can prepare, and it can be a strategy, so that you know, another way of starting to learn to speak up, because it can be quite intimidating, speaking in front of a room full of people, especially as a woman in a room full of men. So I think finding strategies to help support you find your voice, and build that confidence.
If we carry on the way we are with the more men gathering, do you think that will affect women's opportunities in the workplace?
I think the difficulty is that people have unconscious bias, and so people tend to hire people like themselves. So if you mostly have men mostly running a company, they will mostly hire people like themselves until there's a raised awareness that that is what we all instinctively do. So the more we can raise awareness of unconscious bias, the more we can raise awareness of how a more diverse workplace actually, it benefits everybody. You know, it benefits the work, it benefits the client, it benefits the team. I think it's about raising awareness, which has been happening. You know, these conversations you know, happen more and more and more, and I think there's a far greater awareness. But yeah, until, yeah, if nothing changes, nothing will change. So you have to do something different to make a change, and that is necessary to get more women involved, really, I would say.
I think it also involves not just like a checkbook kind of like, okay, I need to do these 3-4 things for like you know, women empowerment, or since, you know, March is the month of International Women's Day, where okay, I'm going to run a seminar, I'm going to do A, B, C, D, and kind of like just, okay, I've done these things, let's, you know, pack up our like bags and go back home. I think it's real change, because what you can do is have a negative influence as well when you try just like doing these really, okay, we have 3 women in our team, let's, you know, put I don't know, make a seminar around it, you know, put social media posts around that, or, you know, when you create, basically what I'm trying to say is create a fake environment of, you know, women empowerment that can really have a negative correlation, and if there is a boys club, further strengthen that boys club, if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. That bothers me a lot. And that's actually what I also wanted to speak about. That visibility and representation is very important. And I can tell you, when I first started teaching 3D, you know, I would get like, I don't know, 13, 14 students, and 2 would be female and the rest would be all male. And so with like the first weeks at the start of the class, during the assignment section, the boys would all be showing off what they've done, and the girls would be like, I'm not finished yet. And I could literally watch them receding into the back of the room. So like in the 90s, I remember I showed them one day, I just did a 15-minute presentation before we even worked with the software on Eileen Poon, who was the lead animator for the movie Mask, which was the first movie using CG. And literally just showing, and they were like, a woman, yes, a woman is the lead animator on this. And literally by the next week, the girls were back. By the end of the semester, they were doing the best work. Later, I would do that with the work of my good friend, Pat Hanaway, who was the lead animator on Gollum for the Lord of the Rings trilogy. You know, and the problem is most people don't know about these women. And you know, you brought up a really good point, Brian, that a lot of times, you know, there's this tokenism, you know, where, okay, here's the women, but they're not really the high performing ones. They're not the ones you want to sort of celebrate. They're there because they're female, but their contributions are not really as significant as that of men. So I think something that happens, and I see this also in art, that a lot of the women artists that get celebrated oftentimes enough in digital art don't even make their own work. They're relying on Fiverr teams or other companies to make the work for them. Whereas the men are sitting in front of their workstations and doing the work and doing competitive work. But then you look at the women and they're not, the ones that get celebrated are not like that. So I think there's an aspect of tokenism that's happening in terms of, let's get a couple of women in here to make it look like we have women. But sometimes, like Brian said, I agree, that ends up further enforcing the biases, you know, that the only way women can get ahead is in some kind of an inauthentic way, you know, or through tokenism, but not necessarily through merit. And if you look at the industry, you'll see there are women in top positions who've really hit it out of the ball field many times alongside the men. Find them, celebrate them, and let everybody know about them. That will do more good than let's make sure we have 4 women represented.
It's tricky, isn't it? Because wanting to avoid that tokenism, and women who are in very senior positions or who have achieved equally, you know, to their male counterparts, are often reticent to become the poster girl. You know, don't want to be the, hey, this is our, you know, look, here's a woman who can also do it. And I fully understand that. And I think I used to not see a need to speak up as a woman because I'm just part of the team, and I didn't see any need or want to draw attention to the fact that I'm a female member of the team. It's just I'm just one of the boys, you could say, just part of the team. But as I became more senior, I began to see the need for speaking up about it, because it's looking around the room. Okay, where are the women? There aren't enough women in this room, and therefore we do need to, speak more, raise visibility. So it's a two-sided coin, isn't it? That we want to celebrate women who've achieved, but then again, many women don't want to be held up as the sort of poster girl for the achievement of what's possible for all women. So it's a tricky one to resolve, I think. But I think encouraging everyone to celebrate success is probably at the heart of it, I think.
I totally agree. But when I look at a lot of the male artists that in my field anyways that are being celebrated now, a lot of them are just as shy as women. They seldom ever go out, they seldom ever socialize. So it's not as if these guys are like big PR kind of oriented type men. They're not. They're I mean, you put them in a PR situation and they're like this, and so it's not as if they have that advantage. But the point I'm trying to make is the system finds them and celebrates them. So it's not that they are aggressively working to get out there and be visible. The system this is what I sometimes think, that there's an unconscious bias to sort of celebrate excellence and merit in men, but not women, because there's an assumption that it's somehow inauthentic for women to do competitive work the same as men. I look at it in digital art all the time, where it's almost like the men are allowed to engage, to be exceptional and competitive, but not the women. It's like the women who get celebrated are, well, we do digital like poetry, or we do, I mean, it's like things that aren't as competitively engaged with the medium or as native to the medium as the men. So I sometimes think there's an unconscious agenda that to some extent diminishes the ability of women in terms of how women are represented.
Have you seen any organizations who have taken different steps and initiatives that have worked out well for women? And it doesn't have to be our industry at all. It can be any industry. But have you noticed anything that you think we should be doing that has worked out successfully?
There needs to be a real clarity that visibility isn't just the identity group, but it has to have some substantial sort of merit to back it. That's what I think. Or else you end up further exacerbating the existing biases.
I can give you a straight answer on if there's a company or an industry or a group which is doing this, right? Because it's a very tricky area, because what can happen is if you run a really good women's PR campaign in media, it can look amazing, like, oh, you're doing amazing work. But the real people who can judge this, judge whether it's working out well or not, is someone in that organization or in that team. Because again, if it's done purely for social media purposes or whatever, it can be presented in such a way that this is a great environment for women, but maybe in the organic sense of things, it really isn't the case, or vice versa. So like, yeah, any company or group where it is celebrated really well, like, maybe take it with a pinch of salt, or maybe it works out really well as well. But it's honestly, it's up to you in the end of the day to actually judge whether it is actually an inclusive environment.
Yeah, I couldn't really think of an organization that's really successfully making the difference. This is a bit of a tangent, but what came to mind for me, and it's probably a bit of a London reference, but is Stylist magazine. So Stylist magazine is a feminist magazine that's free, and it's a weekly publication that you would pick up on the tube. And for the years of reading that, I found that incredibly empowering and informative, because it's positive stories about women, and generally career women. And particularly their work day, they had like every week there was an article about a working woman. What's her day like? What's a typical day like? But that working in such a variety of industries, that's what I found really fascinating. And I could learn about jobs I'd never even thought of, never heard of. I found it genuinely really interesting. But I suspect that's very much a women's readership. I don't suppose that many men were reading Stylist. But yeah, that's what came to mind for me in terms of at least raising awareness and visibility of women, you know, in the workplace, not even necessarily incredibly successful, but doing what they choose to do and doing it well and finding a way to strike that balance. It's been a really interesting discussion. I think it's everyone's responsibility to try and, you know, if there is a boys' club, if there's a feeling, it's everyone's responsibility to try and break that down and make it more of a, you know, people club. But it's definitely not solely women's responsibility. I think that's the most important thing, is actually for everyone. And we need the guys to be involved with making women more included. It can't be for women to solve the problem of inclusion of women. So I think it's so important to be having these discussions, and it's great that you're here, Brian. You know, I don't think it's always helpful when these discussions are just women talking to women, because it's for all of us. We all have a responsibility to break down that boys' club where it exists.
Thanks everyone for joining me to discuss this topic.
Hi everyone, welcome to our talk and happy International Women's Day. I hope you've been following all the other talks today, and as per the other talks, we do have a live chat, so if you have any questions or comments, please do join in the conversation. So without further ado, I'd love to pass you over to our lovely panel today. I'll kick off with myself. I'm Hayley. I'm the founder of World VFX Day. Nora, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Nora. I'm comm supervisor for Scanline Germany, one of them. And yeah, I started 3 years ago with my transition journey from my male self to my new self. So yeah.
Thank you. G?
Yeah, I'm G. I'm a CG supervisor at Cinesite Montreal. I've been working in visual effects for around 10 years now. I'm also transgender, and I started my transition about 5 years ago. Yeah, so all within the industry at the same time. Yeah.
Fab, thank you. And Charmaine?
Hey everyone, I'm Charmaine Chan. I'm a visual effects supervisor at Industrial Light and Magic. I'm currently at the London office, and I've been queer all my life, so I'm just here to represent that.
Well, I'm super, super happy to have you all here today. So thank you very much. I think it's really important that we have representation, not in our industry, but in all industries and everywhere, basically, to put it short and sweet. So going straight into the questions, and we're going to keep it quite loose and kind of have a bit bit more of a chat. But to kick off, I'll go back to you, Charmaine, and go around the other way. Why do you feel that representation in the workplace matters today?
I think representation is super important. I mean, I think if you think of the history of visual effects and all the amazing talented people who've been working on there, generally what happens is, there's a certain demographic that tends to be spotlighted with, all the information and knowledge of the industry, but that's, not completely true. There's been amazing women, there's been amazing transgender people who have completely, pushed forward our visual effects, industry and pioneered some new technology and processes and ways. And to me, I feel like if you don't see it, you can't be it. And it's very important for me to absolutely, be my true self and be my true self out in the public, because, the more people see that, like, oh, a queer woman of color can make it in this industry, then another queer woman of color can also do the same. So, I absolutely believe representation is super important, especially in industries that are very white male dominated.
Yes, definitely. G or Nora, anything to add to that?
No, I think it's like I think the more we speak about it and yeah, have people around who are living openly queer or are transgender or whatever, it gets more normalized. And I think it's very important, not only in our industry, but like in our whole life, to just be ourselves, and everyone is fine with that. And even if the people who are not fine with it, it's okay. I mean, there's usually like a natural distance that builds up, and that's fine. But I think it's very important to be our true selves and to live it, and so that other people can see it, and then it gets normalized over time.
Yes, yeah, so true. And G, anything to add?
Yeah, I think just the more people that are out there, the more other people see it and they feel more comfortable in themselves to come out and be themselves, and ultimately, like, everyone allows to be more creative and create a better environment for everyone.
Yeah, totally. This question might be a bit personal, so feel free to skip or anything like that, but what has been your own personal experience either in the workplace or out of it? We don't need to mention company names or anything if you don't want to, but how has your experience been, just in terms of feeling comfortable being yourself, really? And might be a weird add-on, but has working remotely actually added anything to that or taken anything away from that? G, do you mind if we start with you on that?
Yeah, I think I definitely had I was kind of out to all my friends before the pandemic, and then the pandemic happened at the perfect time for me, where it gave me a chance to work from home, still do my job, and just find myself at the same time. So that was kind of my experience, and now I go back into the office and I completely feel myself, and that kind of happened at the perfect time. I've got a very supportive work, and I've not really found any problems in or out of work. I think Montreal is a very good city for that as well, where it's very accepting and you can kind of just be who you want to be, and that's just been really great, and work has just accepted me.
That's so good. Nice to hear a positive experience. And Nora, anything from your side?
Basically, it was the same for me. So I had my coming out, I think, half a year before the pandemic started. So it was perfect timing for me, because working at home really was like, it encouraged me to I had like a safe space at home. I could do, I can experiment. I could just wear dresses and start wearing makeup and all the things. And it was in my own home, and it was really fine. It was kind of a safe space. And since we are working in the office again, it was like, okay, now I'm ready. I was ready to take it outside of my like little safe spot that I had at home. So the pandemic really, really supported it. I mean, it was basically the perfect timing. But yeah, every one of my colleagues were super supportive. When I told them, when I had my coming out with them, it was like, so okay, now nothing, everything makes sense. It's yeah, and we're so happy for you. And I had a lot of people who helped me, like all the name changes in our pipeline, and everything went super smoothly. It was really, really cool. So no negative experience from my side, not at work and not outside till yet. So, but yeah, I think Germany, it's the same with Montreal. It's really like tolerant. So as long as you don't bother anyone else, it's perfectly fine. So yeah.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Charmaine, anything to add to that one before we move on?
Yeah, I mean, personally for me, there wasn't anything super negative either in my real life, or I'm not real life, in my personal life, like in real life. And also in the workplace has always been extremely supportive. I think the strange thing for me during the pandemic was that I just moved to London from San Francisco, and coming from, you know, one of the most LGBTQ queer friendly location to London, which is also very LGBTQ and queer friendly, I was trying to find a community, and because lockdown happened, I was just like, oh no, where's everyone? So I had to, you know, kind of wait until everything went back to normal. And now, you know, it's such a big presence. And my, you know, at my current job, we have our kind of queer ERG group, which is very helpful as well. And, you know, it's been all positive on my end.
Oh,
I think our industry is like really supportive in general in terms of LGBTQ, because I don't know, in my experience, at least here in Europe, like all those creative businesses really attract a lot of individuals and individual thinking minds. And I think it's most of them are like, so, hey, okay, I want to do cool stuff. You want to do cool stuff. So I don't care about your sexuality, how you identify or whatever. So I think our business is really like-minded, let's say it like this.
Yeah.
And we're quite lucky that a lot of our visual effects companies are in cities that are very open-minded.
Yes, exactly.
So that definitely helps, you know. And, you know, I think also, I'm not sure of all the other locations, but I felt like generally our industry is a newer industry. So we have younger folks versus a lot of, you know, older generation folks who might have a different mindset. I just feel like, you know, anyone around our age or younger, they're just completely accepting.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, it's a good point. It'd be great to hear from other people in other countries and their experiences. So please do join the live chat or get in touch afterwards. So just sticking with the workplace for a moment, how important do you feel it is for Pride and other initiatives to be celebrated or adopted in the workplace? I know a lot of companies are not you know, specifically in our industry, but a lot of companies and brands kind of accused of like rainbow washing, for instance. They just have a colored logo for a month and then there's not really anything changing, or they're not supporting any charities or anything like that. What's your kind of take on that, and how can workplaces do it properly, really? Nora, can we start with you with that one?
Yeah, sure. I think like in the end, it comes down to basically, or at least in my experience, it is like you either like celebrate Pride or you don't. So I don't think we need like a special date or weeks or month. I mean, I'm glad that those things exist, and because it creates like kind of awareness for everyone. But at least for me, and that's my personal opinion, we don't need to like force it to like show it off. Because in my experience, if you try to force it and to show it off and to rub it under everyone's nose, it's like the goal is the opposite of what you want. So in my experience, all of my colleagues, and like if we just like look at my work or the work, they're really supportive and they really like it. And I had a talk with a lot of people and they asked me questions and I was open about it. And I think this is like most like this this honest openness, and talking openly about it is way more effective than like, okay, now it's like it's this date, so we have to do it, and it always feels like forced. And if people are forced, they tend to do quite the opposite. So
yeah,
in my experience, it's not really necessary, but it's really nice to have it because of the awareness that it creates. And this is very, very important.
yes, I agree. Charmaine?
Yeah, I feel like I have a complicated relationship with pride, as I'm sure a lot of people do. It's you know, it's something we definitely need, but at the same time, there are better ways of handling pride than it just being, you know, a big party or a parade,
Yeah.
as most people assume it is. Like Nora made a very good point. Pride to me is like 365 days a year, right? Like it is something that's just with us every single day. And I think that's something that, you know, those who are not LGBTQ, you know, also need to understand. And a lot of it, I think the great thing about Pride is that it brings people together, and it, you know, gives people the chance who've never, you know, known much about the community to learn about the community. And, you know, education and advocacy is absolutely what Pride is for. But at the same time, we also need people to, you know, take the initiative of learning more about our community. It's a two-way streak, right? It's not just one-sided or it's just for fun. But at the end of the day, we end up having fun because we're all amazing people. But you know, I just feel like Pride is something that everyone can experience, and it's not just an LGBTQ thing.
Yeah, love that. Thank you. And G, anything to add to that one?
Yeah, I mean, I'd just say it's like education of everyone, so people know as much as possible, and also like making sure that when in the recruitment process, like even just having a pride flag on a website is useful for people coming in to understand that people are pride friendly, you know, and they can see that from an outgo. We're a visual kind of world and what we do. So like just having that little image, it really can help people like feel comfortable before they even start a company, you know?
Yeah. That visibility again. I know from a marketing PR perspective, which is my sort of day job, a lot of companies that I've worked for, it's usually not just Pride Month, but other initiatives as well, or awareness days. It's usually a bit of a scramble. Like, oh, it's coming up, we need to do something kind of thing. And it is an all year round thing. It can't just be, you know, oh, let's just stick a pride flag on our logo. It needs to be part of a conversation and a culture, which is what I always try and push for, but it's easier said than done. But I think, you know, a lot of companies have got sort of representation groups as well that are helping
this it definitely circles back to, you know, your first question of like, why does representation matter? I think, you know, to G's point of like saying, you know, be more visible, have some flags, but also the people who are visible. Like personally for me, I'm always like willing to answer questions and have conversations with people about being LGBT. And, you know, I think it's very important that we do have more people out there who are willing to do that, because at the end of the day, people feel more comfortable talking to someone they know than to just be thrown in like a Pride event where it can be quite overwhelming. So, you know, any chance we have of just like one-on-one conversations with people, I think is far more impactful than a giant parade celebration.
Yeah, basically it was the same for me. Like I realized that for most of the people, for most of my colleagues, I was like the first touching point with transgender. So they obviously had a lot of questions. And I am very open about it. I mean, it's like you can ask me anything, and if it gets too intimate or too private, and I will call you out and say, okay, it's enough. But I learned from that experience that talking is way more, or like just being there, just being someone people can turn to. And I had a lot of talks over the last 3 years with all kind of people from the LGBTQ community, and asking me questions. And for example, I had one colleague of mine who moved from Italy to Germany, and she asked me, okay, how safe is it in Germany for being around and living openly queer and stuff like that. I think this is way more important than just like having a Pride Month, but visibility, I don't say that visibility isn't important. It is, it really is. And even if it's just like a small flag or like, hey, okay, a button or whatever, even on recruitment booths or stuff like that. I mean, I went to the FMX and was like for 3 years on the recruitment booth, and I openly talked with students about it. And I think this is really like the kind of work that needs to be done, instead of like just, okay, it's Pride Month, let's do something. It's important, yes, but it's, in my opinion, just a small part of how daily business in the company, in our companies and in our business has to be done in terms of LGBTQ.
Yeah, tip of the iceberg kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, every little bit helps.
Yes, I know a big brand that uses that slogan as well. So on to the sort of last question, unless we want to talk about anything else, but just I picked out the term ally, and that can be used for different scenarios, but for the purpose of this talk, what do you feel about the term ally in terms of, you know, being a friend of a group and supporting them? I mean, from my perspective, it was kind of like, are we not all in it together? Like, surely any rights for any group affects the wider public. So any rights, any injustifications of your rights is a human rights issue. So I just wondered what you thought about that. Charmaine, could we go to you first?
Yeah, the term ally is interesting because as much as I love our allies, I actually like the word accomplice more. I can't take the credit for this. This was said in a talk that I picked up a while ago. And I forgot who the speaker was. I will give you that later. But an accomplice kind of implies that you are working alongside with the LGBTQ community. Ally sounds a little passive, right? And to me, an ally or accomplice is someone who is willing to, you know, step up for you when need to, also educate themselves. Like, it's not all about someone from the community, you know, telling them what it is to be LGBTQ. It's also them trying to, you know, be in our shoes, empathize, and really understand what our lives are like. And a lot of that is, again, you know, comes down to education and also surrounding yourself with more people who are LGBT, right? Like, I feel like one thing that, you know, as a broad strokes, because we're, you know, when it comes to LGBT issues, women issues, race issues, like they all intersect in one way or the other. And as an ally, I feel like you need to actively take charge. And, you know, it can be something as simple as, you know, talking to one of us, just asking us, you know, how our partners are, right? Like that's a quick, easy first step. Or, you know, if you hear that someone gets misgendered, you know, correcting them, not needing the person who's being misgendered correct them. You know, so there's a lot of things that we can do in our day-to-day, you know, experiences around people that can, you know, really make a difference. It doesn't have to be a grand gesture of like, you know, I'm going to make a revolution and start a new a law or something like that. It can be, it's all about the little things. The little things is what, you know, the more people see that that's common, then the more people will, you know, I don't know, basically see their normalcy to all of this.
Yeah, it starts at home, as they say.
Yeah.
G, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. It's like, and I like the term that accomplice rather than ally.
Yeah, me too.
And like, I think it's like, it's definitely being an ally in your actions and not just saying you're an ally. An example from my mum, by re-educating people, like she said to one of her friends that her children were queer, and then they were, oh, you can't use that word anymore, and then re-educating and saying that you can, and just little things like that, and people that come talk to you and really really willing to maybe fight the corner a little and just have the knowledge, but also doesn't have to be completely outspoken about it and just there for you. Someone who just comes and talks to you of something, if they spot something and they're like, was that okay for you, or that kind of thing, that's really nice. Yeah.
Yeah, that's such a good point. And actually,
Yeah.
this question wasn't on my list, but you've just made me think, do you think part of a reason there isn't more conversations is because maybe people, accomplices or allies, they might be a bit kind of worried about, I don't know, saying something wrong or just being a little bit scared because they're not too sure how to approach it. I guess there's enough information in the world now to not have really have that problem, but
maybe. I think
yeah.
it's just being accepting, and sometimes people will mess up, and it's just being kind about how you maybe correct someone if like, and like I've always if someone misgendered me or something, I'd always take them to side and speak to them instead of like embarrassing them in front of a big group. I'm more subtle around it, and sometimes I'll let people off if it's if it's like a really stressful situation, because it takes away from what you're trying to do in that room, maybe sometimes as well. But it's all about like being nice about it and not biting someone's throat off but they're doing something wrong.
Yeah. And Nora?
Yeah, I think like the term ally it's a little bit, I don't know, for me it implies like, okay, you have to be ally with someone because they're too weak to defend themselves. So it's kind of has a little bit of a negative touch. So I really love accomplice. That's really, I really like it because it implies that you're in it. No chance of getting out. So no, I really think it's cool. And also what G said, I mean, for me in the beginning, often people misgendered me. I mean, they knew me for 5 years and they used the male pronouns and it was perfectly fine. So of course there's like this kind of transition phase, and it took like half a year for most of my colleagues to get used to it. Now everything is fine. I think the most important part is like, basically for me, it's like if you're learning another language, of course, if you're, let's say I moved to China, of course I don't speak Mandarin, but I can try, and people there will realize, so okay, I'm a foreigner, but I try to use or to speak their language, and they're really happy if I try. It doesn't matter if it's really correct and everything is fine, or if my accent is fine or whatever. But at least I try, and I think the same can be adapted to the LGBTQ community, because if you are someone who hear that someone gets mispronounced or whatever, and even if you don't use the correct pronouns, I mean, of course, my pronouns are she, her, but a lot of people use they, them. So, and I correct them like decidedly after the talk, but even if they would use the wrong pronouns, it would be fine because I appreciate the gesture. For me, it's like, so, okay, hey, you stepped up. And that's the kind of spirit I think we need. Like, you don't have to be perfect and you don't have to know everything, but yeah, if you try, it's really cool.
Yeah, that's such a good way to put it. So that's the end of my questions, but we've got a few minutes left, and I just wondered, is there anything in our industry or beyond that people can, if anyone's watching this right now and they really want to kind of join something online, perhaps, just get to know more people in the industry, is there anything that exists right now specifically? If anyone wants to reach out to anyone in the same situation or wants just to have a chat.
I mean, I know it's like very difficult, especially if you're younger and you're just coming to terms with yourself and your identity. It's hard to open up and, meet others and, be out there. But, there are things like Lesbians Who Tech, which I think is an amazing conference. And they hold one every year in San Francisco. And it's such a great place to find so many like-minded individuals, but also to hear how so many other organizations and companies, handle their LGBT employees. And so, I think more and more you'll find things like that. Like, I know there's also a queer gaming community as well. Like, there's so many, even though VFX may be quite small and niche, like there are similar enough industries and also organizations that really, put themselves out there to, just know that you're not alone. which I think is a great thing. And, again, there's always people, at your work who are more than happy to talk, and I'm one of them. So, find people. There's never such thing as stupid questions. Just ask questions, right? Because we're definitely here to, try and help you understand more about our community.
Great. Anyone else? Any shout outs for anything?
I mean, what we did in the last year at Scan9 was like we had an LGBTQ ambassador who basically whose job was to even in interviews and job interviews, if it was getting all like a little bit more concrete, there was like, okay, we have an LGBTQ ambassador, and I think it's important to, even if it's not affecting the person, but at least to know that there is one. We also have like a monthly newsletter where we refer to the ambassador and to our LGBTQ stream in our messaging tool that we have in-house. And I think stuff like that, because then you can read it. No one is watching you reading it, and you can reach out to like-minded people and see, even if you don't chat with anyone or so, you can see, okay, who is in those streams, and you can chat to them directly, or just like if you're a little bit cautious or nervous or whatever. And I think the same was true for women in VFX. I mean, at Scan9 we had a lot of women like out in like higher positions, which I really like. I think it's coming more and more, and it's getting more normalized, and I really like that. It's a really cool thing to see. So everyone is like more open, and you can talk to each other, and you can reach out, and yeah, I really like it. I mean, I experienced this on the FMX when I remember back when I first went there like 5 years ago. It was like, so, okay, hey, I know it's a male-dominated industry, and I don't know if my show reel is good enough or whatever. It's like, just try it, show it to people, and you will find the right people that will encourage you. It's if you're looking for them, you will find them, because at least in my experience, every company has strong women, strong LGBTQ people in the right positions, so you can reach out and they will encourage you.
Yeah, I love that. And I know you just mentioned FMX, so I was going to ask that as well. Are any of you going to FMX or any other events this year? I know, G, you were at FMX last year.
I'm not. I don't think I'm going this year. But no, it's a really good place to network, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will be there.
It's right around the corner for me, so it's like just a 15-minute drive. So yes, I will be there.
Oh, cool. Well, I will see you there.
Come and see us, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, I look forward to that. I am so happy that I got to speak to you today. Thank you so much. And as you say, it's so important to have that visibility. So I'm so happy to have this today and to add it to our other awesome talks of the day. So please stay tuned for our next talks. And for now, thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 Hi everyone! We really hope that you enjoyed all of the talks today, but we're not finished. You can now head over to the Uplift Her channel, where the talks continue for another few hours, and we have many talks lined up for you again. So Amy, did you have anything you wanted to say before we switch off?
No, I think it's just to say the talks this morning have been brilliant. So to all of the speakers and all of your guests, I think there's a lot that everybody can kind of take away. So I'm really excited that we're going to keep the conversation going and keep the energy going kind of way into the kind of this afternoon. But yes, thank you to everybody that's participated so far, and thanks to everybody that's watched as well and tuned in.
Yes, thank you again. Right, we'll see you on the Uplift Her channel.
That way.